This is for you new people. I only have one rule. Everyone fights, no one quits. If you don't do your job, I'll shoot you. You get me?
We get you, sir!
Welcome to the Roughnecks.
Ratcats, Roughnecks!
Sorry, I was busy smack talking. Smack talking Michael Sartain. Two things we disagree about. One of them is football. It's Cowboys versus my Niners today. People are like, what do you mean, your Niners? Well, we're both kind of Vegas fans, so we kind of both have to get behind the Raiders. But, you know how it is. All right, long live the red pill, right? Apparently we're all, it's all over for us. It's curtains for you guys. There's no more red pill. Some blue-pilled, blue-haired squirrel bait douche nozzle. Yes, very much so. Oh boy. Have to take off echo cancellation.
Soda bourbon. Bourbon soda? That can be cut. Don't need to tell anybody I said soda bourbon, but I cannot do TikTok reaction videos dead sober, or my face is just going to be. Kate bought me tickets to fly to Romania to go discuss business.
She's a nice lady. She was in Germany. I said, hey, Romania's not so far away. Come visit.
And you kind of remind me of a human shark. I don't know if it's your eyes or something. That was it.
Do you think you made any mistakes in that venture?
I don't think so. There's a rumor online that we hooked up or we slept together or something. That didn't happen.
That's the story.
Translation, I fucked the shot.
This idea on the internet of mansplaining. Let me mansplain for you about mansplaining really quick. If a man believes somebody else is worthy of his time, a man will sit and will explain the problem and the solution to them in detail.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure I'd take advice from this guy, but
we expect the other man to say, hey, I know that part, skip ahead. Hey, I already know this price, skip ahead for me.
Yeah.
Women will never do that.
Mm-hmm.
So they will sit through the entire lecture from start to finish, and the man will say, well, I guess you didn't know any of that. But he will say, I invested all that time giving her this knowledge, giving her this information.
I love the piano music in the back of these.
She must love it. And women are sitting there saying, I would only have explained it that way to a child. He must think I am a child. But most men who explain in that depth are trying to give you love and connection. And most women are spitting back in their faces because they have no idea why he's spending the time doing this. It's because he likes you.
I've been there. You see a difference between the female brain and the male brain? Is there a bit?
Massive
really
difference.
Okay.
I published a study on 46,000 scans looking at male brains versus female brains, and it's like we're not even the same species.
Really?
It's their brains are so much busier than male brains, and generally they're healthier because they have more estrogen and they don't do quite the toxic things that male brains do.
Is that because they can develop a consequence, things like that? They can understand consequence more than male brain, you know, the development of that thing is all part of it? Is
so
that...
the prefrontal cortex,
right?
Their prefrontal cortex was way more active.
Right.
Which actually why females make good leaders. Their executive brain, their frontal lobes, much more active than male brains. So they're often better at forethought, decision making, and collaboration and empathy. And guys struggle with that. And then if you hit a lot of soccer balls with your head, you really struggle with it. Not conscious.
For men to cry openly.
That's what passes for science. Today is going to be a very, we're going to emphasize science.
Because they feel like they're losers. They're supposed to be strong and take care of the family and be all of that. I would say this too. There's a lot of women that doesn't really know how to handle men that are crying. In a lot of relationships, especially in the States, it's a lot of the case that women always think that they're correct in arguments and that man is always wrong because women are more emotionally mature and we're always going to get our way. It has been like a little bit like that. It's of course not like all the time that case, but whenever a man has a problem, a lot of women don't really take it too seriously because they're just supposed to solve it alone. The only thing they get told to is to just suppress, while a lot of women are getting raised in society, which is really good, that we can do more things, we can take more space and stuff. But I think a lot of men has been pretty left behind, and I think the reason why Andrew Tate became so popular is because he made these men feel seen. He could say things like, go to the gym and get your shit together, which is good advice, but then there was a lot of really toxic advice that he was saying as well, like how to handle relationships, how to see women, what's important, you know, those sort of things, and those are not good at all. But just because he's already made these men feel seen in a place where they just felt really alone, they got someone to look up to, but it is a really toxic person. There should be other manly role models that isn't this toxic.
Yeah, just like a manly role model that like isn't red pilled.
When I got married, I was
tell these bitches to go to hell.
As a perfectionist, like go to my side of the closet and everything's organized and color coded.
I was a little more casual.
Schlob.
Casual.
Things on the ground.
He had this like ingrained belief that I was disrespecting him by throwing my clothes on the ground.
So you're not taking care of any of your crap. That's discourteous.
But I liked them on the floor.
We call it kind of a dumb fight though, because after many, many years, I finally realized that this was stupid. I was creating separateness. I was creating disconnect. Why should I even care? I just remembered one day snapping my fingers and saying, I love how my wife chooses to organize her stuff in piles. And I'm okay.
Of the
you like that flex at the end?
high performance people on the planet are not alpha males.
Explain that.
Okay? They're beta males. Okay? Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Zuckerberg, all have one thing in common.
There's going to be a quiz at the end of this intro video. You have to tell me what the theme is, children.
They're introverts. They're not alpha males.
You had to sacrifice one of the two lives. Would it be you or your partner?
Him. My partner's life.
Partner.
Obviously my partner.
You sacrifice?
Yeah. I think I'd sacrifice my partner.
My life. Of course, I'm sacrificing myself.
Sacrifice my...
I think I would sacrifice yourself? It would be mine. I think I'm selfish. I'll kill myself over. It's okay. It's fine. Be you or your partner.
Me. That was... Yeah, me only. Basically, as a man, it's always us.
Emotional damage.
Well, I mean, when you go on and you in your car and you say, well, I had sex with 3 men.
That was back in 2018, by the way. Go ahead. Sorry, I mean,
no man, no woman can outrun their past.
Hey, y'all.
All it does is makes you tired when it catches up with you. So what you did in 2018, people still know about it in 2023. So this notion that you said, well, it happened 5 years ago, it happened 10 years ago. People have what they call the internet. People have what they call memory.
Bauer has finally been exonerated. The accusations, they came from a woman named Lindsay Hill. She accused Bauer of choking and punching her. Then he was cut by the Dodgers, and now he plays in the Japanese league.
Now, well, we get into Bauer here. I'm going to get into this a little bit later, but recall, if you will, the best decision-making and healthier brains part of this intro.
Proven innocent now. These are texts from the woman.
Net worth is 51 mil. Bitch, you better secure the bag. Need daddy to choke me out. Being an absolute whore to try to get in on his 51 million.
How do I steal his money? I will fake abuse. No one will fact check me on that. And then women say there aren't any high value men out there for me. Well, why do you think so? This kind of smear campaign, character assassination is the reason that young men are not seeking out young women. And it's the reason that young women say there are no men worth talking to or marrying out there. There is a breakdown, not just of marriage, but of relationships. And that stems from a lot of the false Me Too. False accusations have gone out. And so men are saying it's not worth the risk. And then women are saying, where am I going to find a man with a 7-figure income who's 6'2"? Well, you know, he doesn't want to be falsely
status are more likely to be married.
My name.
Men with higher status are more likely to have more offspring. Men with higher status are generally partnered with more desirable mates. And women typically say they desire a high status mate. Around the world, if you ask people what they want in a partner, women usually say they want someone who's educated, has money, and has the usual signs that they are high status.
Science!
I'm reading this year's Oxford Handbook of Human Mating, and Schmidt's review of the role of status in male attractiveness is astounding. The effects of status on men's mating success appear all over the world, seemingly regardless of where the men got their status. It doesn't
Yeah. Like gangs, prisons, and federal penitentiaries.
have to be wealth. It could be popularity, political power, various skills, sports, musical ability, education. It doesn't seem to matter why you're up. It just matters that you're up. I'm often asked for content that's more directed at helping
Bro, you're not often asked for anything.
men. Here's practical advice. If you're struggling with women, start building yourself into a man that other people can look up to. Easier said than done, but pick a ladder and climb. Get educated, get stronger, get richer, get popular, get good at anything, and maybe stop whinging about what women want on the internet.
Ah, I see. Stop whinging. Everybody, you're all whinging, just so you guys knew that. Whinging. Would that be like whining? Would that be like bitching? Would that be like moaning? You know what's funny is a good gentleman by the name of Trevor Bauer did exactly that thing. He made himself into a high-value guy. You know what? He's playing in the Japanese baseball league right now. Macklemore. I'm gonna pop some tags. Yeah. Okay. We will return to Macklemore later on in today's show.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Hey, welcome to the Podclass today. I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but the red pill is officially dead. We just put the shovel the last bits of dirt on it apparently because Destiny said so. And I think it's kind of funny. And it was like this is how my life works. I go to Las Vegas. I go to Mike's. I did Top Golf. Thank you very much. And my swing is fucking great. Thank you very much. From years of practice. And so we go and do that. We go to, where were we? We were at MGM. We went to Hakkasan. It was a fantastic birthday party. The food was fantastic. The company was fantastic. It was myself, a lot of his staff from MOA, from Men of Action. And then, Kylie, his girlfriend, was there, and lots of the whole cast of characters. You got to remember that Mike has like women who will fly in from out of town just to simply be a part of his birthday because it's an event. They always make it an event. Last year it was about. It was supposed to be about cheerleading. So this year it was supposed to be about Barbie and Ken, and we failed miserably at that. I'm kind of glad we did because I just simply didn't want to dress up as Ken. I got this whole nice outfit, like the whole furry out, coat and everything. But I'm going to tell you guys this here. I'm going to shit all over Etsy right now. No, don't buy anything from Etsy. Never buy anything from Etsy. It's supposed to be this handcrafted bullshit. It's not. It's really not. It's just cheap Chinese drop shipping that you will never get. If you want something from Etsy, don't have a time frame. Like if you want it in a month, maybe you'll get it. If you want it in like 3 months, you'll probably get it, more or less. And if you're like hot on Etsy and all that other crap, that hey, more power to you. I hope you guys can do it. I have had some good experiences on Etsy, but more often than not, I'm just. Or what's funny is I'll order something off of Etsy. And I'll forget about it, and then like literally like 4 months later, it shows up in the shipping, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's like this. It's like Christmas, Suddenly you get this gift in the mail that you actually ordered for yourself, and it's been so long that you forgot about it. Yeah, don't order from Etsy. Sorry to say, even eBay is a little. It just depends on what you're getting. But so anyways, we did this, and so I swear to you, this is the way this went down. Somebody sent me that recent video from, I think it was Destiny talking shit about the red pill. It's like, oh, the red pill's done. It's only just going to be Myron and Fresh, and that's it. It begins and ends with Myron and Fresh. And hey, I do endorse them, still do. But dude, literally, I think 2 hours, not even that, maybe an hour and a half after I watched this, and I'm just like, I'm writing notes thinking, what am I going to do for the Sunday show? And I get a call from my good friend, Andrew Kibe. Andrew Kibe is sort of the Kenyan version of me. I believe, I hope I'm saying this right. I think he has dual citizenship. I'm fairly certain he's an American citizen and he's a Kenyan citizen. And he and I have had sort of an off and on, back and forth. I did his show almost 2022, I think it was. He lives in Texas, but he goes back and forth to Kenya quite a bit. And during the interview that we had, and this, like I said, it's coming up on like maybe a year and a half ago. He asked me if I wanted to go to Kenya, and because I have a very large following of people in Kenya. My brothers, they call me MZee, M-Z-E-E. It's a term of respect. I don't know if it's like ustedes for Spanish, but it's a term of endearment for older, wiser men. Thank you very much. I'll take the wiser part. So I have a lot of how this happened. I don't know. But I have an army. I have a Kenyan army that has been waiting for their admiral, their colonel to show up. And this is literally an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours after I'm watching the Destiny, like the Red Pill's Dead video. And Andrew Kibe says, "My brother, we're going to Kenya." And I was like, "What?" And so he starts to tell me he's got this whole trip planned and he really wants me to go. And it's it's right around Thanksgiving week. So I'm gonna have to have an early or a late Thanksgiving with my family because I will be on a plane to Dubai. I want to say it's the 23rd of November. Well, again, don't quote me on the logistics just yet, but right around that time, I think the second to the last week of November, I'll be on a plane to Dubai. We are going to spend 2 days in Dubai. I'm going to be speaking at a particular event of some sorts. I'm not really sure. I don't want to get too deep in the details right now because there's a lot of people who don't want to see this happen. So I can't really elaborate too much. But as we get closer to it, I'll make sure that trust me, I will definitely put this on blast. And then, so I've got that. And then 2 days in Dubai. From there, we go to Kenya. We go to Nairobi. And I've got, he has a whole sort of list. I'm on tour, basically, courtesy of Andrew Kibe. And I got to say, man, and my brother, I am very, very thankful to you for this. I've been meaning to do this for quite some time. Thank you. Thank you very much. By the way, I'm still standard caveats apply today. I'm happy to read these as much as I can. But I'm going to I think I'm going to stick to doing $20 and above. But here in the beginning, let's just get things out of the protocol, right? Any chance of coming to the UK? I don't know. Depends. I would like to, but it just sort of depends on who wants me there. If it's for Pearl, trust me, that ain't happening. But if there's other shows over there, I'm not sure where I would go in the UK. I would like to maybe do maybe a convention or maybe just do a talk. I'm happy to do that. Also, I have to also inform you guys that, anyways, let me just finish up my Kenyan adventure here. I will be doing a series of talks, I believe, while I'm in Kenya. I'm going to be doing a tour. I'll be in Kenya for 10 days. And then if I can work this out, I don't know, this is just me spitballing here, but I would very much like to go to Turkey, Istanbul, on the way back, because I have I have a Turkish army that's waiting for me there as well, who've been really wanting me to show up in Istanbul and just do a talk. So if I can work it out with Dr. Oz, who you guys probably know, I've interviewed him before. He's kind of the Turkish version of Andrew Kibe. So it's like, it seems like there's like these guys who are like the I don't know, the Turkish and the Kenyan, and there's probably some others that they're like the red pill ambassadors, let's just say, for their particular country. And most definitely Dr. Oz, also known as Dr. Red Pill. He's the cosmetic surgeon that I did the interview with Myron and Fresh in Miami about a year ago, May of last year. So he's going to be coming out to Philadelphia. I think he's coming to the States in November. So I'm going to see if I can work something out with him. If it works, it does. If not, I am planning. Yes, I know. Okay, Istanbul's Constantinople. Okay, we got that out of the way. Thank you. That's an earworm. Stop it. Every time I say Istanbul, they might be giants comes into my head. Sorry. Yes, I'm a nerd just like you.
Where's the Mountain Dew?
Yeah, there you go.
Where are the Cheetos?
If you know where those sound drops come from, you must know the song Istanbul, not Constantinople. All right. Anyways, yeah. Oh, yes, that's who I'm talking about. Dr. O. We call him Dr. O's. He might even be in the chat today too. I know he watches this as well. So if I can make that happen on the way back, I will. If not, this has sort of motivated me to go on tour for 2024, assuming the entire world isn't set on fire because Hamas has decided to go bomb Israel, and Lord knows what will happen during the 2024 election cycle. So everybody hunker down and put on your big boy britches and hold on to your butts because it's a coming. But you won't have to worry about that one more. Yes, James. This is not James Sexton. James Sexton, you do not spam my I'm gonna put you in timeout. I know damn well James Sexton would not spam my chat. So go fuck yourself. Whoever you are. Same spam dude, random spam dude, anonymous spam, or the unknown spammer. You should put on, you know what you should do? You should get for your next icon, unknown spammer. What you should do is get like the unknown comment who used to put like a paper bag over his head. That should be you. The unknown spammer. Although I think we kind of know who you are. Anyway, so Kenya, yeah. And I get the confirmation for this, and we do all the logistics literally an hour and a half after I'm told that the red pill's dead. So I figured there's my theme for today's show, because apparently it's all over, but the singing and the shouting right now for the red pill. Yeah, it's doomsday. Let me explain something to you, dude. If that's what you are. The red pill's not dead, and it's not going anywhere because you can't kill the idea. You can't kill an idea. You can't stop the. Would you like me to repeat this for you again? You can take Rollo Tomassi away. You can take Myron Gaines. You can take everybody who you think is quote unquote red pill, which you don't even know who the fuck you're talking about. But let's just say, for sake of argument, you can remove everybody from the manosphere and the red pill. And you know what? It's still here because it's an idea whose time has come, my friend. Like it or not, you can take your emotionalism and shove it up your ass. And you know who's going to shove it up your ass? Empiricism, because that's where we're headed right now. We want to talk about science. You want to know why I'm going to really lay into the science, this concerted effort to muddy the waters when it comes to the statistics and it comes to the research and it comes to the stats and the numbers and everything else. And boy, have I got a real meal for you guys today. And it ain't red meat. It's like a real nuts and bolts today. So there's been this concerted effort on the part of people like Destiny, on the part of people like Macklemore here, on the part of Alex from Date Psych, on the part of who is it? It's not, yeah, so Will. Yeah, Will Costello. I always get mixed up between Alex and Will. Sorry, Alex. Will Costello. Let's see, PhD candidate for Dr. David Buss, and even Dr. David Buss right now, dude, you really need to check yourself and you need to check your students here. Because a lot of the integrity and a lot of the reputation you built yourself upon is being systematically dismantled. And by the time you want to leave it, I like David Buss, don't get me wrong. But David, if you're ever watching this, and I don't know why you would be, but I'll tell you this right now, if you are watching this, your legacy is being systematically killed by 1,000 paper cuts, and it's being killed by influencers who don't have your best interests in mind. Yep. There you go. And you get to go be banned as well. There you go. Trust me, I've got is Sammy in Sammy, are you in? Yes, Sammy's in today too. People are asking me why I've got the Niners hat on today. Well, I'll explain to you why. Niners are playing against Dallas Cowboys today. I think yes, it is true. I bet Mike Sartain $20 that my Niners are going to beat his Cowboys today because he's the Texas guy. So I'm going with it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So there you go. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think going to see, here's the thing is I don't think a lot of these hacks really realize that the red pill is an idea whose time has come. The red pill, the manosphere, whatever the hell you want to call it. I wish we could have better men who weren't red pill. I wish we could have betas with a side of alpha. You know, that when I'm looking at Destiny's cuckoldress wife, whatever you want to call her, talking about how she really hopes that guys could just sort of really become more emotionally secure, emotional damage, right? God, okay, you want to make me
emotional damage.
Yeah, I'm going to dig into that today too, and it's not just going to be the happiness, speech all over again either, because I think it's time we really sort of settle the score when it comes to like emotionalism versus empiricism, because really that's what we're kind of dealing with, I think, in the manosphere right now. It's not that a lot of these hacks have anything to say about the researchers. They really can't. So the only way an emotionalist can confront red pill empiricism is by muddying the waters, by coming up and creating their own bullshit, so that and then standardizing it and canonizing it and making it something that everybody's going to repeat over and over and over again. It's just like Goebbels, right? Repeat a lie often enough and it becomes truth. And that's really the hope here. And yes, am I calling them, let's say, Germans from the late 1930s? Yes, absolutely I am. Absolutely I am, because it's just the digital 21st century version of it. Really. How can we distort this? How can we change this? We're so emotionally invested in this. Our egos are so emotionally invested in these belief sets that are confronted, confounded, contradicted, controverted, whatever, by red pill empiricism, that we've got to make up our own bullshit to cover the fact that we have no counter argument for anything. So we can't find any data, we can't find any research, we can't find any stats, we can't find any evolutionary psychology, biology. We can't refute the anthropology, the sociology, the endocrinology, the microbiology that the red pill points at. We just simply point fingers. That's all we do. You can connect the dots if we hold the mirror up and you have to look in the mirror. And just because you don't want to look in the mirror does not mean that it's not there. You can stick your head in the sand for as long as you'd like. But instead of sticking your head in the sand, you're going to make up your own bullshit and then standardize and say, well, they were wrong about this and this is why it's right. And we're just going to go and pull some new data out of our ass and do a Twitter poll and tell everybody that this is like the settled science. Get the fuck out of here. You want to know why we have a crisis of replication in not just psychology, but the hard sciences as well, STEM fields as well. It's not just one particular field of study. If I have, I don't necessarily agree with this statement that people shouldn't go to college. I think a well-rounded, well-educated person should be able to speak on a great many different topics. I think education is its own reward, but just like marriage, I don't like the way we do it now. It's good to be intelligent. It's good to be a Renaissance man. It's good to be able to be an artist and a writer and a poet and a mathematician and a coder and all of that at once. Right? Was it Asimov? It was either Asimov or I forget who said this, but specialization is for ants. Is it Asimov? Maybe it was Asimov. I know it sure as hell wasn't Heinlein. He wouldn't say shit like that. Isaac Asimov, right? I'm pretty sure that I was right about that. But it's the specialization thing. So when I'm talking about, okay, I get that, dumbass. Yeah, I got it. You know what, though? If you have intelligence, if you have a good biological genetic predisposition for intelligence, it doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference if you're not educated, if you haven't learned history, mathematics, if you don't know any of this. It doesn't just magically appear in your fucking brain, dude. You actually have to go and educate yourself on subjects and maximize the potential, the genetic potential in your mind. I know the difference. So go fuck off with that shit. I get it. Me of all people. Hell, would you like me to explain something to you here? I have used the 4 laws of genetic or behavioral genetics so many times on this show. You should know better than that. You get an F for today. Go to the back of the class. Anyways, getting back to the point. Yeah, I understand that. And I think that in the past, yes, a polymath. Thank you. There's your vocabulary word for the day, gentlemen. Where did it go? There you go. Thank you. You go, Dr. D-head, dickhead. Go to the front of the class. You get an A+ today. Yeah, I know. I get that. I understand there's a difference between, but there's also, you can take the most smartest guy in the world. And if he doesn't know, if you don't have a particular base of knowledge, If you haven't been educated, you can have an IQ of 160 and you're not going to magically know astrophysics. You're not going to know calculus. You're not going to know trigonometry unless you take those fucking classes. Got it? Yeah, I get it. But you're never going to go to those classes if everybody keeps telling you, why would you go to college? You could just go and be an entrepreneur today. You know that intelligence isn't actually something you learn in college. Yeah, I know. Thanks. But you can maximize your potential for that intelligence by taking classes, reading books, educating yourself. If you want to do a self-education, great. If your mom and dad wanted you to do homeschooling, awesome. How about you just take that the next step? Once it's on you, then it's on you. But again, I don't necessarily disagree. Heinlein, thank you. It was not Robert Heinlein, Starship Troopers, Robert Heinlein. I don't think it was Robert Heinlein. Maybe it was. It was Asimov, Heinlein, and who's the other guy? The trifecta of the 60s sci-fi. Anyways, okay, thank you. If it was Heinlein, then I defer to your knowledge. See, I'm an intelligent guy. I can't remember it's Heinlein and not Asimov. I guess I only have 150 IQ or instead of 160 or whatever, right? L. Ron Hubbard. It was not L. Ron Hubbard. Jesus Christ. I know that. I know he wasn't part of the trifecta. Anyways, I'm glad you guys know who I'm talking about in the first place. Devil Mountain Coffee. No, they did not go out of business. They were just waiting on suppliers. They are quite open. You can still use your code, which is TRM, the Rational Mail, and you'll get 20% off your order. Go for it. It's all I drink. You want to know why I'm amped? It's not because I'm on Adderall like some blue-haired cuck is. It's because I drink high-powered, the maximum amount of caffeine allowable by law. Oh boy, why not? Let's just give you this one right now. Thank you very much. The Jafar 304, Jaden Jafar or whatever, went on FNF again. Yep, saw it. She was also on, I know. Did she go on Andrew Wilson recently too? She's been making the rounds because she's a lawyer, right? You know what I would love? God damn, if I could make this happen. Jim Sexton, if you're watching this, how awesome would it be if I could get Cunty Jafar to go head to head with Jim Sexton on Access Vegas? Oh shit, I'd pay per view. I would pay for that. I'd be hosting it and I'd still be paying for it. With some Forbes studies on educated married women, you need to do another daytime show with Myron and can call BS on her questionable studies. Well, yeah, we'll get into that. I can quote quite a few things these days, so we'll dig into that a little bit later today too. Would you like me to? I have a whole list of studies ready to rock and roll today. Let's see. Damn, Andrew Kibe, my goodness, Andrew, can I use this? I'm gonna use this. Hold on. I just got an ad slick from Andrew Kibe, and I want to put it up. I don't want to like go over the top here. Damn, dude, you got a good designer. I hat tip to you, my friend. As from one designer to another, this is pretty good. If he lets me do it, I'll do it. Big Mo in the house today.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Every time I see Big Mo, I have to do that. Yeah, I've got an ad slick right now. If I can use it, I'll throw it up on the screen here in just a second. Anyways, you know what? Let's just get to some of these real quick. Just let me get some of these out. Salute, MZ. Most welcome to Kenya. See, look, in all caps. Oh, the red pill's dying. No, it's not. It's international. It's worldwide. Deal with it. Dubai, watch out for Sartorial shooter. Yeah, I doubt that's going to happen. Why do you think people take Cuxtony so seriously? Because he's anti-red pill. That's why. I mean, has he written a book? No, he hasn't. In fact, I'm glad you brought that up. Most of the people who are critical of the red pill haven't done jack shit. Show me some. Fight me on this one. Really, change my fucking mind. Tell me one of these guys, Sneeko, Destiny, Nick Fuckwit, Zerka, whoever, and I like Zerka, but like any of these guys who are like these Twitch streamers who got kicked off of Twitch or they just decided to filter into YouTube. Anybody who's been critical of the red pill, show me one thing they're doing. Show me one product that they have besides diarrhea flowing out of their mouth. Show me one thing. Because I'm going to make an announcement today, and you guys, I'm going to do it at the top of this. I'm going to do it at the top of this error and show you exactly what they're not going to Kenya. They're not going to Istanbul, Constantinople. Okay. They're not going there. They're not going, well, maybe they are going to Dubai, but they're not going to Dubai to go and give like TED Talk style speeches and talks. And by the way, I'll probably have to add dates onto this at some point. Oh, I can't. Okay. I have to say go Cow. Oh, Jesus. This is going to be hard for me to do. I'm sorry, but I'm going to do it anyways. There you go.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Big Mo, you go to the front of the line, front of the class. Red pill isn't dying anytime soon because the dating market isn't changing anytime soon. Yeah. And human beings' biologies aren't changing either. Thank you very much. He's the star student. He's the teacher's pet, and he always will be the teacher's pet. However, day by day, we continue to watch the red pill being confirmed more and more in real time. Yes. And meanwhile, we have fuckwits shouting at clouds right now that it's all over. No, sir. It is not all over. Thank you very much for your $9.99 contribution there, my good friend. All right. All righty. See if I can move back through here. Sunday night football. Yeah, well, sorry, football's starting. Okay. It's almost worth this. Okay, I will do this. I'm doing this under protest. So in case you guys wanted to see this, here we go. I have to say something as I put this out here because that's part of my NDA with Andrew Kibe, my instant NDA here. Let's see. Oh wait, I can't. I gotta save it first. Hang on. Let's see. You sent it to me as an HEIC. There we go. Let's save it as a JPEG so I can actually. That's another thing. God damn it. StreamYard, what's the matter with you? I still need dark mode, and I still need you to be able to have better file format arrangements here. Where did I put that? God damn it. Hang on one second. Not that one. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So I have to say this when I do this. Wait, I need that. Sorry. I just was this just in. You can even scan the QR code if you'd like. All right. You see it. You saw it here first. Okay. Oh, good. My face isn't on. Go Cowboys. The reason why I have to say go Cowboys is because Andrew Kibe is a Texas nationalist, Texas secessionist. So go Cowboys. Okay. I said it. I didn't mean it, but I guess I said it. So there you go. This is where we'll be doing. This is what we'll be doing here. Now I'll be in Dubai. So that's the Dubai tour right there. There you go. And graduation day. Oh boy, am I doing that? The two dates that I've got so far is Dubai and then the graduation day one. So I'll be there the 25th and then the 3rd. So you guys can see that. You can go get your tickets right there using that QR code. This will be up on my Instagram and it will be up on my also up on my Twitter and other fine establishments around near you very soon. So there you go. That's the you had to use that. That was a pretty good picture, though. That was a good picture. I will. That was shot by my friend Mike Tang. So thank you. Good, bro. Well done, sir. Well done. Bravo. Hat tip. There you go. So yeah, what I thought was interesting is that That's literally like an hour and a half after I watched that video where Destiny Cuxtony was talking shit about the red pill. I'm meanwhile arranging my East African tour by way of Dubai. So yeah, dude, let me just explain a few things for you. The red pill's not dead, and it ain't going anywhere anytime soon. So deal with it. Deal with it. Yeah, I'll take him. You know what? Today I'll be nice to you guys. I'll read 20 and above, but if it's really good, I might just read anything today. We'll see how it rocks, how it shakes out today. But I do need to talk about a few things here. One of the reasons why we're dealing with a lot of this hate, in fact, let me just, I meant to do something for this show, and I'm going to sort of show you guys a few things here. This is my YouTube feed, so please don't judge me. I'm going to show you my YouTube feed just for a brief. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not. Hang on. I'm going to put this in the search engine here really quick. So what happens is what will happen if you put red pill, just red pill in the search engine for YouTube right now? Let's have a look here. Okay. This is the red pill search query, I guess is what we would call it. Would that be? Yeah. Search query red pill. Let's share the screen so you guys can have get an idea what I'm looking at here. Now, yes, I do use. Okay, so let's look. Here we go. This is what the hell that is. I don't know. Let's look. Red pill is not like feminism. Oh, look, there's our good friend, that big hack and big lion sack of shit, Pearl. Michael Knowles debunks the red pill. Okay, look, there I am right there. Oh, look, red pill is exposed. Oh, there's Broccoli Head. Let's see. Oh, well, this was by the way, this was really good right here. This was me and Mike. I did Mike's 100. So I guess that would be like a positive thing for red pill. Oh no, here we go. She's wrong about red pill, or she's wrong about marriage. The truth about red pill, female nature. Red pill is dying. Oh, look, this is unhinged. Oh, look, the red pill community is over. Thanks, Sneeko. Yeah, courtesy of you. Look, why the red pill ideology is failing. Now, remember, I just put red and pill in this thing. And by the way, of all people on planet Earth right now, I'm the guy that goes and what would be watching this stuff the most. Like my feed, my impressions are always going to be this kind of stuff anyways. But even Rollo Tomassi's feed, my preferences, my history, my impressions, my CTR, my audience retention, whatever, all of that stacking up, even when I put just red pill into the search engine, this is what I get. Imagine what the average dude who doesn't have this in his history gets. So let's keep going here. Why the red pill ideology? Ideology is failing men. Oh, we better make it an ideology. Thanks, Sarah Dawn Moore. Oh, let's see. Red pill. What red pill philosophy gets wrong? Let's see. What has red pill ideology done from here? Now, check this out. The reason why is Rollo doing this? Okay. The red pill's dying. Reacting to Justin Waller. Well, I'm pretty sure Justin wouldn't call himself red pill. Maybe red pill adjacent, I think. I'm pretty sure he would say something like that. Anyways, how red pill YouTubers brainwash you. Dating Christian girls. God damn it. And here's Cappy. If you guys want to go see how to date Christian girls, then please, by all means, exit my live and go see Cappy's. We should do that. I should go put that up there. We should just do do a hack stream of his. Let's see. Helping or hurting. Red pill ideology. The red pill has stole her boyfriend. Wow, that sounds pretty negative. Game is dead. Oh, look, let's use a picture of Rollo on here because we wouldn't be able to get more than 18,000 views 4 months ago if we were doing this. Andrew Schultz reacts to red pill women. Now, that was 5 months ago. Remember, these are not as I scroll down, it's a little bit further. But remember, this is what's being put into my feed, just putting on red pill. Now, again, you can say, well, this was a long time ago, 8 days ago. No. Do not take the red pill. We're going to look at this here in a little bit. I think I might just stream this because this is just fascinating. I watched this too. Where do we got here? Oh, by the way, that redhead, rust beard, neck beard dude that was in the intro, that's from this right here. Escaping the red pill trap. It's a trap. The dangers and consequences of the red pill. The dangerous dating trap. Welcome to the red pill. Man, it sounds very... Oh, look, this will scare you. Gen Z men will be destroyed by the red pill. Red pill grifters like Fresh and Fit are losing everything. Oh, my goodness. I guess Vaush better jump on board. Everybody pile on quick. Oh, there's my good friend, Thor. Now we're going to get into the ones that are for me. Now, obviously, Ryan and Thor are going to end up in my feed. Oh, but let's have a look here. Michaela Peterson and Jordan Peterson. The full interview for 48 long ass minutes. The red pill lie. Well, at least Rich Cooper is back on board with the red pill. I guess he's returned to the mano swamp or whatever the fuck we're calling it now. Majority of men can't swallow the red pill. Yeah, well, Dr. Taraban is definitely right. These are two people that I have a lot of respect for, by the way. Don't get me wrong, but you're not leaving the red pill. No one's leaving the red pill. Rich is not leaving the red pill. Joker's not leaving the red pill. CGA is not leaving the red pill. And rest assured, my friends, put money on this number here. Destiny is not leaving. He's not sunsetting himself from the red pill. He's not done with the red pill story arc yet. Trust me, it's going to keep going because people are going to keep asking about it because they still think he has something worthwhile to say. All right, this was me and Davrick on Black Ice. Well, Davrick is from Black Ice Reality Check, and this was actually a very good clip that the whole thing. How long did we go? An hour and a half, thereabouts. That was good. Oh, and then by the way, if you're wondering who the kid is and all that crap that's on the cover today, look no further than Neon's intervention. This guy's name is Neon. Sneeko wasn't enough. Now we've got Sneeko's kid brother who's decided to come into this space. And like, guys, I love you. I really do. Myron Fresh. And I know, Big Mo, and I love Icy. I love Big Mo, but like this kind of shit is why you get in trouble. Like bringing these kinds of asshats in. This is why people can't take the fucking red pill seriously. If anybody wants to say, oh, well, the red pill's over, if it's ever over, it's going to be because of shit like this. It's going to be because of this. Okay. You know how they always say chivalry is dead and feminism killed it. Yeah. You know what? The red pill's dead and cucks douche nozzles like this. There you go. You know what? I'm going to do a shirt that says douche nozzle. You can be a douche nozzle, a red pill douche nozzle. There you go. Yeah. This is why, and cucks killed it. That was the play on words. Thanks. If you got that, then you get a bonus 10 points for today's pod class. So I mean, I wanted to look through these like the science behind cheating. Oh, look, there's the red pill men's rights movement from a year ago. Trust me, this was well over a year ago. You're looking at 2016. The red pill. What is the red pill? The red pill is a scam. Let's see. Okay, that's another one. Red pill's dead. Gen Z. Here we go. There's that blue-haired guy. No woman ever wants a red pill guy. Oh my gosh, are you kidding? That's funny because Farrah, your best friend, said she was happy to date that guy and was worried that I was right on whatever podcast, dude. Trust me. It's not, even if I go away, all the girls that you work, all of Destiny's Angels, they're going to remind you of this shit. There you go. And also, I want to also point out a few things here. When people are saying, when people give me shit about saying that Pearl's a hack, I'm going to show you why she's a hack here. In fact, I was going to put this in the intro video, but I felt like I better like keep it out because I want to show you guys some of these videos just, in part and parcel here. The red pill's dying. Gen Plus, dude, guy with 3,600 subscribers. Let's see. Oh, and here she is on No Jumper. I didn't even know she was on No Jumper. Pearl tells Adam how many people she slept with. Like, here's the thing. You put in red pill. Who's popped up mostly on this? Is just a random red. I just threw it in there, right? Pearl, Sneeko, Destiny. Like, look at the same names keep cropping up over and over and over and over again. right? And every last one of these people have lifted my material. Hell, even my worst enemies still have to cop to lifting my material. So shall we continue? Let's look a little bit further here. Let's look a little bit further into all this. Young men are struggling. The red pill is not the answer. Okay. Destiny calls Lex Friedman a spineless coward. Oh yeah, they were about to come to blows in that one. Boy, was that a great interview. If there's one person whose show I would like actually want to bend over backwards to get to, it would be Lex Friedman. I'm pretty sure the ship has sailed for Tim Pool. I'm pretty sure the ship has sailed for Joe Rogan. I'm not getting the call from those people. I'm happy you're enthusiastic about the fact that Myron and is getting a little bit more chummy with Tim Pool these days, and suggesting that he and I go do a show with Tim. But I am not too optimistic about that. I would like to. It's not that I would do it. I just don't think I'm going to get the call. Women ignored by alpha male. Kirk Franklin gets red pilled after finding out about his, divorce, his mom. Fresh and fit, give red pill dating advice to Russian immigrant, which was pretty funny. The dumbest woman on YouTube, just pearly things. Okay. Destiny's last stand against the red pill. And we're going to look at this today. This is the one that I have downloaded already. And we're also going to look at red pill, the business of exploiting lonely men. Am I exploiting you guys? Because if I'm exploiting you, you guys can exit right now. If you feel like this Podclass is actually just manipulating your young, impressionable minds, trust me, then please, you're excused from class today. You don't have to audit the class anymore. My boyfriend went red pill. Oh, this is Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz, at least the Dr. Oz show. Wow, holy shit. Dr. Oz shows up at the 0 hour. Dr. Oz is my Turkish. He's the Turkish version of Rollo Tomassi. Ben Shapiro, wrong on the red pill. Millionaire Morning Show, who has all of 1.9 views, 1,900 views, basically. Oh, and there's Jessica, or Jamie Lynn. She's been on Access Vegas a couple times. I was debating on sort of riffing on her video. If you guys really want me to later on, I will. She broadcasts out of Sticky Paws as well. She's a good friend of Mike Sartain's. That's why I kind of wanted to lay out. There's bigger fish to fry, but some of the stuff she was saying, it's ignorance. It's just confident ignorance. Destiny loses his mind on SOSCAST. When doesn't he lose his mind on SOSCAST? That's what I'd like to know. And there you go. I'll leave it at this one. Rollo Tomassi destroys Dr. Phil, says he's superfluous. Oh yeah, you guys didn't know that, right? The second version of, I tell you what's funny is Rollo Tomassi, the red pill's over. What has Rollo Tomassi ever done? Gone head to head and tabled Dr. Phil not once but twice. What have you done? Please, I hate to sound like Mugatu from Zoolander. What have you done? Nothing. I need that sound drop is what I really need. But God, yeah. Pearls like tuna. Is that what you're saying? What do you got here? I hear Cuxtony is writing a book on open marriages and how to abandon your son. Well played, sir. That's only a $5. That's not a $5 super chat. That's a $500 super chat right there. But I got this right here. Thank you, Sean. Thank you for participating. Thank you for paying your monthly tuition to the Podclass. Ned thanks you. Humor break. I saw a funny bumper sticker. I snatch kisses and vice versa. The Cowboys suck. Carry on. Well, hey, you from your lips to God's ears. There you have it. And Glenn Tren Lawrence.
Goddamn right.
We need FNF to start gatekeeping their channel better. We need gatekeeping, period. I hate maybe I'll let you in on a little secret here. The Smurf wasn't that good in bed. Thank you, Walmart, Mia Khalifa. Thank you, Farah. But was Justin Waller good in bed? Oh, who said that? Not me. Yeah, go ask her. Don't ask me. I didn't say that. Allegedly, I invented the word superfluous. You are correct. Yeah, I wrote it down. I just pulled hey, what's the superfluous stuff? Why the hell is it that I have to educate people? Is it that hard? Or is like, do people not use, put that up. Do people not use superfluous in a sentence? I've used superfluous before. Hell, I've used it in like at least a half a dozen essays. Would you call superfluous a $10 word? Because I would only call, maybe it's a $8 word, $7. I don't think it's like, something, a hypergamy. What? Like people don't know. A polymath. There we go. That's a $10 word. Polymath. That's a $10 word. Superfluous is $7.50. I could not believe I had to explain the definition of superfluous to Dr. Phil. That you know what? When I die and I'm like my life is flashing back, that's what I'm good. That's going to be one of those little snippets. It's a $7.50 word. You're goddamn right it is. You're goddamn right. Yes. Yes. The dictionary of Rollo Tomassi. It's a $100 word. I doubt it. I think she wants to be wife material. I don't think she actually is. Well, I think all women want to be wife material, but they want to be wife material to a worthy guy. If we want to talk about that. Dr. Phil is a hillbilly. He's not a hillbilly. Well, maybe he is. He still has that southern drawl. And oh man, Robin McGraw as Dr. Phil McGraw. Robin McGraw has this McGraw. sounds like a character from a cartoon, like a rooster, like quick draw McGraw. Foghorn Leghorn. Yeah, that's what I think of too. No, I can't talk about Dr. Phil yet. As soon as the show goes off the air, then I can. But it won't go off the air till 2024. This year is the last year that they're running this show, so I can't really talk about it just yet. And by then, nobody cares. No one cares. Nobody cares. Though not likely, I'd pay to see you go head to head with Layla Rose on Tim's Culture War podcast. I would crush her. I would crush her in the first 10 minutes. You know why? You got class. Why would I crush her in the first 10 minutes? By the way, where's the 2 hours of Dr. Phil? They're both online. You can find both of them. The first one aired in February of this year. The second one aired about mid-May of this year. So if you're looking for a date when I was on there, you should just go put in Dr. Phil and Rollo Tomassi. You'll find like dozens of clips on it if you want the highlights. But both of those, the full episodes are already out. You can get them on YouTube right now, and you can probably get them on Dr. Phil's site, I would imagine. But the first one aired in the second week of February, and the second one aired, I think, the second week of May. A matter of fact, I remember the day. I was on with Mike Sartain on Jedediah Bila show when Jedediah was still with Valuetainment. Wink, wink, nod, nod. And it was during that time, so it would have been the second week of May. So you could go and find those on there. They're all over. It's not hard to, like, really, dude, I'm not going to hold your hand and type it out for you. It's out there. There you go. Uh-oh.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Thank you. At least I know that's the real Big Mo. Shit, I should mod you. Sam, mod, if you can, mod Big Mo, please, if he's not already modded. I think I modded you. Anyways. All right. I got some other things that are, I'm going to pull the intro reel out. I'm starting to just do one reel for the full thing instead of switching from snippet to snippet these days. It's just easier to. Oh, I did. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So that's the real Big Mo. Don't mess with Mo, because he will drop the hammer on your ass. All right. So, let's see. Yes, you are superfluous. God, that was. You know, it's funny. Would you like me to tell you my thinking? I can at least tell you my thinking behind that. From red pill to clear pill. Oh, it's Adam Lane Smith. That's the redhead guy. Oh, wait a minute. I have to show you this. This is too bad. This is too good not to. Share screen, red pill. I'm going to pop some tags. There we go. Can you see that? From red pill to clear pill. This is the redheaded stepchild. He's been on Chris Williamson's show for so long, I can't even think of it. And yes, oh, by the way, that's not MLD. This is actually Alex from Playing with Fire, who would very much love to see the red pill implode. It's over for Pearl Davis and the red pill. Sneeko, Andrew Tate, and the red pill have what they've done to kids. Here's the horrible, deleterious. There's a $10 word. Effect of the red pill. Thank you, Abba and Preach. God, what will we do without your moral imperatives? How Pearl got into the red pill. Would you like me to show you how she got into the red pill? This is how she got into the red pill. This is this. And this is how she got into the red pill. Here's a 1 second video. 1 second. This is how she got into the red pill. This is how she got into the red pill. This is how she got into the red pill. Any questions? No? Let's continue. Jesus Christ. I got some, people were asking me about this and I might as well cover this right now. Actually, let me throw something up here for you real fast. I got to put this on. I hope this video will follow through. Won't you please follow through? No, that's not it. That's not it. The Brittany Renner video was just something else. It's a sight to behold. Well, here we go. Hopefully this will come through. Oh, it won't. Hang on. I'm going to go and press this out real quick because it's too good not to. I'm just going to go pull it off of YouTube. Got to look at it on my... You guys have to say, sorry, we cannot continue the show until I show you this particular clip. Man, I don't like the way that they organize this shit now. Especially my history. Organizing the history here sucks. Okay. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Hold on a second. We're going to go back and I'm going to share this screen with you. I didn't have the video on tap, so I'm gonna have to stream it from YouTube. It'll take one brief second while I share this. There it is. Okay, here we go. Oh, and I gotta make sure that the tab gets on there. Okay, hopefully you guys can hear this. Let me know. Oh, also share the audio. Good. Okay, here we go. All right, so a little bit of explanation before I get in too deep here. This is Adam Sosnick talking to Pearl Davis. Now, for all of you asshats who were questioning me as to whether or not I had pay stubs to prove that Pearl was on the take from Daily Wire. No, I don't have those. Sorry. I couldn't drum them up. I couldn't drum up the direct deposit to her bank account directly from, I couldn't make the causal link there, but I did find this, and I had to go do a little bit of hunting for this. But here you go. Here's at least the correlative link.
Able to meet with these people because they're like, oh, here's this young girl that wants to learn. Hey, come right here, Pearl.
Yeah, and I did that with my manager too. He was the manager at the Daily Wire, and like he ended up
Shapiro's platform.
He ended up like quitting his job to manage me, but it all started with
Guys
me.
catch that?
It all started with me saying, "Hey, can I have some help with
Quit his job to manage me."
YouTube?" And I was just DMing like big media companies and just asking like some of their managers, and some say no, but there's ways around it if you don't want to spend.
I love this topic.
Yeah.
I love this topic.
Okay. Is that a smoking gun? You tell me. I just work here, man. You tell me. Got that? Oh, he quit his job at Daily Wire to work for me. Oh, really? That was actually one of the first show, one of her first appearances. I knew she'd said that. I was trying to dig that clip up, and I finally, and actually big ups to the guy who actually ended up giving that to me when we were both looking for it. But yeah, we found that one. So hear me now, believe me later. I don't know. Is that the smoking gun? Is that the correlation you were looking? Are these the droids you're looking for? Because I sure as shit think that they are. So there you go. Oh, you're professionally jealous. Oh, I guess I am. Yeah, you got me, but I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Now that's hack number one. So if you want to know why the red pill is dying, look no further than Pearl Davis. Look no further than her, because this is a person who has been trying to get through Glenn Lawrence to get in touch with me, to have some sort of conference call from me, wanting to have some sort of come to Jesus fucking talk. And I will tell you right now, that ain't going to happen, dear. You've played yourself. You fucked around too long. And this is why I'm not talking to you. Every last one of those videos right there, every single one of them is a negative hit piece about the red pill. And you know why? Because of you. You know why Myron and Fresh got demonetized? Because they started fucking around with people who got no business being in this business. You're a snake. Those guys are snakes. I don't want to point out that, like, correct me if I'm wrong here. I am not Muslim. I know enough Islamic friends. I have quite a few of them. Abu American was one of them. I had to talk to a lot of people to do the groundwork for where is it? For my book on religion, 3 years in the making. Please go get it. It's on Amazon. It's the confluence of the red pill, that horrible, horrible red pill, and religion. One of those topics those guys never address. No, I've addressed it, and it took me 3 years to do so. Thank you very much. I have done the fucking work. I've done something. Right? Not unlike the rest of these hacks. But let me explain something to you, because I just caught wind that Sneeko is no longer a Muslim, a practicing Muslim. Is that the case? Is that the case? Can somebody confirm that? Because that's what my sources have been saying. She works for the Daily Wire, but criticized the elves. Yes. Yeah, because she's controlled opposition for controlled opposition. That's why. Trust me, all of this shit, it's all connected. It's like the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's all connected. Trust me. However, Sneeko left the red pill. So what the fuck is he doing on all of these hate streams? I hate the red pill streams. Why are they even looking at him? He's supposed to be doing something else. I don't know. I'm gonna go Jerry Seinfeld on you. I know. When I get worked up, I start sounding like Jerry Seinfeld. He's a Jew. No. Now I want to explain something else to you guys, because of what's going on with Hamas and in Israel. And I'm not, again, this is out of my wheelhouse. I'm not going to say one thing about this, but I will say this, is that someone like Pearl Davis is really quick to jump on board that train. If it's the new hotness, she'll jump all over it. I'm about to show you a tweet by her that will sort of bake your noodle. Also, if you don't think that Michaela Peterson isn't tweeting for her dad, I've got another tweet to show you here in just a moment too, because she just like walks into like landmine after landmine. She laid for herself. She has to walk back through the minefield that she laid for herself like 2 years ago. But before I do that, I want to also point out that, like, apparently Sneeko is no longer a Muslim. Am I correct in that? Some people were telling me this. Whether or not it's true or it's not, I would be very upset if I were a Muslim with Sneeko. Simply because this is a guy who is using your religion, however sincere you are in it and how devout you are. I mean, that's a personal thing. That's a fact. I'm not of the opinion, and I'm going to give you an opinion. I'm not of the opinion that people ought to wear their religion on their sleeves. It's a personal thing between you and who you believe the master of the universe is. And that's not He-Man. Okay. I think that should be something that's really private between you and the greater power of the universe. Okay. But I will say this is, if someone like Sneeko was, using my Lord's name in vain, that's exactly what that is, by the way, because he's attempting to speak on behalf of your God. And by the way, just simply to color up his brand, because apparently that was what was playing then and it's not playing now. And so he can't follow along with that. So now that he drops that toy for another toy, like Toy Story drops it. I'm done with you. I don't want to play with Islam. Boom. That's the kid. Now I want to also point out here that this is the thing that kind of rubs me the wrong way, is not too long ago, certainly within the scope of my memory, there was a certain attack on a certain cartoon producer, Charlie Hebdo, in France. I believe it was, France. And I think I'm not going to go into detail on that because I don't want to get into too much trouble with YouTube, but that was for creating a cartoon of the Prophet Muhammad. Now, if that's the level and the scale to which people will like fundamental, devout, zealous believers in Islam will go for a cartoon, I would say that a real cartoon is Sneeko. And I'm wondering why that's not something, but we're still okay with that. Like, why are we not okay with one? We're okay with the other. Because I would be really pissed off. And I'm not calling for anything. Please don't. I'm not saying, oh, this is what you ought to do. But I'm just like, help me understand this. I don't understand it. Why can we be so adamant and so we're going to put a fatwa against Charlie Hebdo or Salman Rushdie, but we're okay with Sneeko appropriating your religion. And I would say that of Christianity as well. I would be just as equally as pissed off. Maybe Christianity is a little bit more forgiving. The Jews, nobody really cares about. They just want to throw rocks at them anyways these days. But either way, I mean, maybe there's no real profit to like offend, I guess. But the fact of the matter is like, for all of the zealousness and the fundamental side of things, I'm like, why is there's not more outrage? Why are there not more like streams like condemning that? Is it because he's Sneeko and because it's supposed to be some masculine imperative? Oh, it's okay. He's leaving the red pill, so I guess we're all right with it now. I don't know. Help me understand, because I don't understand. Now, getting back to Pearl, another thing I don't understand. Maybe we can help Pearl understand this a little bit better. Hey, guys. Okay, so we're going to I'm going to show you one more thing here, because I want you guys to understand why the red pill is supposed to be dying right now. Where's that? It's a screenshot. Is it this one? There it is. Oh, good. This was just this was yesterday, by the way, but it was like I picked it up 4 hours later. I see these tweets about what's going on in Israel and Palestine, and I generally do not understand what's going on. No, you do, dear. I know it's a war, and war crimes are being being committed, and it's like a 12-year-old child like stuttering and trying to keep your attention. And being committed, it looks like, on both sides. What started this war? Well, I got an idea. Why don't you ask your good friend Nick and do a show with him and see if that works out for you? Maybe you ought to. I mean, he apparently is the foremost expert on Palestine versus Israel. He did a full debate about it with Mike Sartain and with Destiny on Fresh and Fit. What could possibly go wrong? How bad could it be? Just have him on and start talking about these things, Pearl. Maybe you could write a song afterwards too, and we could all just clap along like it's a worship tune or some shit like that, man. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is the foremost premier expert on the red pill that everybody goes to say that this is the gospel. This is the canon of the red pill. Please, why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you going to your good friend Nick? And you know who I'm talking about. Why not? Why not? Please have him on. He's notorious. He's like conspicuously absent from all your tweets. Conspicuously absent from all of you, except for the highly doctored and highly edited version of the interview we had back in April, end of April. Yeah, that one. Remember that? Got it. Oh, I am not mad whatsoever, Revelator. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help. Can we not help her understand? Should she not go to somebody who's an expert on this? My goodness. I think she ought to. There's only one person I can think of that's on her roster that would be a really good witness, right? Or who is educated in these things. But I don't see it forthcoming. Why do you think that is? I got him. No, you don't got me, man. Trust me on this one. There's no getting on this one. Guys are fucking morons, man. Absolutely morons. Oh, I'll get him on this one. Okay. I am debating. This is my last thing I'm going to say about this. I've been debating on whether or not I'm going to bring this up or not, but good old Pearl has been trying to get in touch with me after every single one of these shows, and I'm going to let you eat static. Thank you very much. But the long and the short of it is she's doing everything within her power to try to arrange some sort of like Zoom call. Another Zoom call? Sure, sign me up. No, the reason for this is because the reason I'm even getting into this, because like on her fifth attempt, which was, by the way, last week, she comes up and she starts trying to convince Glenn Lawrence that she has the actual nudes of Brittany Venti, and that in some way I'll take the bait and I'll want to actually talk to her because that's what I was really looking for in the first place. Thanks. No thanks. There is no help from you. There is no olive branch. There is no reaching out. There is no like, oh, I'll just help him out. No, every single time, it's not help. It's a grenade with a pin pulled. That's what it is. No, keep it. And if you don't believe me, I have the screen caps to do it. I actually blurred out the offending parts of it. Yeah, I got those, Pearl. If you want to come clean and tell all of your audience about that before I do, please do. Because if you don't, I'll be the first one to throw them out there. Right now. Right now, I'll do it. Thank you. Thanks, Fabio. You know what? You get one of these. I feel like Fabio should have been an angel. When I had blonde hair, people used to call me Fabio. No, they didn't mistake me for Fabio. It was an insult, actually. Thank you very much. Yes, that's what it is. It's a, would you like to see it? Okay. You guys don't give me enough super chats to put this up there, but I'll do it anyways. Let me see if I can find it. I actually have some serious business to get to without you guys coming on to me like this. Okay, I have to throw away the offending one first because I have one with all the goodies blurred out because I don't serve shit. Don't want to get busted for this. All right, this is where to go. That one. All right, by popular demand, here you go. Wait a minute. Are people gonna try? How many people? Okay, give me a 1 in the chat if I should put this up. Give me a 2 in the chat if you think I should just hold off and wait until Pearl responds. 1 in the chat if you think, 2 if not. Grenade. Put the word grenade in the chat if you want to pull the pin. Look at this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Gosh, man, you guys, you're gonna kill me here. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. Don't do it. Do it. Yeah, well, I got some words about Torsha too, by the way. She won't respond. She won't respond because she'll just say, I don't know where that came from. Yeah, we do. By the way, so Trace, I'm glad you brought this up because I will tell you right now, when I hear people, again, people keep asking me, why does he have a problem with Richard Cooper? I don't have a problem with Rich. I have not talked to him in a while. I like Rich. Okay. As far as I know, we're still simpatico. I like him very much. I was a little concerned with the Mana Swamp talk and everything else, but he's not leaving the red pill any more than I am, any more than Joker is, any more than anyone else. I did that show already, thanks to Ryan Stone. All these people who say, I'm leaving the red pill. And then you look at their last, 10 videos. It's nothing but red pill videos. Okay. Or Manosphere videos. But when Rich Cooper was talking about, the Mana Swamp this and the Mana Swamp that, I got this thinking like, you know what? We need to drain the Mana Swamp. I'm going to use that. That'll be my little byline right there. I'll use that. Okay. Well, Tori, since you're in my DMs right now, I'm on my, here's what's up, Torsha. Where'd it go? This is what's up. In case you guys were wondering. Oh, geez, I got to put that one on too. Tori, I could sell you out right now, but I'm not going to. There it is. Okay, so this is, well, it won't show up immediately, but I'll throw this on there real fast. So let me give you the backstory here. Once again, Pearl's been trying to get in touch with me, wants to talk to me, probably wants to set up some sort of bullshit come to Jesus ambush video between me and her and Myron. She's really, she is grasping for straws. I don't know what her analytics look like these days, but it can't be good if she's, you must be really desperate if you're coming to me. I would believe going on Tim Pool with Myron long before I would ever see anything happen between myself and and Pearl ever again. Pearl, if I die and never talk to her again, that'll be all right with me. So she's serious. I am dead serious. I'm usually very like I said, I gave her a second chance for at the behest of Torsha of all people. I gave her a second chance. I tried to mend fences and she fucked me. And I told, I know it was. I was on last Monday. If you haven't seen this, by the way, I was on Andrew Wilson's show, which is The Crucible. Go check and go sub to his channel too, by the way. Andrew's actually, I don't agree with him on everything, and I don't agree with Mike on everything too, but that doesn't mean we still don't mostly agree on other stuff. And it's kind of like it's a good mix. If I agree with you, we just agree all the time. It's like, it doesn't make for good conversation. I'd rather have people disagree on certain things. And so I would like to think that I learn from him and he learns from me. And I like Andrew Wilson quite a bit. And not just because it's like, enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's not it at all. He's actually a pretty good dude. And if he ever gets to Reno, because I know he's got family here, I would love to do a live with him. I've never done a live in this studio. I've never done a live in Reno ever. Anyway, so here's the long and the short of it. I was talking to Andrew Wilson on The Crucible on Monday, and the conversation was this: like he was asking me why I had such a problem with Pearl, and I went through exactly what you guys already know, and then I also explained the fact that that she was the one who was wanting to bait me with throw chum out in the water, bait me with real live nudes that she'd suddenly discovered from Brittany Venti, knowing damn well the backstory behind all of that. So what she did was she DM'd Glenn Lawrence, and I've got the clearance to do this, and that's what I'm going to do here. I blurred out all this. It is safe for work. Don't worry, YouTube people. But the fact of the matter is she's trying to bait me with quote unquote real nudes of Brittany Venti. First of all, that's offensive to me in the first place. Second of all, the fact that she would think that I would want these in the first, like it would be something worthwhile for me to like, oh, hey, look, I got them real. Here it is, guys. No, I turned those fucking things down. If you want to see that video, it's in my video archives, right? But the very fact that even was the first thing to come to her head leads me to believe that's malicious as fuck. And so here it is. There you go. There's your grenade right there. And I'll read. I don't know if you can see it very well. Anyways, I will read it to you so you guys can get a better idea of what I'm talking about here. Where did it go? Okay. So in the first frame, that's the second thing. Okay. So the first frame, she's talking about, I've got real nudes. Here they are. Ha ha. Wow. Where's that other one? I'll read you the thing here. Damn it. Anyways, I sent these. I sent these to Andrew Wilson, so he knew it, because Andrew, I don't know if his wife or something is tight with Pearl or something like that, but he didn't believe me at first. I go, here, I got the screen caps. I can show them to you right now. Wait, here. It's a screeny, isn't it? QRS. And anybody who does, you don't talk to me, man. Go talk to her. Damn it. Where the hell did it go now? Is it an HEI? Oh, sorry. It's an HEIC. That's why. Aha. Here we go. So the first panel was this. I'll just read it to you. Yo, I have Brittany Venti's nudes. Are you sure they're not AI? I found a lot of AI nudes of her floating around. Haha. No. Wow. This is basically Pearl wanting to bait me, thinking that I'm going to find some sort of value with these. So Pearl, you got some explaining to do. First, and where did you get these? Also, I blurred them out. Where did you get them? I'll wait. I'm sure my audience and everybody's going to clip this and want to know what's going on. You can explain that to them. You can explain that to the Daily fucking Wire, who I will gladly send these to right now. Maybe then they'll drop your ass, and maybe then finally you'll go away. Maybe then you'll go die in a fiery car wreck somewhere. Go away. You want the red pill to die? You're already killing it quite well. Thank you very much. And Torsia, I'm not blaming anything on you, but I am going to say this is like when I look at the video, when I look at the stuff you're talking about, man, I know you still follow Pearl. I know you back her up. You're right. You're right. I'm screaming, haha, it's so funny. I actually prefer to learn from hypocrites. Remember that tweet? Yeah, I got those too. So whether you're working with her or you're not working with her, I'll let you can go and answer that question. Because I don't know, but there's some questions that need to be answered and all of that. So there you have it. So yeah, this is why I have it. Well, why do you have a problem with Pearl? That's why I have a problem with Pearl. Everything. Oh, and by the way, before that, it was, I've got the leaked video of the Steven Crowder divorce deposition. Like I'm going to be like, oh, give it to me. No, that deposition was August fucking 8th. You know how I know? Because I talked about it with Jim Sexton, you dumb bitch. We talked about it already. It's not some leak. You didn't get something fresh off the presses that nobody had access to. In fact, you got called out for that shit too. I just left that alone. I was going to let people like run you up the flagpole for once. Give me that shit. Do you want to know why people think that the red pill is dead? Look no further than Pearl Davis. Look no further than Sneeko. Look no further than Destiny. Look no further than freaking, I mean, I could just go scroll through all of those things one more time. As I said, the red pill will be unrecognizable by August. And you know who will make it unrecognizable? All of the aforementioned names I just threw out there. Why we still give this person credit, why we still take them seriously, why anybody takes Destiny seriously, why anyone takes Sneeko seriously. Yeah, like, that's on you, man. That's not on me. And if you're going to take this new kid, Neo, whatever the fuck his name is, seriously, like, how do you have a conversation with that? People want, well, how come people don't take it seriously? How come people don't know how come Rollo is going to Kenya to talk about men's issues? How come Rollo Tomassi is also working on a program through Men of Action right now to help guys between the ages of 45 and 65 years old? That's what I'm doing right now. You want to know what I did in Vegas over this week here? I talked to my good friend Joe. I'll explain all of this later on once we have it more out of the bag kind of thing. But I'm working on a program to help guys, especially guys who've been divorced, who are at the top 8 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce. Oh, the red pill's long on explanations and short on prescriptions. Well, guess what? I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I'm working on that program with actually 3 other individuals right now through MOA. We're doing something. What the fuck are you doing? Nothing. You're just talking shit. That's all you do. And you know what I have to do? Every time you shit the bed, I'm the one that has to clean up the sheets. Every single time. Go away. You are hurting men. You are hurting the perception of men. I have to go and call this shit out. It's bad enough that I got to go and refute all this bullshit science's fucking Twitter poll garbage that's out there right now. I have to do this, which is what I'm going to get into next here. And I got to go and refute all this. Well, here's how it's settled science, and this is how we're doing it. That's another front entirely. And it developed because people wanted to ridicule you. That's why. So there you go. Yeah, I'm changing. Today is changing the sheets today, man. That's today's show. I should have just done that. Put that big old turd on Johnny Depp's bed. That's what I should have led with on the thumbnail. Yeah, that would have thrown somebody for a loop there. There you go. Yeah, there you go. So, anyways, long story short, don't believe everything you see on, especially not on YouTube. Red pill's not dead. It's not going anywhere. Manosphere's not going anywhere. You can call it the Mana Swamp. You can say you're leaving. You're not leaving. Every single person who has said that I'm leaving the Manosphere, you're still here. Who are you bullshitting? You know, that'd be like me saying, oh, well, I've got this revenue stream that's making me $500,000 a year, but on principle, I'm going to leave. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody's leaving the Manosphere. And even if they did, you know what would happen? It would you can't take the lenses off. You don't get to unplug. At least not from this matrix anyways. You don't get to unplug. You like Andrew, but hate Nick. Yeah, I do. Because, well, Nick's a spurg, more or less. He's autistic. He's got some real psychological problems. That's why. Both are quite similar. No, they're not. One is sane and the other is not. If you can't tell the difference between those two, I suggest you probably watch a few more videos. Maybe you had a conversation with him instead of talking shit. There's nothing to have a conversation about because he works from an adolescent social skill set. The dude literally never matured beyond like middle school. That's why. Oh, you can have a conversation with, well, you know what? Don't have a conversation with me. Why do you want that? I think a better conversation would be if Nick went on with Pearl again to discuss the Israeli conflict that's going on right now. I think that's a great fucking idea. Why don't you think that's a great idea? Don't you think that's a good idea? Yes. And I think you should use his name in the title. And I think you should like write songs about it and like broadcast a whole bunch of clips. And I think even better would be as if you referenced Daily Wire. Hell, even get, hey, why don't you get Ben Shapiro in? Why don't you have Ben Shapiro and Nick F on the same, I can't even say it, right? Because I'll trigger the algorithm. Why don't you put both of them and have a debate between the two of them, Pearl? Instead of me and James Sexton and all this other shit, I think a much, much, much better video. You want content, you want some fire content, God forbid. Maybe I don't hate you as much as I do. Here, I'm going to give you $1 million right now. Get Ben Shapiro and Nick on the same show and let them go at it. And make sure you use his name and make sure you say Israel, Israel, Israel. Make sure you use every reference you possibly can to them and build it up, man. Make a big deal out of it. Please do that. I think that'd be a great idea. And if you're not on board with that, are you really a Nick F fan? I don't think so. You need to, if you think that's a good idea, if you're going to call me out, call them out first. I'm nobody, remember? I'm just this old balding guy on freaking YouTube, right? I think that'd be a great idea. Shit, man, if I could do that, if I could get away with that, I'd do it myself. Imagine how many freaking, trust me, Nick is a spurg. He is definitely on the autistic spectrum. Anybody who thinks differently, like really, it's time to actually, you know what you should do? You should, if you don't think that Nick is a spurg, there's actually, I should go dig this up. There's some really good videos on what's called functional autism. And you go and you look at the diagnosis for functional autism there, and not just Nick, there's a lot of other people who meet that definition. And oh man, I'm going to show you, I've got this other video that's on tap right now of Destiny. Apparently Destiny has been considering, I was really kind of shocked he wasn't already on Adderall, but apparently he's considering using Adderall. He's used it once or twice before. And so now I would say he's probably on it because I've seen some posts, should I use Adderall shows, and apparently he is. So there you go. Spurg, Asperger's syndrome. There you go, moron. Asperger's syndrome. He is on the autism spectrum. Asperger's syndrome is on the autism spectrum. Got it? There you go. Oh, should I hold your hand a little bit more? See, this is why I only answer from now on, it's 20 and above. Sorry. It's just going to have to be the way it is. This was inspired. Elena, I'll definitely read yours though. Rollo, we need a dictionary of Rolloisms. Oh, it's already in the works. It's actually the book that I'm working on called Marxisms. No, it's Maxims. For those who are too long didn't read. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it, because people have very short attention spans. Glenn, got you too. We gatekeep rule 0. We need to gatekeep the red pill. We definitely do. She works for Daily Wire. Thank you very much. Got it. I'm actually done with you, so you can go. Let's see. Kick you. Got you. Sam Whiskey. Sorry, I should have put that on there for Ned's College Fund. Why? Thank you, sir. What was it? I may be a poor Iowa schmuck, but I refuse to believe that ticks can take down the red pill. Ticks. I like that. I'm going to use that. I'm using ticks from here on out. Yeah, you guys can. Revelator, you are officially out. And there we go. Yeah, I would jump at the. Okay, I asked this question and you guys didn't answer me. What would be the first thing I would say to Layla Rose in the first 5 minutes of any future debate that I would have with her? If we ever got into the topic of abortion, the first thing I would say is, do you think that abortion is murder? And by the way, I can say that now because for whatever reason, I got this one announcement or these videos about like how YouTube is like sort of loosening its stranglehold, let's just say, on terms like abortion. Like they didn't want it at first, and now they're encouraging people to talk about it. I'm like, that's kind of curious that they would want to do that. So anyways, here's my throwing my hat in the ring. If I were to ever get into that situation, the first words out of my mouth is, do you believe that abortion is murder? That's what all the pro-lifers say, especially the more evangelical Christians one. That's the first thing they'll say, abortion is murder. I go, great. So we have now made abortion the legal murder is now, we can add that to murder 1, premeditated homicide. Do you believe that? Yes, I do. Okay, great. With that in mind, and since I don't believe there is a statute, I don't know if is there a statute of limitations for homicide? There might be. It's probably pretty long. Either way. Would you be on board with convicting women who have had abortions with murder 1, premeditated homicide? Would you be on board with that? Now, the first thing they'll say is, oh, well, it also has to do with the guy. And I'm like, no. Once the sperm leaves the man's body, it is her body, her choice, herself, whatever. Well, what about the abortion doctor? Okay, well, you can say, hey, that's the hitman she hired, but you're the one who put the hit out. And you are equally as culpable. You are as equally guilty as the hitman is. What do you have to say? I mean, you want to talk about? We should get Myron in and say, because he's the Fed, right? He would know that law. Like if you put a hit out on somebody, you are as equally responsible for the homicide as the guy who actually pulled as the trigger man. So maybe you have a case for that, but still, regardless, would you be amenable to making women guilty, convicted automatically? No ifs, ands, or buts. There's the body. There's a smoking gun. There's the hitman. There it is. Would you put them in jail for the death sentence in certain states or life in prison? Would you be up for that? I guarantee you she will squirm like an eel in the weeds, man. That'd be the first thing I would say. And then we will get into definitions as to why she thinks this sort of marriage. Well, we're going to talk about biblical marriage. Oh, let's do. Please, let's. I'll talk to you about Old Testament marriage versus New Testament marriage. We can get into that too. And why would it be a biblical thing in the first place? Do you think Christianity has a monopoly on marriage? They don't. So what would you say? And then, again, it would be a pointless conversation, honestly, because she would just, like I said, she would just hem and haw, and she would deflect. She would filibuster. She would, defer. She would try reframes and everything else. That's what would happen. But I would welcome that opportunity. Yes. Paternity fraud. There you go. Exactly. Yeah, they're okay with paternity fraud. We're all right with that. The other thing I would also throw out, that's actually a good point. I would also say, hey, look, if that's the case, if we're going to make abortion illegal, okay, fine, but abortion is murder. So should we say that the people who've done it should be convicted of murder 1? And can we not then say that all live births should be tested to see that, make sure that the father is the father? Because Utah tried to do something like this, the state of Utah here in the United States, for people who don't live here. I don't know if it ever got passed, but there was a law that was on the books that they were going to pass, where they sold it. They soft sold it like this. They said, well, if a woman gets pregnant, then the father is responsible for at least half of the prenatal care costs of that child. The only stipulation for that is that there had to be DNA testing of the child to make sure that he was actually paying for the child that was his responsibility, right? Because it could have been, as far as I know, that didn't pass because it had that caveat in it. Like women were all about it. Yo, yeah, he should pay for half or he should pay for all of it. Blah, 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 blah. My prenatal care, OBGYN, ultrasounds, right? He should pay for that. Okay, well, that's fine, but you're going to have to prove that the child is his, which was the operative of that law, was to get that on the books so that they would have precedent in a state, which never happened. Yeah, kind of fucked, don't you think? Yeah. Also, you know what else is fucked is the whole thing with Trevor Bauer, which I'm going to talk to you about here in a moment. Not every woman will, but every woman can. Oh, Rollo, you're so negative and pessimistic. No, I'm not. I'm realistic and I'm pragmatic. And I think probably Trevor Bauer, who might have been blue pill before, is most definitely red pill now. Sometimes it takes a slap in the face to really wake you up. But I've got other things to get into here first. I wanted to throw this one out here. In fact, I might as well do this since I already have it on tap. I will need to go to my bookmarks here. And you know what? I think it's probably easier if I just throw this out again. Here we go.
Are more likely to be married. Men with higher status are more likely to have more offspring. Men with higher status are generally partnered with more desirable mates.
Okay. Where is this coming from? I don't know. We would have to look at all of these little nondescript. Can we even put that up? Can I get that? Schmidt, blah, blah, blah. This is what the guy does, by the way. And this is simply just bad science here. And he might even, like, let's just say for sake of art. Now, this is the technicality side of things that drives me insane, because I'm the one that actually had to go to these classes. I had to learn how to read research. I had to know what a qualitative research is, quantitative research. I'm the one, I had to do this for my core work when I was getting my degree in psychology, behavioral psychology at the time. But you still have to have the fundamentals down. This is just Psych 101, and this is just bad. This is just bad citing of sources. So when people like throw shit at me and they say, well, you know, the rational male doesn't have any sources, so it doesn't have an appendix, or which of course it was never intended to have those things in it, but people want to turn it into a textbook. And if you want sources cited, just go and look at all my book on religion and my book on the Player's Handbook. And there's a lot, because of those complaints. Nobody says jack shit about those, but they want to point back towards the Bible of the red pill and say, well, where's the sources cited? Well, I know what they were. I didn't put them in there because I didn't think that it needed to, because I thought that was going to be the last book I'd ever write. But that said, this is just bad, shoddy science.
Men with higher status are more likely to be married. Men with higher status are more likely to have more offspring. Men with higher status are generally partnered with more desirable mates. And women...
Okay, desirable mates is a judgment call, but let's keep going.
Typically say...
Okay, this is like, here's this little teeny tiny subscript here that's like, this is not a link. You can't go look at this. You're only taking his word for it. I will go and dig this up here and copy and paste. If somebody wants to copy and paste that, please be my guest.
They desire a high status mate. Around the world, if you ask people what they want in a partner, women usually say they want someone who's educated, has money, and has the usual signs that they are high status.
Okay. So why would that be? We had the reason why I called this up is because we had exactly this conversation on Access Vegas just over on Thursday. So again, this is Mackin Murphy, otherwise known as Macklemore. And again, I've run this guy up the flagpole once before, and again, for the same reason. No sources cited, no links attached to this stuff. He goes and puts a little teeny tiny subscript on the bottom there, which, by the way, you would have to actually take a screen cap of. Hopefully be able to suss out the text out of that, put it into Google and look it up. So you don't make it real easy. I would love to see this guy come up with a fucking video for once, because he doesn't do again, another guy that doesn't do jack shit. All he does is go on other people's shows and talk shit. He's a reactor. He's a reactor, but he doesn't even have his own show where he does reaction. This right here is from, I think it's from Rich Cooper's, or it might be from somebody else who interviewed the guy, because he has no channel and he has no presence. He has no footprint in any of the manosphere or any of the red pill. But he's really quick to talk shit about the red pill and then flash my picture or flash Myron's picture on there. So you all know who he's talking about. But wink, wink, not those red pill guys. Yeah, these dudes right here. Okay, so is he correct? Is he right about that? Because I'm going to go and throw a few things out here. Let's see. Let's see. Because I actually have the stats and I have the data right here for all of this. Rob Henderson, for example, for women, market value peaks in their late 20s. For men, it peaks in their late 30s. Ads posted by women and men in these age categories received the most replies. Women and men with high market value were more demanding and choosy. Okay, Macklemore, what is a high value woman? What is a high status guy? What are we talking about? A guy who's a good, leader of industry. He's a good catch. Okay. Well, funny thing is that's not actually always the same thing. Where'd it go? Here we go. Rolf Dengen. While high income is linked to greater success in long-term mating and reproduction in men, it is unrelated or negatively related to success in long-term mating and reproduction for women. From 2021 Science Direct. Let's see. People with partners who, Rob, you know what? I'm just going to put this up there so you guys don't think I'm talking out of my ass here real quick. Let's see. Share the screen. This is my bookmarks for gender differences. I've got other ones too, by the way. There we go. Can we see this? Much better, much better. Yeah, should I stick with you? I'll just throw it up all the way. Here you go. All right. God, don't you love what trends on Twitter these days? There we go. Okay, so people with partners who were the same or higher in desirability than themselves were more satisfied with their relationships can create problems. Your higher value partner is more likely to abandon you. The higher value partner is more likely to cheat. So, is it the person with the most body count, or is it the person who is the higher value partner and who determines what that higher value, higher status is? People with partners who were the same or higher in desirability than themselves were indeed more satisfied with their relationships than those whose partners were lower in mate value. Second, even if you succeed, your higher value partner will be more likely to abandon you, which is undoubtedly why people in this situation devote more effort to mate retention, such as mate guarding. Third, even if abandonment does not occur, the higher value partner is more likely to cheat. Although this is not inevitable, the more desirable partner typically feels more entitled to sex on the side or an extra pair of fare, basically side chicks. Well, we got that. Let's see. What's a pretty good one too? Friendships. Which one is it? It might be female nature. Hold on a second. I love that one. This is for another show, but husbands reported higher levels of sexual desire for their spouse than did wives. Just throwing that out there, pro-marriage guy. The more physically attractive women are disproportionately targeted for aggression from other women. Wow. Almost makes it seem as if the whole mate switching hypothesis is nonsense. Let's see here. Female nature. Is it in this one? This is, by the way, if you ever want me to publish these links, I'll be happy to do it. I keep like very extensive sort of bookmarks of all of these all of these things. More relationships are formed on The Bachelorette than on The Bachelor, confirming evolutionary psychology's emphasis on female choice. Imagine that. I actually quoted that one on the show yesterday. Women are substantially more prone to sexual disgust than men. The largest group of bullies of women were female peers. Still not the one I was looking for. Oh, here we go. This is actually part of what I was looking for. This is actually from the Dark Triad studies. So getting back to Macklemore's assertions here, women rated male characters designed to capture high Dark Triad facets of personality, narcissism, psychopathy, Machiavellianism, or a control personality. Physicality was held constant. Women rated the high Dark Triad character as significantly more attractive. And by the significant, that is almost a full 1, 94. That's a really high correlation right there. A 1 is a perfect score. It's almost impossible to get a 1. But a 94, that's a pretty positive correlation between those two. And by the way, this is an actual psychological study, not some bullshit people are pulling out of their asses right now. And this was from May of 2021. And it was from a study that was accepted in 2013. So this has been on the books for quite some time. This is the one. Thank you, Rob Henderson. This is what I wanted to get to. In modern society, the most violent gang members often have the highest status. Macklemore. Compared to their non-involved peers, young male gang members between 14 and 18 years old were 5.7 times more likely to have had sex and 3.2 times more likely to have gotten a girl pregnant. That's just the quick tweet that Rob threw out here. This is from another study that he linked later on in this. How can I see that right now? Although men's aggression is sometimes directed towards women, in context of intimate partner violence, male-male aggression is much more common, particularly among adolescents and young adults. Wilson and Daly, 1985, coined the term young male syndrome, which, of course, it was Rob Henderson himself came up with the idea of what's called the male monkey dance, which, of course, is a ripoff of young male syndrome, to describe the propensity of young, unmarried, and often unemployed men to engage in violent interactions, including homicides, to protect their reputation, harm a rival, or enhance their social status. Macklemore. In many cultural contexts, men who commit homicide are bestowed status and have increased reproductive success. For example, amongst the Yanomamo tribe in Venezuela, men who killed men in intergroup conflicts had higher status and more wives. Similarly, in modern society, the most violent gang members often have the highest status, and gang members actively attempt to be the baddest to obtain such masculine capital. That's from a 2018 study, as well as more sexual partners from a 1995 study. Voisin et al., and then their 2004, found that compared to their non-involved peers, young male gang members between 14 and 18 years old were 5.7 times, almost 6 times more likely to have had sex and 3.2 times more likely to have gotten a girl pregnant. Lastly, in longitudinal studies are okay. So that it continues on from there. So you guys get the idea. That was one. I should have read that on Access Vegas. Here we go. And this is even better. Macklemore. Are men more interested in sexually violent content than women? According to my data, absolutely not. Non-consistent, brutal bondage, sadomasochism, power dynamics, and humiliation across the board. Women report more interest in these things than men. Shall I continue, Macklemore? Why, yes, I think I will.
This year's Oxford Handbook of Human Mating, and Schmidt's review of the role of status in male attractiveness is astounding. The effects of status on men's mating success appear all over the world, seemingly regardless of where the men got their status. It doesn't have to be wealth. It could be popularity, political power, various skills, sports, musical ability, education.
Violence, psychopathy, narcissism, Machiavellianism, all of those things that add to a guy's status and everything else, all that good stuff. Yeah. Across the board. We have been doing this for a while now on Access Vegas, and I really need to sort of do a collage or some sort of amalgamation of all of these. But we ask these questions about, like, do you like the bad boy? What toxic traits in a guy really turns you on? And across the board, it's pretty much what Rob Henderson and Ralph Dungan, they're reporting it, but the studies that I just quoted are confirmed. And these are, let's just say, women that most guys would be, at the very least, be stroking off to in another window right now. Okay. So really what he's talking about is this idea that women are very nice and wonderful, and they just want a good guy with he just got to have a good heart, and he's got to be emotionally available, and he's got to love the kids and want to comb my daughter's hair. And he's got to like puppy dogs and rainbows. No, they don't. In fact, across the board, yeah, even your boy Schmidt and Robert Trivers and David Buss have all studied exactly those stats that I just threw out there. But the way you want to present this as settled fucking science in the long term, and you're not incorrect that women are looking for long-term security, but they're also looking for a violent motherfucker to provide that security.
It doesn't seem to matter why you're up. It just matters that you're up. I'm often asked,
no, it matters how you're up.
for content that's more directed at helping men. Here's practical advice. If you're struggling with women, start building yourself into a man that other people can look up to. Easier said than done, but pick a ladder and climb. Get educated, get stronger, get richer, get popular, get good at anything, and maybe
like killing a motherfucker.
maybe stop whinging about what women want.
Stop whinging and start taking Kali or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Go see, let's see, John Fitch and take his combat courses, because apparently that's really what gets women hot, man. Some guy who can kick ass. I'll tell you who they don't get hot over. They don't get hot over the guy who gets knifed on the street while his girl sits on and watches him bleed out there and doesn't call the cops and doesn't know what else to do. Forget the name of that guy. He was some sort of like political activist. It just happened recently. I think it was like last week. I'm not going to show the video because I'm afraid I might get a yellow card for Tomassi. But you guys know what I'm talking about. I forget the guy's name. Somebody come up with that name for me. I forget the dude's name, but it's all over. By the way, it's not just me who's talking about this. So you think I'm being sort of like a ghoulish about this? I heard this through people like Matt Walsh and Pearl and the rest of these people who are throwing it out there. So don't come at me first. But the dude gets, and I'll tell you the reason why is because the dude gets knifed on the street. And I forget the dude's name. Can somebody tell me what is it? Carson? Is that what it is? I forget the dude's name. It was just recently on. Like I said, I would use the video and I would use the story. Maybe I can just call the story up. Oh, here it is. Okay. It is this. It is Carson, Ryan Carson. In fact, I'll just throw this up there because I can put this one on the screen. This is from the follow-up of this story here. This is just I want to say this is unbelievable. It's not really unbelievable. It's tragically believable. And it also, I'm going to give you some red pill, let's say theory, a praxeology on this. I'm going to give you a red pill analysis of this whole thing. This is it right here. And it is more than $60,000 raised on GoFundMe for the girlfriend of Ryan Carson, the left-wing activist murdered in New York, Claudia Morales. The New York Poet's partner. You love that? By the way, there's a rise in the usage of the word partner too. I even have stats on that. So anybody saying that the red pill doesn't do their homework, you come to see me first. Come to the podcast before you start mouthing off. New York Poet's partner is a well-known Black Lives Matter activist in favor of the defund the police movement. $60,000. You heard that correct right here, right now. Well, he got knifed by this poor inner city kid who clearly, by the way, she's also on record as saying that the guy, this Ryan Carson guy, would never have pressed charges and would have gladly laid down his life for the example of this poor inner city kid who just basically like arbitrarily, like didn't even think twice about just gutting him like a fish. What's funny is, and by the way, it was Rob Henderson wrote a Substack, almost immediately wrote a Substack about this. And if I write about stuff like this, like immediately, I get called a ghoul. Rob writes about it and it's like, oh, well, it's a luxury belief can be deadly. Well, yeah, you're right about that. Like he thinks like people think that they're too safe. I think that's one of the first things that John Fitch will talk to you about is like with situational awareness. Clearly, this guy had no situational awareness. It happened at 4 a.m. They're sitting on some sidewalk bench. And if you look at where they're at, you're like, what the fuck are these two people doing here? But again, it is a luxury belief. It's a luxury belief to believe that you should have some sort of personal physical security, no matter where you are, no matter what time it is, no matter what area of the country or city that you happen to be in. Now, most people got at least the common sense enough to have some, their self-preservation instincts aren't superseded by their silly luxury beliefs and ego investments and shit like this. But you know who made $60,000? This chick, the girlfriend. Now it's in my second book. Where did it go? There it is. This is the sleeper hit of the series, by the way, but there's a very famous Rollo Tomassi quote in there. And the quote goes something like this. I'm going to paraphrase myself. She will bring a date to your funeral. And that's exactly what this chick is going to do. Guaranteed. She just sat there and watched him bleed out, died right in front of her. The last sight he had before he went to the great beyond was this bitch just looking at him like, guess you're dead. Unbelievable. But that's how it works. That's the disbelief and the lack of care. I think it was Zerka who said this, is like, if you want to know just how little women actually think about guys, look at, or simps for that matter, look what happens when a simp dies, and look at the complete disregard for that man's life. Now, we in the red pill are we want to, at the very least, at least I can speak for myself here, is like, I want to help blue pill guys. In fact, I've got several essays about how it's kind of not in our best interest to hate on the blue pill guys, right? To hate betas, because, you know, if we're going to say that we're for the let's see, the betterment of men, like the men's self-improvement thing, you can't hate on betas. But when it comes to simps and everything, when you look at simps, betas, whatever you want to call lower value men, the lower the value of that man, the less the more disregard that woman has for that guy, especially and you really will see that made manifest when that guy actually either offs himself or he's like killed in some way. They won't care. They won't show up. They won't even show up at the funeral, much less bring a date to the funeral. And Zerka, and I'm proud, you know, maybe it's just Zerka just mouthing off, but I'll tell you, he's right about that. Women do not care about the lives of simps. They don't care about their pay pigs. They don't care about the people on their OnlyFans. They have complete flagrant disregard. Most of them will even say it. They don't even care. They don't care about them. They have a visceral disgust. They hate beta. Okay, this is another quote from the book. Women hate beta males. They hate beta males so much that they will take out $100,000, $200,000 in student loans. They will go into debt so that they can get a better job, so that they can go out and work soul-destroying 40, 50-hour work weeks in the American workplace, that they will pay, go into debt to do this just to avoid ever having to deal with a beta male, ever having to marry him, breed with him, reproduce with him. They would rather, in fact, you guys have probably heard this on the shows that I've done with Fresh and Fit as far back as 2021. I remember girls saying, well, it looks like I'm going to die alone. And they're okay with that. Like, I guess I'm going to die alone. I guess that's how it's going to be, because I'm not going to hook up with the average women aren't interested in average men. In fact, they're not just not interested. They are either invisible or they have such flagrant disregard for them that when they die, they're just, looks like you're going to die. Don't call the cops. Don't call the ambulance. Don't call 911. In fact, she doesn't even call 911. She does, like on the video, some other girl comes up who's like, sort of like, what just happened? She says, why don't you go call 911? I would not be surprised if she has footage on her phone of this guy bleeding out and dying right in front of her. She just hasn't like put it out. And maybe that's the ghoulish part of it, right? Just unbelievable. But I don't hear this through, so much through red pill sources. I hear it through Matt Walsh. And then of course Matt Walsh, but all the TradCon pundits right now. And they don't bring the gender issue into it. They bring in, well, this is a communist, or this is a wokesy leftist, and this is how they're disregard. And remember what we were just hearing, how women's brains were different and how they're more empathetic from Dr. Fuckwit. Baldhead Dr. Fuckwit. They're much more emotionally mature, right? Shall I go back and replay that? While this woman, this female, is watching this guy bleed out right in front of her, but women are more empathetic. But they're more emotionally well-developed and more emotionally mature, right? Melina, whatever the fuck your name is. They're better at emotions. They're better at leading. They're better at making decisions. They're better at being governed or governable or whatever. They're better at politics, right? I hear, well, clearly she's doing what every woman would do, right? They don't care. They want you to. Do you think right now that women are going to go march in the streets and demand that they be included in selective services now that, hey, World War III might be starting in 2024, because Lord knows it's another election. So I would not be surprised if that's the new grift, right? But you're not going to see women saying, you know what, damn it, I demand equality and I demand that women be not allowed the right to vote until they sign up for selective services, like every other man has since they instituted selective service. Until we get enough women in because of this imbalance, until more women have died in foreign wars and as a result of conscription, until we reach parity. It's the draft conscription death gap between men and women. Until we balance that out, guess what, ladies? You're the ones who have to sign up for selective service, and you don't get to be a citizen, and you might be culpable for $250,000 as a fee. You don't get to hold government office. You don't get to vote, and you don't get to become a citizen in the United States if you're outside. If you want to try to become one. All the punishable offenses, all of the downsides to not signing up for the selective services, you get to deal with that. That's on you. Until enough women have either signed up or died in foreign wars as a result of that, then I guess we can't ever reach gender parity, can we? Yet another thing I will bring up to Layla Rose if that ever happened. Yeah, you want to know what the imbalance is? You want to know why men deserve more and women deserve less? Thank you, Myron Gaines. That's why. It's an undue burden of performance. It's an undue burden of sacrifice. That's why. Oh, well, women women only appreciate alpha males. They only appreciate guys who are outstanding. And in that case, I will say that, their higher status is them being outstanding. But women, the same women that you're going to talk about who are going to be like good mothers for your kids, they're just as prone to hybristophilia as anyone else. Oh, what's hybristophilia? That's a $10 word. Go look it up. I've talked about it before. Thank you for this. What do we get here? So what's more important, baby rabies or the disregard of the beta? I think they take the last no matter what. Disregard for the beta? Yeah. Most likely. Robert, what'd you have to say? Oh, Asimov, Heinlein, and Dick are as essential as Tolkien. I agree. I also recommend Douglas Adams. Okay, for the humor side of it. Robert Jordan. Okay, Michael Moorcock. Absolutely. Elric series is that's all why I always think about Moorcock. Michael Moorcock. Say that 3 times fast. Harlan Ellison, yes. Tad Williams, okay. Frank Herbert, absolutely. Terry Pratchett, good. James S.A. Corey, and Louis L'Amour. Those are some. You are well read in your classic science fiction. You know what? You go to the front of the class today here.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
Good evening, Rollo. Can you please just message all of them people that the red pill is now dead so they can go away? Thank you. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to do the Lord's work here. That was my intent with all of this. Just throwing that out there. No, Torsia. No. Here, I'll just this will describe it for you. There you go. I just put that in for you. You can explain that. I'm not going to have that conversation with you online. And you're more than welcome to come in the chat, girl. Let's see. All right, so I think we've already established the was it Carson? Ryan Carson. Ryan. What was the guy? Oh, we made up a name for a new Chad name. Was Kylan or something like that? Instead of like Tyler or Kyle or Ryan, it was Kylan. That was pretty good. It's better than Brock the bartender even. Yes. How will the war affect dynamics? Would you like me to answer that? I can answer that from a red pill perspective. I don't really get it. Again, politics, religion, nationalism, race, ethnicity, all that good stuff. I am not the best person to talk to about that. There's people that do a way better job than I do at that. However, if you want the confluence between all of those topics, religion, politics, and the red pill, I am happy to tell you about that. In fact, I wrote a whole book about that, religion and the red pill, right? So yes, do I talk about religion? Yes, but I do so within the context of intersectional dynamics, and I always will. So that's my caveat. So it's not just about the politics itself. It's not just about the red pill itself. It's the confluence and the interweaving, let's just say, of those two. So how is that going to affect things? Well, I can tell you this. I'm already here's a great segue into the next topic here, because this is in my notes. Yeah. So let me explain one thing to you. I just heard this recently, and I think it was Andrew Wilson And was Andrew Wilson was debating Destiny, and I think it was last Thursday. And yeah, that was me in the chat. And I also saw this go down with Mike Sartain and we'll call it a debate, but the discussion that they were having. And it's always like, well, let's talk about modern masculinity. And it's usually on another functional autistics channel, Alex from Playing with Fire. Yeah. But the conversation went something like this. And anytime you ask an emotionalist like Destiny this question, like, well, do we not need more manliness? Do we not need more like we need more toxic masculinity? In fact, I would deny that there's even such a thing as toxic masculinity. There's just masculinity, and then there's the parts of it that are convenient to a female imperative, and then the parts that are inconvenient to it. So when I listen to Destiny try to explain like how things ought to work, yes, I use that word, ought to work with men and women, and how we don't need really buff, ripped guys anymore. We don't need guys who can lift heavy things. We don't need guys we don't need more masculine, manly men, because we have technology now. We have guns, we have drones, we have missiles, we can defend our women with those with fucking pointy sticks, man. We got nuclear ball busters. What is it? We got this melter weapon right here. Whoosh, vape half a city with this. Yes. You know what movie that's from. But yeah, so the idea is and I've heard this a million times from people with the same moronic emotionalist side, we should be more touchy-feely and it's all about how you feel and everything else. It's like, no, it's not, because studies show that violent assholes are the ones who get the most pussy, and that those are the guys that women want to get with, and those are the guys that they clearly have more sex with and reproduce with more. Macklemore. It's not so much about status, it's about what you think that status is. So you're not incorrect about the status part. You're just incorrect about how that status is manifested and what status turns women on and what doesn't. And usually it's something in our ancestral past that had an evolutionary advantage to it. That's why muscularity is sexy. And always will be, because the machine hasn't changed. Not in 200,000, 100,000, 200,000 years. Not since we were living in hunter-gatherer tribes on sub-Saharan African plains. We're the same critters. Talked about this with Mike on his interview on his 100th episode for the Michael Sartain podcast. Go check that out. But I'm going to reiterate it here a little bit. As people kept saying, well, why do you have a problem with Destiny? Blah, blah, blah. Well, my biggest problem with him is that he's a blank slate equalist. And blank slate equalists always blame their oughts, their shoulds on social constructionism. We don't need guns anymore, or we don't need violence anymore. We don't need our fists anymore. We could just use nuclear weapons. We can just use guns. We don't have, it doesn't matter if you're really super strong or anything like that, but that's not the point. The people who are the people in Hamas who are abducting these women on the streets right now, and I've seen the videos. Are they real? I don't know. I'm just looking at what I see here, and I can tell you this right now, that if there's a masculine man there who can kick ass, he's definitely necessary in that fucking survival scenario now. And he might have to have a gun too, but that dude right there, he's having the masculine balls and the audacity to go and defend a woman in the first place, who, by the way, is vulnerable and weak, and clearly so in most of these videos. Yeah, it's necessary, man. Strength, honor, duty, integrity, anything that you can like associate that is positively or even negatively masculine, that is intrinsic to a conventional masculinity. Yeah, it's pretty fucking necessary. And I think what's going to happen, if you want to know what's going to happen, Spartan Gamer, you're going to see example after example after. Well, I'm already seeing example after example of why we need guys to sack the fuck up. And it doesn't have anything to do with, I've got to get in touch with my feminine side before I go out there and pick up a rifle. No, you don't. In fact, there's a reason you go to boot camp. Hell, go watch. I'm not going to say it. Don't go watch like Full Metal Jacket or the Deer Hunter or some shit. Like, I'm not saying that. Don't do that, because it's still Hollywood's take on this. But the principle is this: is the reason you go to boot camp is to turn you into a killer. to turn you into somebody who can actually kick ass, who will have combat, who can fire a gun, who can get that killer instinct. That's why today, because we have so many fat people, that nobody qualifies for the basic physical requirements to even join the military, much less fight in infantry or be a combat soldier, be in the Marines, be a SEAL, be all that. We have to lower the standards for women because they can't keep up with the physical, rigor of the male tests. And they don't want to be in combat. They either don't want to, or they can't match the physical muscle for muscle that men do. Although they're both probably just as fat these days. But we still need that. We still need that mentality. We still need the guy who, I've said it this way, I pointed it out this way. The masculinity, the conventional masculinity that is specific to the male human, that is specifically to that, that physical strength. And if you'd like me to show you the differences as to why men were built for combat and women weren't, I have those too. In fact, I think I might dig those up. But the fact of the matter is men evolved to take it on the chin, to be more of our upper body strength is like 99% greater than women's by, comparative averages, right? Yeah, there's a reason why we're like that. And it's not because we just got an itchy trigger finger, or we need to get in touch with our emotional sides, right? When you go to boot camp, it's to turn you from this milquetoast piece of shit into somebody who could actually stab somebody in the heart if they had to. You have to get that killer instinct. And a lot of people never get to that point. They won't even join to begin with, but they never get to that point. They're the ones in the airport that say, thank you for your service, because they never did it themselves. And that'd be me too, because I didn't go, I have no military background. So, I've got combat training. I've got, I've done Kali, I've done other martial arts. I'm say a gun enthusiast, but I know I have there are no weapons in this house. None at all. I lost them in a tragic boating accident. Nothing here. You will never, by the way, you will never see me do video at a gun range. You will never see me posting pictures of of any of the things any of the weapons that I do actually possess. You'll never see me put that out there, because I would rather people think that I'm unarmed. I'd rather people think that I don't have the capacity to do that, because it's a disadvantage. You don't want to give away your best secrets, right? So there you go. KISS Army. You were in the KISS Army for 4 years. You're goddamn right. You know what? Young man, you're goddamn right. You get one of those card carrying member of the KISS Army. There you go. So when you tell me, Mr. Blue-haired cuck, when you tell me that the red pill's over, and then in the next sentence tell me that it's not necessary to have conventional masculine traits right now, the only thing I can, first of all, the reason why you come to that conclusion is because you believe in social constructionism, which is that nature versus nurture. That debate died about 12, 15 years ago with the laws of genetic behaviorism. However, that said, the fact that you're promoting that is a dangerous ideology. But here's the good news, is that the people who subscribe to that are the first ones to go. So, and the people who have a much more survivalist attitude and they understand how things really work in the real world, like you get stabbed on a street at 4 a.m. and bleed out because your girl won't even call 911. Yeah, it kind of puts a damper on this whole, we don't need masculinity and women just want nice, well-adjusted, sweet men. No, thank you. Thank you, Sarralita. Sarralita. I can roll my R's too, just like anybody else. What you got here? Franklin D. Rollo, thank you for going on the Crucible. You know what? You don't have to thank me. I really enjoyed my time doing that. I noticed that a lot of people in the religious sphere advise men that women will behave when men rise to the occasion, but I don't really believe that. They will, you know what? If that is ever true. Now, rise to the occasion. What does that mean? Does that mean step in front of live ammunition? Yeah, they'll probably appreciate the fact that they're still alive because the dude sacrificed himself in some way. Maybe that's it. But rise to the occasion. The reason why I have a problem, you have to kind of clarify terms there. And this isn't a hit on you. It's a hit on them. You have to clarify terms. What do you mean by rise to the occasion? Like, refuse to date thoughts. Okay, well, I can marry and bang this fat 4 who found Jesus at 29 with 2 kids in tow, and that will make me a superhero. Is that rising to the occasion? I'm not going to go fuck the supermodel that I know I could get with, but I'm going to, you know what? I'm just going to behave myself. I'm a man of God. And I'm going to go. Is that rising to the occasion? It's all, see, rising to the occasion is circumstantial and it's subjective to whoever needs whatever rising to the occasion means to them, right? Rise to the occasion. Man up and marry those sluts. Don't be the dad. Don't be a stepdad. Be the dad who stepped up. That's rising to the occasion, is it not? So yeah, and again, this is not a hit on you, Franklin. It's sort of a pushback on the Layla Roses of the world. Yeah, that's always going to be the religious take on everything. You got to remember, religion, like most traditional conservatives, are even more feminist than leftist wokesy feminists. They just don't in fact, the reason why they're more feminist, or the reason why they push more feminist ideology on people, is because they don't realize that they are. They don't realize that they're pushing a sort of a gynocentric normality on top of people, because it fits it, whatever aligns with their particular religious beliefs, and they believe that other men ought to man up and take responsibility, right? Rise to the occasion. Well, what's rising to the occasion? He's rising to the occasion. Hey, Ryan Carson rose to the occasion, right? He was like ready to defend Milady's honor, and he's no longer with us anymore, tragically. He rose to the occasion. But let's see. But the lady that he was with, the women, she was not behaving correctly for a man who rose to the occasion. How do you explain that, right? I think it's rising to the occasion for women who are worthy of rising to the occasion for. And that's hard to do because most men have an instinctive male protector dynamic that they always default to. I'll talk about that in a minute here. Would you consider speaking to Happy Wife School? Who? What is Happy Wife School? I don't know who Happy Wife School is. Happy Wife School. Is that these religious guys who like go down and like do push-ups and say, give her your seat? What does she do? Side hugs, Christian side hugs only. And they do it's like boot camp for like Christian guys, and they like rattle off all of these things that they're supposed to remember when they're like dating, and here's how to properly date her and court her. Dude, let me explain something. If you're using, and I don't care if you're religious or not, if you're using the term court, dude, you need to go back to square one. No one is courting anybody. No one has courted anyone since probably the mid 1800s. And that was in like aristocratic, Gilded Age, England, London. No one is courting anybody. And if the fact that you would even bring that up, or these are the kinds of guys who once they get married and they've been married for like 12, 15, 20 years, they go, my bride. No, she's her wife, asshat. Okay, that's number one. And second of all, it's like you're only broadcasting and telegraphing your simpery to a woman who's been married to you for so long because you think it's going to some way endear her to you by calling her your bride. It's not it. That's not the win you think it is. What's up with Gad Saad and Marty Hazelton interview? I have it on tap if you'd like to see it. I have it on tap. I think it was 2018, 2019 when they got together. The only reason I was referring to that was because it was a good explanation of P hacking. In fact, you know what? Thank you for that. I'll bring it back up. I do have it on tap, actually. He don't care to understand. Thank you. You know why? Because ain't nobody got time for that. That's right. Yep. Wait. I like this one. This is too good. Kate's one of my few female followers. It's a woman that was a former brainwashed feminist who realized she was wrong in her thinking and is trying to educate women on how to be a good submissive wife. Is that the good wife school, the happy wife school? You know, I have a problem with that just from the jump. It's because you use the word happy. Ain't no happiness to be found nowhere, because happiness is a proximate goal, not an ultimate goal. You can be happy being a wife, because happiness is an emotive state. It's not a place. It's not a time. It's not a pussy at the end of the rainbow. It's happiness is found in the doing. Depression also found in the doing. Emotions, hatred, anger, fear. Think of any of the base emotions. Sadness, all that stuff is found in the doing, not the being. Emotional states, base emotional states are motivators. They're behavioral modifiers, incentivizers. I'll make up some other word here. Incentives to move you from one state to another state. So Andrew Tate is 100% wrong when he says there's no such thing as depression. There absolutely is. The problem he has with it is he just doesn't understand the fact that as an emotion, depression is meant to modify your behavioral state, to move you from an untenable position to another position. So half right. There is such a thing as depression, but it's a proximate outcome, not an ultimate outcome. The end. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Trad wife maxing. I like that. What is it? Power dadding. Somebody told, was it Ryan who said that? Power dads. He's a power dad. Can I still be a power dad? I mean, my daughter's married now, so I'm technically an empty nester. I'm a power dad to all y'all here.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for once?
Goddamn right. I'll trot out the interview, or the part of the interview anyways, where Marty Hazelton talks about how getting P hacked. And the reason why I'm saying that is because right now there's a lot of people who want to deceive you about the science, the settled science. They want you to think it's settled. They want to sort of pull new data out of their ass in order to find some way to make it sound sciencey and truthy enough so that they can, with one express purpose, which is to shit on the red pill, which, as we've seen on YouTube just a little while ago, that's the new hotness. That's the new topic du jour. And so there's an incel study that was really shoddy bullshit science that happened not too long ago, and got a lot of people got called to the carpet for it. It was done by an individual by the name of William Costello, and I keep seeing it repeated over and over and over again as if it's some sort of settled science. It is not, and it was performed on incels.co, I think is what it was. They use that forum as their only source, by the way. Also funded by the U.S. Counterterrorism Organization or something like that. I'm going to read some of. I'm going to read you the basis of this. I talked about this not too long ago, but the reason why I didn't go into too much detail is because I didn't realize how far-reaching it would be, or that people would standardize upon it. I have some other information regarding that quote-unquote study not too long ago, and let's see if I can go dig it up here. Okay, this is from BX. Put her and this one up too. There we go. All right, this is a person who I've done the background check on. I know this chick is legit, so or assuming it's a chick, right? Is that the one? This is the one right here. This is where it starts. Okay, this is a criticism of that study that I was just talking about, and these are things that I would think that if you had a legitimate study, you would want to sort of like nip in the bud, but no one seems to want to really talk about this. So I'm going to read it one more time. I have asked questions of these guys and have repeatedly been blocked or ignored about this article. Now, this is the article that was referring to the quote unquote settled science, which is now published. It was a research done to, actually, I should say, is the doctoral thesis research done by William Costello about incels. Okay, number one, Costello cites Nama Cates, a podcaster who has received state counterterrorism funding. Cates has interjected herself into the incelosphere, platforming and amplifying the most extreme incels with limited pushback and becoming an advertiser for what Costello calls a fatalistic echo chamber. This is a clear case of research bias. That's number one. Still to this day, Alex from Date Psych, William Costello, David Buss, who put his name on this shit just as much as anybody else, and several other. Trying to think. Chris Williamson has cited this. Tim Pool has cited this study. You guys really, really need to do your homework before you start mouthing off about this stuff and thinking that it's backing up something that is against the red pill. It is not, or the incelosphere, whatever you want to call it. Number two, Costello, who's William Costello, the guy who did this study. Costello tries to argue that incels do not have a propensity for violence by using an egregious false equivalence. It is estimated that incels have killed at least or equal to, what is that, 59 people or less. In contrast, the similar sized 15,000 members of an Islamist group, Boko Haram, has killed an estimated 350,000 people since 2002. That's his quote. That's not her quote. That's not my quote. That is Costello's quote. First off, this is offensively dismissive to the innocent men, women, and children who have been murdered in mass shootings and car rammings by incels. Second, Boko Haram is a militant organization with infinitely more opportunities to inflict harm. They also claim responsibility for their attacks, whereas some of the acts of violence by incels fly under the radar. Still doesn't mean that there's far fewer, but Costello also misstates the number of active users of the forum as 20,000 and doesn't provide a source for this data. According to a 2022 CCD hate study, the forum had a 17,118 total members, but only 4,057 active users, 406 of whom accounted for 75% of all the posts on the forum. Why did he inflate these numbers? Because bias, my friends. Next is this. I'll read this for you too. Okay. 3, Costello states, even in high-profile cases of incel violence, there has been a conspicuous absence of sexual violence. You mean to tell me that the incel who ran a van, which was Alec Manassian, is who she's referring to, into a crowd didn't get out and start raping people, except, okay, how many cases of sexual violence go unreported or fail to identify the perpetrator as a quote-unquote incel? This is because I honestly, I think the reason why she's bringing this up is I don't necessarily agree with this side of it, only halfway. And the reason why I say halfway is because you're trying to wipe off this radicalization on a guy who most likely has OCD, most likely is on an Asperger's syndrome. And so it's like saying that guys who are quote unquote identifying with an incel quote unquote ideology are all have the same potential as Alec Manassian. I don't believe that is true. This is a hasty generalization fallacy, which he's correct on. His only supporting evidence comes from surveys where incels were asked if they would grape, if they could get away with it, and some of them said no. Again, corrupting the data. The male sedation hypothesis that online spaces have a pacifying effect has absolutely no basis. The source cited is an episode of Chris Williamson's Modern Wisdom podcast, which featured Costello himself. Very scientific, Will. This is why I'm calling once again Chris Williamson and William Costello into account here. None of these people have answered a single one of these articles here. They either block or they just keep rattling on about how this is the settled science. This hypothesis also contradicts everything we know about online radicalization to date, especially in regard to a fatalistic echo chamber like the incels.is forum, which has been infiltrated by accelerationist terrorists posing as incels to incite acts of violence. Why won't anyone associated with this research respond to my questions about this interfering factor? Next, why don't these guys offer solutions to help incels, like shutting down exploitative forums meant to cause them harm for profit? Why is the government paying them to lie to the public about the threat posed by this internet forum? And why did every member of this team block me for asking these questions? That's the operative in all of this. That would be the one thing I would want to know. Why block them? One would think these are some very serious allegations. These are some, like, you guys, people come to me They say, where's your proof that Pearl is taking a paycheck from Daily Wire? Now, I just showed you that her handlers are either former or present day Daily Wire employees. However, when we look at this, why are people not holding their feet to the fire? You want to come at me? Fine. Go at them too. Go look at William Costello. Go look at Alex from DatePsych. Go look at Chris Williamson, who, by the way, was quoted as a source in the actual research. Tim Pool has been rattling on these things off too, thinking that it's settled science. No, Tim, it is not. You are being lied to, and you're rebroadcasting it. It is horseshit. And it is one more element that I'm going to hear from Destiny or the rest of these asshats who want to find some way to, in some way, disingenuously say that the red pill is just about guys on the take, guys who don't want to help anyone. And meanwhile, guys like myself in MOA writing books and have been doing this for 20 some odd years, we're not getting the call from Lex Friedman. We're not getting the call from Joe Rogan. We're not getting the call from fucking Andrew Huberman. We're not getting a call from Vice or from Jubilee or from Soft White Underbelly. None of us are getting that call. You know who is? Some guy with blue hair who hires his girl out to go fuck other guys. That's the dude. Yeah, if the red pill is dying, that's the reason. It's a concerted effort. And if they can't find some way to refute the data and the stats and the research, they'll make it up themselves with the blessing of the U.S. government, with the blessing, with the funding of the U.S. government. Yes, that's who the funder was of that study. Why are they not answering? This has been around she's been like banging this gong for the last like 4 weeks maybe 6 weeks. So where is that? And even if she's wrong, even if it's completely baseless, why are they not responding to it? Saying this is completely baseless. No one has said a fucking thing about it. So that looks like, to me, silence is the voice of complicity, right? Complacency, complicity, something like that. So why is that not happening? Why is it that whenever I have to explain why, even Rolf Dengen, I like Rolf, R-O-L-F. I like him very much, especially when he's reporting stuff and he's like stays on top of his game when it comes to like evolutionary psychology and the latest things. But he really has a hard on, or mad on, I should say, for ovulatory shift. He's not said one thing, and there's been plenty of other research that has confirmed this. I think there's people who want to say it's bullshit, and then there's people who don't. He never talks about how Marty Hazelton's work was p-hacked as far back as 2018. We don't hear that. Oh, let's talk about mate shifting hypothesis. Great. How about we do that right after you explain how Marty Hazelton's work was p-hacked by meta study people who wanted to basically disprove it? No, we're not going to. Well, only Gad Saad is the only one who's ever brought that up, and people don't even know who he is. They don't even know that such a thing exists. I'll play that video here for you in just a second. But why? Why is what? And that's even I didn't even think about this. This is a better question even. Why? What is it about the red pill that is so dangerous? What is it about the red pill that is so scary that we have to go to such means to call it out, to call it bull? Why is it that every single link when I type in red pill, you guys should play the home game. Go to YouTube or open a new window right now and then type in red pill. See what you get. See what you get. You get one that says, "Hey, the red pill saved my life. Hey, the red pill took the noose off my neck." I got about 1,100. I don't want to say testimonials, but I've got 1,100 comments on a post that goes as far back as like 2017, where guys were telling me, "Hey man, I had a date with death and I canceled it because I read your book, and it literally, my kids have a father today because I read you explained this to me, and I didn't think things were actually as bad as they were." Where's that fucking story? Right? And I'll tell you what's funny is when I say something like that, which by the way, I have actually brought up several times. It's in recent memory, it was with Alex from Playing with Fire, who wanted to say that I'm just this manipulative, money grubbing bastard or something like that. I'm just manipulating vulnerable guys. And meanwhile, I'm saying, look, I've got a handwritten note here from a mother saying, thank you for saving my boys' lives. Oh, who cares about that? Moving on to the next topic. No, dude. Answer that right now. No, don't want to. Oh, fuck that guy. Red Pill content creators not saying no names are part of the reason this space looked at in a bad light and maybe falling too much negativity. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, you want to know where the negativity comes from? It comes from controlled opposition like Pearl. It comes from controlled opposition like Sneeko. It comes from, and I would also point out Andrew Tate is also being painted in a bad light, and maybe rightfully so. I don't know. Like I said, I'm Andrew Tate agnostic as of now. So we will wait and see to see how that goes. But you can't deny the fact that everybody tries to paint the Red Pill in a bad light because of what's going on with Andrew and Tristan right now. You cannot get away from that. So all of the good life-saving aspects of what the Red Pill and the Manosphere has been built upon for, in my case, at least 20 some odd years now, all of that goes out the fucking window because people go and say Red Pill and they put it into YouTube, and it's nothing but manipulation. It's a cult. It's an ideology. It's a movement. That's why I put the thing, dangers of the Red Pill movement. You know why there's dangers of the Red Pill movement? Because it's not a fucking movement. It's not an ideology. It's not a philosophy. It's not a religion. It's not a cult. And again, it's a praxeology. I'm going to keep saying that till I'm blue in the fucking face, till I'm dead in the ground. Oh, it's a philosophy. It's an ideology. No, you think it is because that's the only way you can find some way to have a counter argument. If you frame the argument in, Rollo's a bad person. Well, then, yeah, you're going to call me a bad, fine. I'll be your bad person, but it doesn't mean the Red Pill's not fucking correct. Would you rather be happy or would you rather be right? And we know they ain't going to be happy. Just explained why. I have some other things. Oh, I got to pull that out of there. Okay. Anybody else got questions? Oh, here we go. How do you guys stop the automatic protect response? You condition yourself. I don't think you want to. Okay, well, so what am I talking about? The automatic protect? No, it's the male protection. The male protection instinct. It's the instinct that makes guys, like I was saying before, the instinct, the conventional masculinity. I got interrupted. I'm sorry. The male instinct for a firefighter to run into a burning building and save the baby before the house collapses. That masculinity, that necessary masculinity, is the same masculinity that makes those dudes from Jackass, do pranks that are just these stupid, dangerous pranks. It's the same thing. It's just differently. It's just contextualized differently. One works in favor of the feminine imperative. The other is just stupid. Right? And I'll agree. I'm not a big fan of Jackass, but I understand why it's popular. But it's motivated by the same instinct, which is, I'm just going to go, it's risk-taking behavior is what it is. Sometimes risk-taking behavior is necessary. It's noble. It's heroic. It's honorable. And sometimes it's just dumb. I see these guys. I was driving down. I was coming out of Mike's party, and I think I was on the Las Vegas Strip, and it was close to 2 a.m. And there is just this gang of guys, and it's a biker gang, but it's not like guys on Harleys. It's these dudes who are like on enduros. They're like dirt bikes. They weren't even like, rice rockets or anything. They're just dirt bikes. And these guys are just riding down wheelies and stuff. They got a girl on the back of them, and they're doing videos and stuff like it. It's just stupid shit, like unnecessary risk taking. And I take unnecessary. This right here, where you can see my scar from, there it is. That was from an unnecessary risk. Okay. I'm not some angel. I'll do some stupid shit. You should see me on the snowmobile. But there's just that's just part of I like to drive fast, man. I like to jump my quad. I like to put my Wave Runner and my Spark which is even more stupid. Put my Spark in like sport mode and just go hit it when there's like a lot of wakes on Lake Tahoe because it's fun, man. It's like doing jumps. It's just fun. It's stupid. It's taking risks. I need a helmet. Instead of like doing things that don't require a helmet, I do things that do require a helmet. But I would also run into a burning building to save Ned. So was that stupid? Yeah, it's stupid, but I'm going to do it. I'll risk my life to do it. I love my boy. I love my boy. Yes. Oh, that's noble. This shit was not noble by any stretch of the imagination. It wasn't jackass, no, stupid, but it was okay. But that's the same thing. I mean, like women will never understand that because men and women are different. And that's also why douche nozzles like Destiny will never understand that because they're too effeminate. They're too feminine. He's androgynous. How is he ever going to be able to understand shit like that? He won't. They'll just say, oh, this is so stupid. Well, what about the guy running into the burning building? He'll agree with the feminine imperative. Anything that benefits a female imperative, female survival, female reproduction, female betterment, female well-being, women's security, anything that's why I just have my blanket statement is the feminine imperative, female imperative. Anything that benefits women, period, will always be seen as positive. Forgiving them, being non-judgmental, being the dad who stepped up instead of the stepdad, right? Forgiving infidelity, man up and marry those sluts. You can put it into religion. You can put it into politics. You can put it into personal relationships. You can put it into the workplace. Anything that benefits women will always be seen as a net positive. Anytime a guy talks about how there's a higher instance of male suicide, that's men complaining. Oh, poor babies. Maybe it's the toxic masculinity. Guys can't even off themselves without women saying, well, we got it worse. What about us? That doesn't, you know why? Because male suicide does not benefit, like recognizing, acknowledging it has no net benefit for women whatsoever. So when people kept like that question I had just earlier with that guy who was saying, well, if men manned up and they were behaving better, then women would behave better too, or something, some approximation of that, right? It's like, no, they wouldn't, because men behaving better doesn't directly benefit women. You know what would directly benefit women? You making more money, you being in better shape, you being your own mental point of origin. It would. That's why I've always brought up the fact that when you talk to these guys who are like traditional conservatives, they want men to get better. They were like, yeah, man up, do things better, guys, bootstraps. But they're not the reason, the ultimate plan, the ultimate goal of that is not for the benefit of guys. It's so women have more choice to marry a guy so that they can just go and forgive them for all of their sins and their accountabilities and everything else. Guys, you need to be better dudes so you can man up and marry these sluts. No, I don't want to do that, Ben Shapiro. Go fuck yourself. My wife deserves to be married to me. God damn it. She's lucky to have me. I'll be the first one to say that. This is a thing. When you talk to like conservative guys, like that guy that was in the intro video, they're talking about how his wife was messy and he didn't have any right to tell her to clean up. Or not. Bullshit. Get out there and fucking clean that up. My wife did that. I'd be like, get the fuck out there. Please. Of course, it would never happen because she's a germaphobe. But no, you have every right. You're the man in the relationship. There's no, if you were to, I don't even know that dude's name. I've used him twice now. I really got to go look him up. But I keep seeing that. That chick's got some thighs, man. She got like tree trunk thighs. She like break your neck with those thighs. You know why? Yeah. There we go. How do you stop that automatic response? Well, you don't actually, because it's intrinsic. It's inbuilt. It's part of your firmware. Can you stop? Okay, let me tell you here's how you defeat the automatic male protector dynamic. You have time to think about it. So, for instance, if you look at the Titanic, when the Titanic was going down, they had half an hour, 45 minutes before it went under, right? And men would stay on the Titanic because it's women and children first, and they didn't want to be the guy who was pussy enough to get on the lifeboats. That's why even on the lifeboats, there's still room on the lifeboats. But men were like, I'm going to go down. I don't want to be seen as the coward. And that was just the way white people were back then. They didn't want to get on the lifeboats with the women and children and take a spot that could possibly have been used. And all the women and children were already on. They just didn't want to get on. It was like this masculine sense of pride that they would rather die than be seen as a coward. Okay, well, then you look at the Costa Concordia sinking, and guys were just like, fuck this. You want equality? I'm getting out of here, and I'm going to just climb over you bitches. When men have the time to think about life-threatening situations, that's when they, like the guys who are like the black pill doomers, right? They're like, fuck this, I'm out. I don't care. You could die. But when it's immediate, like say, for example, the Aspen, Colorado, like James Holmes, when he shot up that theater back in the day, when it is, the Las Vegas shooting, there's instances of men who just instantly threw themselves in front of live ammunition to save women and get killed. Honestly, for women, they didn't even know. It was just instinctive. Sperm is cheap. Eggs are expensive. In fact, there were guys, there's video of guys back then of them trying to draw fire. So that was like, shoot me first, don't shoot her. Or they would lay on top of the girl and take the bullet for the girl, or they get in front of live ammunition. Remember, 77 people died on that. So that is because it's an immediate response. You want to know why Ryan Carson got knifed? Because that was an immediate protector dynamic response. He didn't have time to think about it. It was instinctive. I've shown video of this guy. He was in some club foyer, or like just like right before he goes in the club, and he notices there's closed circuit TV. I don't have the video, sorry, but closed circuit TV. It shows this guy who's kind of sitting there minding his own business on the phone. He sees this fight about to happen between this guy and his girlfriend. And the dude looks up, and he's like, he puts himself physically, interjects himself between the soon to be hostile boyfriend and the girlfriend. The hostile boyfriend, who is probably drunk, whips out a small firearm and just blows him away, shoots him in the gut. He's dead because of that protector dynamic. And you know who she left the club with? The boyfriend, to escape, to get out. Oh my God, you just killed this guy? Yeah, I did. Okay, well, let's go. He still thinks about high status. He still thinks about mate switching hypothesis. One would think that the guy on the floor would have been a better mate choice than the violent guy with the gun. But that's not how it works in the real world, children. That's not how it works.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
How do you defeat it? You have time to think about it. In fact, guys do it all the time now. If you see like a violent, like I've caught myself in the same thing. Matter of fact, I did so at the club in Hakkasan. There's guys who are just kind of like trying to work up on that. Like when you're in Hakkasan, if you're in like the private areas, like nobody's supposed to come in those areas, and the security is supposed to keep them out. And so we had like 2 full tables that were reserved for us and dedicated. So the girls are there because we had a lot of people, right? And I know some of these guys who I could tell they're drunk, and because I have worked in those situations. I worked in wine and spirits for 25 years. I see the signs, and these guys are trying to rub up on these girls and push around. And the girls are just like, they're scared. They're not having it. So I put myself literally in between some drunk fuck and the fuck was her name? Kayla Rockets. Go look up Kayla Rockets on Instagram. You'll see who it was. I pushed myself in front of, like, in between the two of them, because I didn't want that dude like fucking, doing anything to her, and then having to, basically the reason I'm doing this, not so much to protect her as it is to like sort of protect the situation, because I didn't want to have the security have to come in and make a big deal out of this and to pull the motherfucker out of there, which they did, but they did it on the sly rather than like make a big deal out of it. So they got that guy out, but I put myself physically between him and her, and I could have been stabbed or punched or whatever for doing that, because I could tell the guy was drunk. And I've been in those situations many times, and I am situationally aware in those because I don't drink. And like I have said before, and Ed Lattimore agrees with me, it's like being the only sober guy in the club is like a superpower. So if you're big enough and you have skills and you're aware enough and you're not drunk and you're not stoned or whatever, you have a superpower. What do we got? HWS may not have all her ideas right, but her motives are good. Okay. Well, let me continue. You may not understand her perspectives on happiness, but please consider speaking to her. I'll consider speaking to anybody, really. The problem is like when people tell me they don't have all the facts, but their motives are good, I have to question that because the motives still need to be informed by the facts. It's like me saying, well, all I'm ever going to do is sit here and read the Rational Mail and do nothing about it. Or I'm going to never read the Rational Mail and I'm going to jump into the clubs and just learn all this pickup as quick as I can and never learn the red pill, but I'm going to learn some game skills and just, fuck that red pill stuff. The theory is boring anyways. One's incomplete without the other. So again, it's the same thing. You want to hear, I'll get another recent example. When I was dealing with Jedediah Bila the very first time I went on there, she was very anti-Myron, anti-Fresh and Fit, she would have, had she even known who he was back then, she would have been very anti-Andrew Tate as well. By December of that year, she'd been educated enough through either me or through other people that she changed her mind on that. Her intent was good, but her information was bad. So maybe that's something that can happen with her. Happy wife syndrome or whatever her name is. How can you convince a tradcon that sex for men is different for women? You can't, because most tradcons don't get laid. Period. Men don't pair bond during sex like women do. It's infuriating that tradcons constantly try to shame men on the sex topic. Reference Tim Pool and Myron. Yeah, I saw that part too. And by the way, that whole thing, that's a very common discrepancy, I think. Whenever I deal with tradcons and they're like, well, I'm doing things the right way. Well, I know what it was. It was, remember the meme with Dan Bilzerian, who, by the way, I might get to see this week. Dan Bilzerian with his O's, and he's on the yacht and he's hanging out with just some stunning women. And he's got 6 of them, 3 on either side. And people are like, this is not a flex. And then they point, this is the flex. And it's this nice white, blonde haired, blue eyed wife. She's just absolutely gorgeous. And she's surrounded by 5 kids, and the 6th is on the way because they're holding the pregnancy test, the positive pregnancy test. And she's going to save the West because we're going to have more white, blonde haired master race babies. Right. I think it was Mike Sartain. I showed Mike Sartain that. He goes, I bet they would have a bigger problem with this if it was a semi-attractive Hispanic woman and all of these Hispanic children that were surrounded. I bet that wouldn't hit quite the same as the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, wife. I guess we're meant to believe it's a wife. But the thing is that it's a fantasy. It's an idealization. Just like, by the way, Dan Bilzerian with his 6 his O's, right? That's an idealization. It's not saying that it's impossible, and I'm not saying that the other scenario is impossible. They're just over the top idealizations. Most people are not going to be able to do either one of those things. But you guys want us to think that one is the norm and one is the outlier. No, they're both extreme outliers. It's just one appeals to your sense of moralism and the other one doesn't. That's all. You want to convince a tradcon that sex for men is different than women. You've got to get past the stupid, silly, emotional ego investments in crazily stupid ideals. It's like saying those kind of people, they just eat sushi and filet mignon their entire life. No, they don't. They never have to wipe their ass or go to the bathroom because they're inhuman in a perfect world. Their farts smell like French vanilla. No, that's an idealization. And so, but that's what makes it ridiculous. So when I see stuff like that, I see just how over the top both of those are. Even Dan's picture, I've talked to Dan several times, been on Zoom calls with the guy for Men of Action. Good dude. But I would say funny thing is, I even asked Dan about that. I showed him that thing, and he said, these guys are they're just using, we're both outliers. It's crazy. In fact, he would have agreed with me. He's like, it's just crazy shit. Not everyone can live the Hugh Hefner lifestyle. They're like the fraction of 1% of guys can actually do that. But you're going to use that as the normative of what ought to be a moral life and what ought to be an immoral life. The moral life is just as much a joke as trying to live like Dan Bilzerian. You can aim for one or aim for the other, but you're still using stupid extreme examples. This was a good question, though. Hang on. Men don't pair bond during sex like women do. Yeah, well, that's because biologically we're different. And the reason why you have a difficulty in convincing people like that is because especially tradcons are more feminist than wokesy leftists are. And the reason why, they might be just as feminist as the other side, but the thing is they don't know it. So that's why they promote it more actively and don't even realize that they are very pro feminist ideology without realizing that they are. Just because they don't look like Lena Dunham, just because they don't have purple hair or underarm pit hair or whatever, just because they don't have that does not mean that I don't identify as a feminist. How dare you? Identifying as a feminist in 2020, in the 21st century, is meaningless. Absolutely meaningless. Did you vote for Kim Klacik or Klacik or whatever her name was? Yeah, well, congratulations. You cast a ballot for a feminist, right?
How dare you?
Yes. They are. They're just as feminist. That's what gets me is like you'll hear tradcons talk about like, oh, the red pill's just the opposite side of the coin from feminism. No, you are. And I'm not saying that just to be obtuse. I'm just saying, look, you guys are, and I can point it out to you. At the very least, the red pill has a realistic look at both sides of that coin. They want to point out, they want to say, well, those incels, they hate women. The ones in the study from Chris Williamson and Will Costello, that study, I'm sure. Yeah, well, okay. So then the last part of this is it's infuriating that tradcons constantly try to shame men on the sex topic. Yeah, well, let's look at this. Okay, ideologically speaking, if you have let's look at the math. Let's do some red pill math here, children. It's math. This is the math portion of today's class. If, as we know, as a rough number, 80% of guys are unattractive to women. Multiple studies, multiple research, actually verifiable good study. David Buss's study of all things. One of them anyways. There's the Dataclysm one. There's other ones as well. But we know that a good round number, the 80-20 rule, is not the Pareto principle. It's just that 80% of men are deemed or identified as unattractive to women. Those are the guys who have to figure something else out. Remember the guy in the clip that said, these big entrepreneur guys like Bill Gates, great example there. Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, they're beta males. They're the movers and the shakers. I was like, yeah, they are. Their beta males are very necessary to society. And you know why? Because they didn't get to that point. They didn't get to the point of being sort of this apex like rule maker and power broker and being the richest men in the world because they were alpha. They did it because they had to find some workaround to get out of the 80th percentile, to get out of that 80, to go from zero to fucking hero. And you could still, they're all bad examples because if you look at like Jeff Bezos, who's he with? Dirty Sanchez, Lawrence Dirty Sanchez, right? Bill Gates divorced from Melinda Gates now, but also one of the things he had going on, you want to talk about powerful men and their side pieces? He got a hall pass 2 weeks out of the year to go fuck his old girlfriend, Martha's Vineyard. That came out during the divorce settlement. Where's that, Mr. Maybe he is alpha. Maybe he's like, you know what, baby, I gotta have some side pieces here, man. I need some variety. Would you call that alpha or would you call that beta? I'm sure conservatives would call that beta behavior. Justin Waller, Layla Rose put his feet to the fire and said, hey, well, if you're so in self-control, then maybe you need to be in self-control about your life and your baby mama and marry her, wife her up and follow my imperative and do what I think is the right thing to do rather than making your own rules and being the captain of your own fucking ship. You're not living right unless you do things the way that I tell you to do. She's conservative. And the reason why that shame exists is to drag that guy. It's to drag the crab back into the barrel. guys do this. It's easier to point out for guys, right? The reason why guys want to like finger wag, like why the Michael Knowles of the world and everyone, the reason why they like, it's mostly men who shame other men. It's mostly women who shame other women. Okay. That's why it's such an outlier when a man shames a woman. Okay. Women will shame men, of course, too, but it's usually because they don't get on board with what that woman's imperative is, what her needs aren't being met. And so therefore you should be ashamed of not meeting my needs. And they all come back to the same thing. Conservatives, wokesies, women shaming men, men shaming men, all come from the same source, which is women deserve a better life. You owe women a better life. You owe them something. It's debt. And it's like, there's a great book called Debt by Donald Graeber. And as I was reading this book, I'm putting this into the sexual economy. The men, there's a human economy, and then there's the sexual marketplace, which is an economy itself. So when I look at debt, women honestly believe that they are owed a better life just because they are female. And that really stems from them being the vulnerable sex. But when you look at women who I don't owe you, you're never owed sex. Yeah, but I owe you a good meal. I owe you a good time. I owe you some sort of excitement. I owe you parasailing. I owe you rock climbing. I owe you a 10-inch dick, 6-pack abs, a hot car, a 6-figure income, and 6 feet tall. That's what I owe you. Every woman is entitled to that, apparently, in the 21st century. But it all comes down to debt, and the only debt that matters in the sexual marketplace, at least to women, is to women. And the only debt that matters to traditional conservative men who shame other men is their debt to women. That's why I say that the men who are like the Matt Walshes, the Jeremy Borings, the Michael Knowles, they don't approach male self-improvement from the perspective of men need to be better men. They approach it from we need better men because they owe women a better fucking life. That's why. There, I explained it in a different way. That's why they want you to, you're masculine to, well, women will shape up if you just would, I don't know, stretch yourself out to 6 feet tall, make 6-figure income, be tan and jacked and juicy as fuck, like Robert Frank. Get your 6-pack abs, go to church on Sunday, pay your tithes, read your Bibles, get a golden retriever in the front yard in a minivan and live up to their everything I've just mentioned is all female expectations of security. It has nothing to do with you as a man. Nothing. Oh, but you'll live a happier life. Bullshit. Bullshit you will, because happiness isn't at the end. Pussy's not at the end of the rainbow. Happiness is not an ultimate outcome. It is a proximate outcome. Anybody telling you, oh, men are happier when they're married, they're selling you happiness as an ultimate goal. Tell them this. Fuck you. Go die somewhere. Go die under a rock because they do not have your best interests in mind. That's how you stop them. You know how do you stop them from shaming? You have that conversation with them. And I would do the same thing if I went on Tim Pool with Myron. That's all they care about. And I don't care what your touchy-feely bullshit, religious but not, or spiritual but not religious shit is. I don't care how long your hair is. I don't care how in tune you are with your chakras and Brazilian power crystals. It doesn't change the reality on the fucking ground here. Just like it doesn't in war, just like it doesn't in the economy. Numbers are numbers and bullets are bullets. Men's duties are enforceable by law. Women's duties are virtually nice intentions. Virtually, they're luxuries. Women's duties are options. Women's duties are optional. Men don't have the leisure not to be better men. Women do. No one is expecting them to be. Red Pill content creators, not saying names. Okay, I got you. Hey, Rollo, do you think Fresh and Fit are part of the reason Red Pill is looking negative? Unfortunately, yes. And I mean that. I say that with love. I say that with tough love. I say that because I care. Their content on After Hours is in the news in a bad way. I don't think that that's the problem, though. The After Hours show is what really I think is the only place that Myron really gets to shine, honestly. The worst part is they've invited rats into their house. The worst part that you want to know why if and I don't think this is necessarily specifically true, but the reason why Fresh and Fit is looked at negatively is because of Sneeko. It's because of Zerka, and I like Zerka too, but it's still like muddies the waters. I think the shows where it's just Myron and Fresh and the girls, it might as well be a podcast or Podclass. Brilliant. The shows that they do when they have economists on there, when it's Money Mondays, when they have it's Fitness Fridays or whatever it is they'll do, brilliant. But they're never going to be as well watched as like the after hour shows with the girls. That's what said they wrote the book on that, and are still writing the book on that. The problem is they dilute that and muddy the waters when they bring in idiots like Destiny and Sneeko, and more to a lesser degree Zerka. I have nothing personal against Zerka. I think he's a good dude, but you have to admit that it has kind of made it into a circus. Or you've got Nick. Yes, that Nick. You got those guys on Nick, whose name you can't say on YouTube. That's how offensive it is, right? That guy, bringing him on, that I think at some point they believed that they were untouchable, and they're not, and they realize that they aren't. So maybe hopefully that makes them sort of like wake up a little bit. But you want to know why? All of this started because they brought Sneeko on board. You would not have Nick on there. You would not have Destiny on there. You sure shit wouldn't have Zerka on there. And I don't even know who this Neon kid is, but you would not have all these Twitch streamers. You would not have. And then, by the way, then who brings in other shit? So if Sneeko comes in and says, hey, we need to get Destiny on here because he's got a really great big following. He's got this huge like cult following. He's a cult classic, cult hit, right? I don't mean like a cult, but it's just like, you know what I mean? But what comes with that? Then you get Brittany Venti, then you get Lauren Southern, then you get Not So Erudite, all of whom are like on our autistic spectrum. Then you get if you get Nick, then you get his army of Spurgs. So it's not just those individuals and those personalities, it's everyone that follows along with them. And there's some other personalities that are like significant personalities that are just as equally fucked up, but now they're talking about your shit, and all they're doing is exponentially, like person by person by person, exponentially ruining what you've worked very, very hard to have. So yeah, in some ways, yes, but I wouldn't put it on Fresh and Fit. I would put it on the people that they brought in, which is unfortunate because I love them like brothers. And again, set out of love, not out of anger, not out of spite, not out of anything else. Love your work. Question. I'm 45-year-old male, out with weights for 25 yard. Working out with weights for 25 years. I've cut down 25 yard line. I've cut down. Now I'm 5'9". Okay. So you're average 165. Good. Ripped. Want to learn to fight. What would you recommend? Excellent. I don't know where you live, but if you live in the United States and maybe you live on the Western Seaboard, I would suggest going to John Fitch's Fighting Academy, which is in San Jose, California, if you can do that. If you, Brian, if you want to, he's he's Rule Zero. So I'm going to go to his program, which is fantastic. It's all practical fighting. It's not like, oh, this is Tarzan can beat up Superman martial arts. It's actual practical, like self-defense. It's not like I'm going to choke this guy out. It's not like I'm going to, I'm going to, do something fancy roundhouse kick on it. It's functional, practical self-defense. So go check out John Fitch's work. I hate to get into topics of like martial arts and what like martial art you should learn. What's the most practical? Like police officers will say like Aikido or Hapkido, one of those. This Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. This is more. Yeah, I hate getting into those because I'll guarantee you if I do, there'll be a million people in the chat right now who go, oh, I can't believe you didn't say that Taekwondo was the best. I do Kali. That's it. I do Eskrima and Kali. Well, it is same thing, but I have done, so in the past I have done Taekwondo, and then from there I graduated to a much more practical martial art, which is Kali. It's a Filipino martial art. So check that out. But I would say if you want something that's more practical, like real street self-defense and situational awareness, like teaching you the theory behind it as well, John Fitch is your man. And by the way, he's MMA fighting champion. I don't know what year. now retired, but he does programs like this all the time. It's in San Jose, California. I'll put you in touch. Just email me, use the contact information, and I'll put you in touch with John. I'll never forget mainstream Fox News having this woman on who was saying we need to open the schools back up so women can go back to work. The chick logic, right? What's the latest white pill? I don't know. I haven't even heard white pill in so long. Is it still a thing? Kali is knife fighting. Yes, it's and more particularly it's karambit fighting. Well, I mean, it's that, but you got to remember Kali is not just the karambit. It's not just it's knife fighting, of course, but you can use Arnis sticks in Kali too. Not that you have one handy when you're like you're at the club. Hey, well, hold on a second. I gotta get this my Arnis stick. Okay, now I'm ready. That doesn't happen. That's the sport. That's a sport disagreement. But like, yeah, knife fighting is the practical side of it. But I have no knives whatsoever. I have no weapons in this house. None are in my car. They all went to the bottom of Lake Tahoe in a tragic boating accident, and they all just fell off the edge, and they're all at the bottom of Lake Tahoe right now. I'm 100% serious about that. It actually happened. I had one time, like, if you don't know the reference for that joke, forget who it was. It was one of the chicks that that Pat Campbell knew. And they were talking about how, they're going to come and get your guns. They're going to it's always the government is going to confiscate your guns. So the best thing you can tell them is like, you had all these guns that were registered to you and they're coming for them. And you go, oh, they're not here. They all went overboard in a tragic boating accident. Yeah, that's the joke. Any plans for a younger panel for Access Vegas? How much younger do you want? We got Jack Napier. Is he not young enough for you? That youngster Jack Napier is part of the group now. How old is Jack? I think he's like pushing 30 right now. Is he pushing 30? He must be. Let me ask Torsha. Torsha, how old is Jack Napier? You would know. Wink, wink. Sam Bada, I got you. Thank you, Sam, for bringing that one up. Very, very nice of you. Oh, I have another ad slick. This just in from Andrew Kibe. Yes, since we are at 3:14, I can make the announcement one more time. I will be in Kenya starting, I believe, the 25th. Oh, that's me. Okay, 25th of November is the Dubai tour, and the 3rd of December is the graduation day. If you honestly want me, I don't think I'm on the October. I don't think I'm doing October dates, am I, Andrew? Anyways, ignore the October and I'm definitely not on the December tour unless they really, really want me to do these things. But you can buy tickets to these events right now. I'll put the links to these in the description once I'm ready to do so. I didn't get these until just now. I got a new ad slick. I think I might as well just put it up here. Where is it? Okay. So in case you haven't heard the news, I will be in Nairobi. I will be in Dubai as well. And these are, where'd it go? Is that it? Well, that's the first one. Where's the second one? There it is. Here's the second one. This just in. Rollo Tomassi will be Andrew Kibe Radio Live. We're doing a sort of a speaking tour here. I believe he's going to be doing the 29th of October. I'm scheduled for the 25th which is Thanksgiving Day. On the Dubai tour, I'll be on that. And then I will also be at graduation day, I believe, on December 3rd. And I will be in Nairobi for 10 days by way of Dubai. So the 23rd, I'll be leaving. I'll be flying out. And then I should be in Dubai by the 24th. I believe it's the 24th and 25th, or it might be the 25th and 26th. And then I will be on another plane, and then we'll be going to Nairobi. I will be from the 26th-ish to December 3rd. I'll definitely be there doing that graduation day talk right there. And then I'll be doing the courtesy of Andrew. I'll be doing speaking engagements and just meeting up and signing books and hanging out with people. My Kenyan brothers, my Kenyan army. I'm trying to get the accent right before I do it. What language you speak when you're home? English. Everyone speak English. What language you speak when you're home? Redneck. Surfer dude. I don't know. Yes, I will be in Kenya. I'm just as floored as anybody else. If you would have told me you're going to be in Kenya before the end of the year, I would have been like, get the fuck out of here. What do you got for me? $10. Is it also fair to say that the type of women FNF bring on the After Hour show is also part of the problem? No. With this red pill space, perhaps show women men should strive to be with instead of clout chasing 304s. The problem is they're all clout chasing 304s by order of degree. Would you like me to explain this to you in practical terms? Now we get the same call on Access Vegas. Okay, the call is this: you guys don't have normal girls on. To which I have said, go. I'm going to do this. I think I might do this on Wednesday because I'm flying. We're doing another show. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering when the next Access Vegas is going to be, it will be Thursday. I'm hoping that Jim Sexton is going to be there. He's been he had norovirus last week, but I think he might be over it. Hopefully he'll be able to come out, but we'll see. But we're intending to have James Sexton on with us. But here's my challenge to you, and I will do something very similar myself. Devil Mountain Coffee. What I do when I go through TSA, whether it's in Reno or Vegas or Miami or LA or wherever I happen to be, I like to people watch no matter where I am. But this is sort of an experiment I've been running for myself, and I think it would be kind of helpful for other people. And I might do a video too. But I'd have to probably do it in Vegas, but because Vegas is a hub, it's an international, worldwide hub of people. So when I get to Vegas and I'm walking from TSA to my gate, I see normal people, regular people. Regular people are fat. Regular people are older. Regular people are short. Women generally look something like, let's see if I can find it. Do I have it up still? Oh, I don't have that loaded. Generally, women look like beach balls. Men look like beach balls too. I stand out in a crowd these days, and not because I'm like all that, but because I am in shape. I am 5'11", and I'm 55 years old. I am an outlier. I'm an extreme outlier. So when people say, well, you need to get some normal girls on there, I think that's what's contributing to the downfall of Fresh and Fit. It's not. Most people don't, like, you would never be able to do a show. I joked about this one time, but you would never be able to do a show with just average, normal, regular people because they're fat, they're ugly. And you know what the first thing out of people's mouths would be? Oh, these chicks are fat. Oh, these girls they don't know anything. These girls, because you know what's funny is like most of the women who would be on those shows, if you just went and scooped up a bunch of women at the airport and you say, hey, you want to come on Fresh and Fit? Hey, you want to come on Access Vegas? You want to come on whatever? And you put them on the shows, no one would want to see those shows. It's bread and circuses, man. They don't want to see average, normal beach ball women. They want to see girls with like Kardashian lips and big titties and stuff. And that's the draw. But the truth of the matter is that if we were to take the average woman and the average man and put them on the show, they would be just as fucked up in the head as anybody else. They wouldn't have a better take. They wouldn't like. I can't even in good conscience say like, oh, these are the men and women. These are the women that men should strive to be with. I don't think men should strive to be with women, period. Because you should want to improve for yourself. Once again, striving to be with that woman places that woman as your mental point of origin. No, you're never going to get that one out of me. But it's not about the 304s. Because those women on Fresh and Fit, even the women we have on our show, we have had 2 Miss Nevadas on. We have had women with master's degrees. We've had women on who were OnlyFans models who switched and took that money and transitioned it over to real estate, and now are real estate moguls in Las Vegas and in Scottsdale and in Orange County, California, and are making more money than the average guy is ever going to. In fact, that's the problem. The problem is they're great. They're hot, sexy. They make a shit ton of money and they can't find a dude. Are those not the guys that we should be, the women that men should be striving to get with? Lots of money, well-adjusted, aren't hooked on freaking, cocaine or anything else. But you still call them whores. You still calling, oh, they got big plastic titties. Okay, but she's, other than that, she's a pageant winner. She's makes more money than you probably ever. She makes more money than you in a month than you make in a year. She's intelligent. She's been to college. She still looks feminine. She wants to be nurturing. She wants to be a mother. She wants to have all of these things, but it's difficult for her to do that because she makes so much bloody money and men can't measure up to where she's at. Is that not the kind of woman that you are referring to here? Or is it just the average Betty who's got she's 5'6", weighs 174 pounds, has the pear silhouette, and thinks she is an 8. Is that the girl I should have on the show? Because if it is, I'll right now. There's plenty of girls I could go hit up. I don't think so. And the other thing is that people think that we at Access Vegas or Myron Fresh, they cherry pick particular women so that they can be made fun of or they can look stupid. In fact, right now, what time is it right now? Okay, it's 4:30 on the West Coast right now. I think whatever podcast will go live in about 30 minutes. Look at their chicks. Their girls are not even close to as hot as our girl. We pride ourselves, and I don't care what the fuck you guys are gonna go, oh, they're not hot. No, they're hot. Now, the girls we have on our show, most guys wouldn't even know, they would like fucking go into vapor lock if they sat next to these girls. If they wouldn't know word one what to say to them. You could come to Vegas. It doesn't even have to be on our show. I mean, you can just walk around. You just walk up and down the strip. You don't even have to go to a big club. Just go to like Omnia, which is a nice club, but it's not as big as like say Hakkasan or Zook or something like that. But it's a really good club. But like you go to any of these clubs here, even the smallest club here, you'll find women who are of such high caliber. Most guys couldn't even. It's like seeing an animal in the wild. It's like seeing a wild jaguar walking through your suburban neighborhood. That's the best way I can describe it. But the fact is you don't want to see normal. It's professional wrestling, man. You want to see fucking alien. What's going on, boss? Thank you for everything you've done. You're welcome, sir, Mr. Jason. I'm happy that you are here. I just turned 42. Happy birthday, my friend. This is for you. Let's give you this. Mr. Jason just turned 42. Everyone wish him a happy birthday. There you go. And on the 5th, and I look like I am 24. Judging from your Av, I would agree with that. You certainly look like, maybe not 24, certainly by at least 28. How old do I look? You look like you're 90. You're an old man. This is why the red pill space looks crazy, Rollo. Yes, it does. It looks crazy because it makes me crazy. Maybe it's because it's making me crazy. Where is that one video? We are at, okay, I still got a little time. Let's go. Let's have a look at this video, which one is it? Not the culture war one. I have the Marty Hazelton one if you really want to. Oh, this one. Okay, I got to throw this one out here.
Victim, star pitcher for the Dodgers. A text Lindsay Hill sent to a friend before she ever even met me. What should I steal? She asked another, in reference to visiting my house for the first time. The answer? Take his money. So how might that work? I'm going to his house Wednesday, she said. I already have my hooks in. You know how I roll. Then, after the first time we met, net worth is 51 mil, she said. Bitch, you better secure the bag, was the response. But how is she going to do that? Need daddy to choke me out, she said. Being an absolute whore to try to get in on his 51 million, read another text. Then, after the second time we met, former Padres pitcher Jacob Nix told her, you got to get this bag. I'll give you 50,000, Lindsay replied. Her AA sponsor asked her at one point, do you feel a tiny bit guilty? Not really, she replied. Since then, her legal team has approached me multiple times about coming to a financial settlement. But as I have done since day one, I refuse to pay her even a single cent. In August of 2021, Lindsay Hill's claims were heard in court. And during those legal proceedings, critical information was deliberately and unlawfully concealed from me and my legal team. Information like this video, which was taken by Lindsay Hill herself the morning after she claimed she was brutally attacked emotionally traumatized and desperate to get away from me. And now we have the metadata, so there can be no dispute. It was taken mere minutes before she left my house.
Is this a normal girl? Should I have a girl that looks like this and act like this and talk? Should I have this girl? Because she looks not nearly as hot as like any of the girls that I've seen. Well, certainly the ones that have been on my show, but like I guess she's all right. But this girl is mid compared to some of the girls I even see on like Fresh and Fit. Is this who I should have on the show? One of these normal girls?
On the morning of May 16th, 2021, without my knowledge or consent, of course. In it, you can see her lying in bed next to me while I'm sleeping, smirking at the camera without a care in the world, or any marks on her face. I think it paints a pretty clear picture of what actually happened the evening of May 15th and why.
In before you guys tell me, this is a damaged woman.
The video was originally concealed from us. Yeah. After hearing the evidence available to her, Judge Diana Gold-Saltman found that Lindsay Hill had misled the court. She found her claims to be materially misleading. She denied her request for a domestic violence restraining order, and she found that no sexual assault or non-consensual conduct took place. Now, some of you might not know about restraining order hearings. I know I didn't, but I've since learned that it's extremely rare for a request for a restraining order to be denied because.
All right, let me hold on real quick. Maybe I need to give you a little bit of context. I used this, by the way, this video we used at the very end of Access Vegas, and boy, if I knew I was going to get that response out of Mike, I would have done it a lot sooner in the show because we almost ended with this stuff. This is Trevor Bauer. Trevor Bauer is a pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers, or he was until all this bullshit went down, and now he can only play for because he lost his position as I want to say he was a starting pitcher for and very good one too for LA Dodgers. Baseball, for those of you who don't know the American pastime, but is playing in the Japanese leagues right now because apparently they're cool with it. But completely 100% entirely exonerated from all of these charges. And he's explaining, finally, after 2 years, is explaining this to everyone. So that's the context behind it.
The standard of proof that you need to obtain one is extremely low. So you can make of that what you will. The fact is, I was never arrested. I was never charged with a crime, and I won the only legal proceeding that took place without my side of the story even being heard. And most importantly, as I've said.
Yeah, well, except for you lost your starting position at the Dodgers because of all of this and are playing in the Japanese league. Not to take anything away from the Japanese league, but it ain't the Dodgers. It's not Major League Baseball, which is probably what he's done his entire life. And I would love to have him on. Trevor Bauer, right? Am I saying that right? I believe so. Yeah, Trevor Bauer. Trevor, if you want to be on my show or you want to come to Vegas and talk about this and have your side, me and Mike Sartain are ready to go about this right now. All about it. Trevor Bauer, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
From day one, I never sexually assaulted Lindsay Hill or anyone else for that matter. So I sued her, which prompted her to countersue me. Quite frankly, regardless of the outcome in court, I've paid significantly more in legal fees than Lindsay Hill could ever pay me in her entire life.
You know what's funny about this is like all the dude wanted to do is basically clear his name. I'm hoping that the Dodgers are going to be able to exonerate him and bring him back on. I'm afraid they probably still won't do it even after this. But this is the as I said before, not every woman will, but any woman can, and that's the problem. And that's one of the things. You want to know one of the reasons why people have a problem with the red pill? It's because we ask the wrong questions. Why is it that any woman can? Please, we would even just have the conversation. Doesn't even get to take place. Where is for all of this bullshit about like, oh, Steven Crowder, oh, red pill guys are talking about bad about marriage. Oh, Pearl, oh, this. Where is the I have seen more content put out by the likes of Matt Walsh and Jeremy Boring and Michael Knoll, although I don't know Michael Knowles, but Daily Wire pundits and influencers. I have seen more content put out about Ryan Carson's knifing than I have about this, which I would say is at least as significant, if not more significant, a story. But no one wants to talk about that. They want to see a leftist get knifed and talk about it. And you know what they'll say? They talk about it from an ideological perspective. They don't talk about the fact that the chick is there just watching him bleed out. They avoid that because they're feminists. That's why they won't touch this, at least up to now. They won't touch this now. And that's why they would rather talk about, well, it looks like, this ideology as a communist or a activist or a BLM, whatever it is. And that's what got him knifed. Ha ha, look, karma. Yeah. Okay. But his bitch was sitting there watching him, literally watching the life go out of his exit out of his eyes. Didn't talk about that, did you?
I knew that would be the case going in, but the lawsuit was never about the money for me. It was the only way for me to obtain critical information to clear my name. The discovery process in that lawsuit recently concluded.
I want to also point one more thing out here before I let him finish. It's almost over. She doubled down on this. She still wanted the bag even after he said, fuck you, I am not settling. I will spend the millions I have to crush you because I want to be able to play baseball. I want to be able to pitch for the Los Angeles Dodgers that you took away from me. Think about not just the money he had to spend to defend his name and to go through the discovery process for 2 fucking years. Also think about the potential money he could have made over the course of the last 2 years as a starting pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers. You got to remember there's potential that is involved. Like there's punitive damage, right? There's potential. And you know what? She walks away scot-free. No criminal charges, no nothing. He just wanted to clear his name. There's no law of Hammurabi, right? If you accuse a man falsely, you are then punished by the punishment that would have been applied to him. Tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. The Latin term for this is lex talionis, right? It's the law of reprisal. Retaliation. That's where the word retaliation comes from. Lex talionis. I think I'm saying it right. Lex talionis, tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. And if you accuse someone of fraud and the punishment would have been something for actually having done that, and it doesn't happen, and comes out that it was like paternity fraud, it was false allegations, you are the one who suffers the punishment that person would have suffered. That doesn't happen. Because there's a separate standard of justice for women than there is for men. And it's always been that way. It's not just this country, it's every fucking country.
At which point, Lindsay Hill's legal team again came to us with another proposal to resolve the case. This time, however, they weren't seeking any money from me. Having received
because they tried twice.
Much of the information that had been hidden from us, a small portion of which I've referenced here, I was willing to agree to the terms proposed. Both parties would drop their respective lawsuits, and neither of us would pay either side any money. I also retained my right to speak publicly about the case, something I have not been at liberty to do since June of 2021. So, as of today, both lawsuits have been settled. Now, over the last 2 years, I've been forced to defend my integrity.
He is much more calm than I would have been.
And my reputation in a very public setting. But hopefully this is the last time I have to do so, as I'd prefer to just remain focused on doing my job, winning baseball games and entertaining fans around the world. So today, I'm happy to be moving on with my life.
There you go. I'm happy you're moving on with your life too, Trevor. Please come on my show. Although he probably just wants to put all this shit behind him. Lex talionis. L-E-X, it means law of reprisal, basically, a law of retaliation. Lex talionis, Talionis, the law of retaliation, whereby a punishment resembles the offense committed in kind and degree. The lex talionis of feud, violence, and blood money. Tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. The law of Hammurabi, basically, doesn't exist for women, period. In fact, you want to know one of these, what's a double standard? Here's a really great, next time somebody uses that term, especially a female uses the term double standard, bring up the fact that women receive on average, like well above average, much more lenient sentences for the exact same crime that men commit. Lots, and there's so much data on this. It's like it's impossible not to find. You can go look this up on Google. women get much leaner more lenient sentencing for exactly the same crime as if it was committed by a man who has a penis, a human being with a penis. Human beings with tits and vaginas, they get a free pass. They get the pussy pass. That's it's so fucked up that girls can be sluts if they have sex with lots of guys, but guys are superheroes if they have sex with lots. Oh, that's such a double standard. Yeah, we'll talk about the double standard in the judicial and the prison systems and our legal systems. Because I'll tell you right now, calling a woman a slut for having a high body count and a guy being a superhero, all right, it's sex, but you know what? It ain't jail. It ain't a death sentence. It ain't the fees. It ain't selective services. If you want to talk about double standards, there are way more double standards for men than there are for women. But the one that they think they own is the one where, oh, I just want to have sex with whoever. I'm a high body count. My feels. Yeah, my feels are you're sitting in jail. Well, I'm sitting in jail and you get off scot-free for doing the same shit. She just walks away. If we actually did have Lex Talionis, I'm saying it right. She'd be in jail. She would be suffering the same punishment that he would have been had he been rightly accused. But we have all that stuff. Imagine him saying, I'm going to get this bitch's money. Oh, all I got to do is just get the bag, right? Oh, going to fuck daddy and let him choke me out, whatever, all this other shit. Imagine he's the one texting this and he's the one that gets popped. And she is like, and the female gets off. Like, imagine that. You would never hear the end of that shit. Instead, you don't even hear any word about this coming out of tradcons and shit. Yeah. Yep. Okay. I don't need this open anymore. Okay. And let's see. Got that. Okay, last but not least, hopefully this will come out correct. And you know what? I don't want to take any chances with this one, but got one more video file for you here. Would you like to see the one with it's kind of dry stuff. Do you want to see the one with oh God. Will this play?
The text
Never left unread.
something on her mind.
We've got the time.
No empty seats.
Take mine, please.
Hugs from behind.
All the time.
If you change your passcode,
She'll be the first to know.
Double time.
Nothing to hide. 2745.
This is what you choose to do with your time. And you're worried that the red pill's dead? Oh my God. That's it. Glenn, tell your boys. This is not working. This is not a good look. Why do we even need the red pill? Oh, it's so much bullshit. So desperate. Oh, clearly we need something. Oh man. That was the one. No, not that one. Not that one either. Oh, I do have this one on here. Why did I not pull these? I thought for sure these were on. No, I don't want to do that one. Is that it? No, I got to that one already. I have the culture war one. I don't know if I want to get into that. I could give you the Marty Hazelton one, but it's such I will. Okay. All right. Gave you pearly things. Will this come through? No, of course it won't. Let me see. I'm going to go and drag. I got one more thing that I want to do before I get out of here. It is, let's see. Oh, look. Holy crap. My green room episode is available if you'd like to see this. I did an interview with the guys on Green Room and Domo, who is a porn star. Yes, I know. Oh, my Lord. Is this fresh? Hold on a second. Hold on. I've got this thing here. Jordan Peterson gives his thoughts on his daughter's divorce. Are we aware of this? Holy shit. This looks like it's new. This was just 3 days ago. Are they getting a divorce, or was this a divorce from this was the previous divorce? Hold on. I have to, sorry, we got to stop the presses here just for a quick moment because I was not aware of this. Really? Okay, hold on a second. This is interesting. Here's another bad look for the red pill. Oops, wait, that's not it. Here we go. You guys, sorry, I don't mean to be like flipping around here so much, but this was just too good not to. This just came out. I just saw this now.
Michaela, I want to play you a tape. This is from a podcast in which you talked about getting divorced.
It was very, very difficult to get divorced considering what my dad talks about. It made me stay in a relationship longer than I should have. I don't agree with the more conservative story of divorce that people are being told. I think being in a relationship that's not good for you, I think you should get out of that relationship.
Interesting that. Let me ask you, Jordan, when you heard her say that, did you feel any responsibility that she may have stayed in a very unhappy marriage for too long because she didn't want to upset you because of your views?
Clearly not.
No, I wouldn't say so. I'm able to let my children handle the complexity of their own private lives, knowing at least, I think as I do, that that's a place where only fools would go. And I had faith that she would sort things out, and so I was willing to give her space. I mean, I believe in committed marriage, and so at that level of generality, obviously I have objections to the breakup of a marriage, but I have faith in my daughter, and so I believe she's oriented to find her way, and finding your way is a complex process, and I'm willing to stand back and watch her and to provide whatever help I can along the way, but also not to interfere too much.
Michaela, you're remarried now, right?
Yes.
And the name of your second husband?
Jordan Fuller.
Now, a conspiracy theorist, psychologist.
It's funny. I know he does.
You ended up marrying a man named Jordan. Should I be reading anything into this if I was a clinical psychologist?
Oh, I have no idea. Like I said before, I don't know how the world works. I don't think so.
My secretary is named Jordan too.
This is very weird now.
You can tell they were not prepared for this.
Everyone in your world is Jordan. This is like being in Barbie world.
Yeah.
Michaela, let me ask you.
With Michaela, because her husband looks like Ken.
Oh, but Piers, why didn't you ask her why she doesn't have her wedding ring on in the interview?
Is that true, Michaela?
Yes. That's like 100% true, yeah.
I want to play you both a clip. Your dad's had a lot of feuds with people.
All right, that's good enough. Oh my goodness. I thought they were talking about, I thought perhaps she was going through a divorce right now. Yeah, caught off guard much? Yeah, most definitely. Wow. I didn't see that, guys. This just came out. I'm probably going to have to cut that. I'm probably going to have to chop this out because I didn't think I was going to have the BBC on, which they were going to fucking get me on. That's okay, though. That's all right. You guys won't care. By the way, in case you're wondering, and there's a big blank spot after this, it's because I had to chop that bit out. But that was worth it. Totally worth it. It's from Jordan Peterson gives his thoughts on his daughter's divorce. It's on. Oh no, it's Sky News. It's really Sky News Australia. Okay, well maybe I'll be okay. If I have to chop that out, you'll know why. No, that wasn't even what I was looking for. But that was well worth it. Well worth the pause. Let's see. Where's my history here? There we go. All right. Big. You know what? I also want to put out a big shout out to the what are they? Oh, Chicks on the Right. One of my wives. I gotta be careful. One of my sister wives. One of my wife's friends said that the Chicks on the Right, the podcast, had mentioned me actually in a positive light too. I was actually surprised. I didn't even know who the chicks on the right were until now. But hey, shout out to you. You want to everyone to talk about anything? I'm here for it. Oh, okay. It was Destiny's Stand Against the Red Pill. Should I do that one? I could. I kind of want to riff on this other one though. Red Pill Business of Lonely Men. Okay, here it is. Sorry, I gotta let the ad run out. Okay, there we go. Much better. Here we go. Okay, hold on. I gotta go grab it for you. Hang on here. I wanted to get to this because people kept asking me about this, and it sort of fits in with our show today. It is there. Here we go. Sorry, I didn't have this one queued up. I usually like to try to download these things and then queue them up, but now StreamYard has decided that it doesn't like certain MP4s. So here.
But just making everything worse. So let's go on a journey together. I'm going to put on my Morpheus cosplay and hand you that red pill. We're going down the rabbit hole of truth. I'm red pilling the red pill and breaking these lonely, desperate men out of their Andrew Tate worshipping mind matrix.
Now, before I allow this to go on any further, let me just explain to you a few things here, bro. This is from Red Pill, all one word, the business of exploiting lonely men. Do you feel like you're being exploited by me today? For your, I read your $2 super chats. I must be exploiting you. This is from, what the hell is the name of this guy's thing? This is from Kira TV. Is this guy Japanese or Korean? Kira TV is 440,000 subscribers. This particular video has done 150,000 views. Okay, not insignificant. It's like a very good show for me, but it's like kind of a meh show for someone like, say, Myron and Fresh. But still, so that's where this is all being derived from. And this, I think, is a good way to sort of sum up this entire episode today. So I'm going to let this run. I'm not going to go for 25 minutes. Trust me.
One thing that is impossible to ignore when
I love it when they use my like old ass fucking videos
discussing the rise of internet ideologies and movements is that of misinformation and bias within the media.
Okay. Right out the gate, right from the jump. Ideology, philosophy, belief, religion, cult, manipulation, Okay. I don't care if you believe in like neuro-linguistic programming. Do you know what neuro-linguistic programming is? Neuro-linguistic programming is using the right words for effect. There used to be, I think it was Ross Jeffries, who was like the king of neuro-linguistic programming for game purposes. Nothing really became of it. It didn't really take off because neuro-linguistic programming is not as, I'm not saying there's nothing to it. There is, but it's not as significant as I think a lot of people think it is. And it's certainly not the best way to do it. If you're using neuro-linguistic programming and you're still incongruent with who you are and what you're talking about, you're still fucked. So, but here we go with, in this case, people use, NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, NLP. They use NLP for all kinds of propaganda, like Chinese propaganda, Russian propaganda. Germans in the 1930s used a similar form of, they didn't call it NLP, but they used a similar form of NLP using certain words to emphasize certain emotional effects. It's connotation, basically, is what it comes down to. So that NLP stuff, yeah, it is. You're correct. It is. It's pseudoscience, more or less. But let me also explain to you. There's a difference between saying there's a difference between wordsmithing something for effect and for saying it. If I'm making myself clear, like I can say the same sentence, I can write one sentence and I can say another sentence. And if I say it like this and I bring my voice up like a Baptist minister and then I bring it down and I start talking to you back like this, and then I bring it back up again and I say the same thing, it doesn't have the same effect. That's why it's pseudoscience, right? There's a lot more to communication than just like than just like the actual syntax and the information, the context of it, right? Content, I should say. Context is different. So keep that in mind. So anyways, the long and the short of this is we're already off to a bad start because we're already casting the red pill. We're already making the presumption. We're making a presumption that the red pill is a belief set. The red pill is mythology. There's not even like any question that it is. It's like, that's the premise. We start from this premise that it is true. It's a logical fallacy. It's called presuming the point, or presuming the argument, presuming that you're right. Presuming something is true so that you can go on and then like make a point for something that is everyone is expected to believe is true. So it's not a belief set. That's not what the red pill is in its purest, most idealistic form. But the red pill is a praxeology. It is dedicated to, has an obligation to objective truth. Okay. So it's not philosophy. Now I understand why people would think it is philosophy, because they look at Andrew Tate, they look at Sneeko, I would say not say Myron so much, because Myron doesn't really try to cast. Myron's pretty committed to the purity, I guess, of the praxeology itself. But that doesn't mean other people aren't, or other people are. And even the people who are like anti-red pill, they cast it in such a way themselves that it is their ideology versus the red pill ideology, or the philosophy, or the teachings. Anytime somebody says, Rollo, you teach your people this. No, I don't. You teach you preach one thing and do another. No, I don't. I don't preach anything. I give you the information. I let you decide. I give you the equipment. I give you the education, and you get to decide what you want to do. I don't tell you what the fuck to do. In fact, people give me all kinds of shit because I don't tell them what to do. Oh, you cannot simultaneously tell me that I preach something, or I teach something, or I get out the pulpit and I sermonize about something, or that I have a belief set, or I have a philosophy. You cannot simultaneously tell me that and then also say that the red pill's big on theory and it is short on prescriptions. What the fuck is it? Because what you've just described, me preaching and teaching and philosophizing and whatever else, that's the practice. That is the solution. So you cannot simultaneously say the red pill is big on theory and short on solutions if you don't think that you're going to tell me that I'm preaching, that I'm teaching something. Well, if that's the case, then how can you say that it's big on theory and not on solutions? Because you just basically said it's only solutions. It's only a belief set. It's not about the theory. It's not about the thing. It's not about the red pill itself. It's about the practice of game or whatever it is. You think that? Aren't you the one that said get the vasectomy? You think that that's preaching, right? No, it's just fucking sarcasm. That's apparently too advanced for your low IQ to get. But the fact of the matter is, when somebody starts a sentence, or they start a conversation with me, or they start a tweet with me, or whatever the fuck they're talking about, and they say, you preach this and you live this way. No, I don't. And if you're going to say that, and then in the next breath say, well, the red pill is big on theory and short on prescriptions. Well, weren't you just saying that that's all I did was teach prescriptions? What the fuck is it? You tell me, man. So here's the premise is already off to the start from right up for the jump here. The premise is that it is in some way a philosophy, or a preaching, or a religion, or whatever. It's a belief set. And again, we come back to emotionalism versus empiricism. It is the believers versus the empiricists at this point, but they're trying to just sort of gloss over that and presume the point is valid just from the get-go.
Bait-driven headlines and manipulative algorithms often make it difficult to know where to get reliable information. That's why I've been using Ground News, an app
we don't need here
with slamming it. This mostly pertains.
This is great. They actually, you want to remember I told you how they dig up old
according
shit?
To the creator. Does it exist, and who cares? All very important questions, but let's tackle them in order of importance. So what is the red pill? The red pill has been many things. Originally, it was an allegory for transgender.
No, it wasn't, because you're looking at an article by Adam White, Friday of the 21st of August in 2020. The Matrix, I want to say, was 1998, the first one. So, yeah, of course, Lily Wachowski has finally confirmed fan speculation that the film are metaphors for transgender identity. Now, yeah, in 2020, I'm sure they are. In 1998, it was about Descartes, and I think therefore I am, and it was the allegory of the cave is really what it was about. But because it's the new hotness and the Wachowski brothers are now the Wachowski sisters, I'm sure that this is where he would love to go with this. So, yeah, it's really all about transgenderism.
According to the creator of the term, Lily Wachowski, who popularized it in The Matrix. However, and very ironically, now the red...
Lily Wachowski, who used to be a man and is now, I think biologically, whatever, got an actual sex change. And look, Rollo Tomassi on defining the real red pill. Well, would you like to know how long ago this was? 5 years ago, as if you can see right there. Oh, okay. Well, let's keep going.
Pill is used by a group of predominantly men who co-opt it as an ideology around how to live life.
No, it's not an ideology.
Specifically about the real truth of society and their place within it. This mostly pertains to masculinity, conspiracy theories, making money, and women. The red pill is also not the only word that this movement goes by. It can also, in many popular spaces, be substituted with the word manosphere. If you've not heard of these things, you might be surprised to learn just how huge this movement is. So the question...
Okay, let's define a few things here. The manosphere is not something that we came up with, that the red pill came up with, that anybody in the... We basically adopted this term. Now, Ryan Stone has actually... Ryan, R-I-A-N. Ryan Stone has explained this on several occasions on my show and his show as well. The manosphere was actually a derogatory reference by feminists to in some way categorize the guys in the pickup artist communities, the guys in the MRAs, the guys, like it was a catch-all term. MGTOWs were manosphere. MRAs were manosphere. Red pill guys were manosphere. Pickup artists were manosphere. Black pill, manosphere. Anything else, anything that was, and guy also, by the way, guys in the fitness community, manosphere. It was meant to be a derogatory phrase of organization. And the guys in the manosphere, myself included, adopted this and leaned into it, and we took the language back from them. So doesn't know what he's talking about, has no background in any of this. And I will explain to you what the red pill has always been about. And before it was corrupted, is that the manosphere is the manosphere and the red pill have only ever been about, well, the red pill anyways has only ever been about intersexual dynamics. It has only ever been about that. It's the praxeology of intersexual dynamics. That if you want a elevator pitch, if you want a really brief one, you want the TLDR version, the red pill is about the praxeology of intersexual dynamics. End of story. Period. Stop. Full stop. No. You don't get religion. No, you don't get politics. You get that as an ancillary. You get that as like sort of an adjacency to it. Sure. But in its most purest form, it's not about getting your dick wet. It's not about, I mean, it can be, it's part of it, you know, that using that on your own to create game or to understand game. Yeah, you can do that. Do you want to have a better relationship with your wife? Yes, you can do that. Do you want to get married? Do you want to not get married? Are you in a divorce? All of that stuff, everything about the red pill is about really the confluence of men and women. It's about men's nature and women's nature. It's about the sexual marketplace. It is about is the praxeology of intersexual dynamics. And anyone telling you different is actually selling you something himself. The red pill does not begin and end with Andrew Tate. The red pill doesn't even begin and end with Rollo Tomassi. Certainly won't end with me. I know that. It'll keep going. It does not begin and end with Myron Gaines. You got to remember that. Fresh and Fit they've only been doing this for 2.5 years. I've been doing this for 22 years. People didn't even in 2015, 26, hell, even 2016, 2017, nobody knew who the fuck Andrew Tate was, other than he was the guy who did the webcam stuff, and he occasionally came on my show, occasionally was associated with the 21 convention, and that was it. You didn't know prior to 2020, 2021 for sure, and then came at his apex in 2022. People think that that's the beginning and the end of the red pill. No, man. I can show you my very first post, one of my first posts where I use the term red pill on SoSuave. It is from December of 2004. How old was Andrew Tate in 2004? How old was Destiny in 2004? How old was Sneeko in 2004, right? Was he even alive in 2004? Yeah, he would have been. Let's see, that would have been. Yeah, he would have been alive. He would have been like 4 years old when the red pill. Oh, he's red pill. What are you talking about? No. I joke that like what is it? Destiny was watching like Fairly Odd Parents and like, you know, Phineas and Ferb when I was actually doing my best writing in the sphere, right? But some of these guys, some of these kids, some of these children weren't even born when I was doing that stuff. And will probably be, and by the way, they're not going to be the end. There'll be some other, like some child who will be a come up in the next like 5 or 6 years, and they won't even have been born when I started. But it's not even longevity. It's not even time on the clock. It's just it's ideas. These are not ideas, guys. These are not the guys who come up with shit. It's not about politics. It's not about get the bag. It never has been. The red pill in its most idealistic, purest form has only been the praxeology of intersexual dynamics. Full stop. It is not a belief set. It is not an ideology. It is what it is.
The question of how we got here comes down to one man, sort of.
Am I successful? Am I competent? You know, am I achieving things?
It's at this point I have to kind of like just turn the whole fucking thing off, because this is confident ignorance. Oh, Andrew Tate invented the red pill. No. Would you like me to show you the videos of me talking to Andrew in 2017? I'm not even saying I invented the red pill. Oh, God. That's not an invention. But the only reason anybody knows about the red pill in its most present form is because you have professional wrestlers like Andrew Tate popularizing it.
Expected. If you start to look at these indicators of your life, you're going to end up being happier.
Now, I do need to say that Andrew Tate himself has said he isn't red pill and that he finds the whole concept of most.
Hey everyone, this is John Moran. Today we're going to be talking about demand gen campaigns and why they might look like they're doing better than they actually do.
The people involved to be cringe, but his unwillingness to co-opt the term is relevant to the reality. And
all right, so though it's very relevant to the reality, because this is the guy, just like Sneeko, who's now abandoning ship like a rat from a sinking ship. The rats are abandoning the sinking ship, or they think it's a sinking ship. The rats are leaving. You turn on the lights and the roaches scatter. These are the roaches that are scattering right now, as Rollo Tomassi told you they would on the 31st of December of 2022 on Rule Zero when we were doing our year-end show. Exactly what I said would happen. March 2021. Rollo, do you think the red pill's going to go mainstream? I hope it doesn't. I didn't say it wouldn't. I said I hope it didn't. Why? Because of exactly this video, exactly the people who are in the personas and the personalities that are involved in this, all of them. I saw it coming. You know why? Because it's happened before. Thank you, PP. There you go. Thank you, PP. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for your continued support of the show. One of these days, I'm going to meet you in person. I swear that will be a good day. Shake your hands. Both of them like this. Plan on catching Deathlock after the stream. I caught them in Seattle last week. They are good. That is a good show. Have fun. Good for you. Let me push this over here. Keep going.
That is, his talking points are almost identical to the whole space, and his popularity is what has accelerated the movement. And I do.
Okay, so here's why it's significant. It's significant because he's left it, because he's thrown it under the bus. It's significant because guys like Sneeko are like eels in the fucking weeds. I'm a Muslim. No, I'm not a Muslim. No, I'm an Orthodox Catholic. Oh, no, I'm an Orthodox Eastern. No, I'm I'm Orthodox Christian Russian. Oh, I'm Orthodox Christian Greek. No, it's whatever the new color up is for your own personal brand. You're not talking about the red pill. You're talking about your own personal brand. And if it's not working for you, you'll throw it under the bus. That's why this is significant. And that's why you're fucking ignorant and wrong.
You mean accelerated? Because even without Andrew Tate or any other manosphere figurehead, this was an inevitability in modern society. We were already headed down this path. Andrew Tate was never the cause. He was simply the most prevalent symptom.
No, he, just like Pearl, just like MTR, just like any of these other reaction videos who have no content, have no innovation, have no ideas, have no book, have no history in any of this, have absolutely no skin in the game. These are hustlers. His whole fucking organization is called Hustler University. What was your first fucking clue? These are not innovators. These are fast followers. And the sooner they are all gone and the sooner they are out of this sphere, the better off men will be. Leave the space to people who are doing things. Talk to the people who are doing things. Talk to the people who are building shit. You want an accurate fucking assessment of the red pill? You are barking up the wrong tree. It is confident ignorance. And I'm so fucking sick of having to repeat this on every goddamn show. You are confident in your utter blithering idiocy, moronic ignorance of this space, but you act as if you know what's going on because putting out like hit piece videos like this feels good and it works. Well, you got 150,000 views on this to bolster your 440,000 subs that I hope are honest subs, whatever. But the fact of the matter remains, again, a blatant example of nothing but confidence in ignorance. You are ignorant of the space. Destiny is ignorant of the space. Pearl is ignorant. She can't defend a goddamn point on anything. There are very few people who I could say can do that. Even Andrew Tate would not be able to defend red pill points. In fact, he just throws it under the bus. You know why? Because if he doesn't, and he doesn't pretend to be a good family man, if he doesn't pretend to suddenly have his daughter come out in a video that he's hid forever, I didn't even know he had a daughter until that video showed up. I didn't know Tristan had a baby mama. I had no idea until those videos surfaced. They used to give me and Ryan so much shit. Oh, these guys are married. What could they? Even to this day, fucking sartorial shooter and Sneeko are talking shit about me saying, Rollo, Tomassi doesn't have any receipts. Well, apparently I do because I have a kid and I've been married for 27 years. And that's supposed to be a receipt now. Why? Because your Lord and Savior, Andrew Tate, has one too. So I guess I'm a pretty fucking swell guy now, aren't I? I guess I'm fucking doing it right and have been doing it right for 27 years, longer than any of you guys in the sphere. Longer. I've had a daughter for 25 fucking years. And you know what? I never try. In fact, if anything, I tried to keep her fucking safe from animals like you fucking assholes. Doxing my daughter. Calling, like looking for her fucking address in Las Vegas when she's in college. But I'm the asshole. I'm the one who doesn't have skin in the game. I'm the one who doesn't have receipts. Go fuck yourself, sartorial shooter. I'll say it right to your fucking face. You want to see my receipts? My receipts are right outside this fucking door. My receipts are right here. 5 books are my fucking receipts. 20 plus years, 22 years in this space. That's my receipts. Your boss, your boy lifting my material. That's my fucking receipts. Sneeko lifting my material. That's his, or carpet bagging the red pill. That's my fucking receipts. So don't give me this bullshit. Oh, you don't defend your friend. Go on fucking Dr. Phil. Go on Dr. Phil and table his ass in 2 hours over 2 shows when they wanted Andrew Tate on that goddamn show. So much, and I'm not going to make them public, but you want to see the text that I had with him prior to this? I tried to get him on the show because they wanted him. They didn't want Rollo Tomassi. I was the fucking understudy. And when I got on there, it was clear within the first 5 minutes of what they wanted. They wanted a proxy for Andrew Tate, and I'm the one that had to go there and defend the shit. So you want to talk about defense of your friends and loyalty and all this other shit? You go on national fucking TV. You go in front of, God, what is it, 4 or 5 million people. How dare you? Fuck off, dude. Yeah, I saw your stupid ass fucking short video. Now I'm the one that has to go and, again, you guys shit the bed, and now I've got to go clean it up with this idiot right now. That's what I'm talking about. Pearl, same fucking thing. I have to clean up your fucking mess. So don't tell me about loyalty. Don't tell me about defending things. I defend the red pill.
Why do I say this? Well, let's answer the question of why it exists in the first place. It'll probably only take you a few minutes to Google search if you've not already seen these very shocking statistics when it comes to the rise of loneliness in men, especially young men. This is the real epidemic that is going to claim more lives than any contagious disease, and it's eroding the very foundation of modern society.
Wow.
For the record...
Well, who is doing anything about this? Who is addressing any of this? Who has done this in the past? Oh, excuse me. Who has, let's look at the dedication here in this book, my second book, which is the Preventive Medicine, available on Amazon. Oh, look, I bet I can do this. Can I show this to you live on screen? Maybe I can. What does that say? They can't see it. I'll read it to you. This book is dedicated to the memories of the 22 American veterans who take their own lives every day in 2015. What are you doing, ignorant fuck? Tell me what you've been doing for the last, 7 years. Oh, this loneliness, and it's only going to hurt them that much more. These guys aren't doing anything. Fuck off. You don't know. You are ignorant. And you're only broadcasting that ignorance that much more and damaging people as a result of it.
This problem does not just envelop men, but it is more prevalent statistically for a multitude of reasons. On the face of it, men have less friends than ever before. They spend less time socializing.
Why?
With the friends that they do have.
Have you done any of the research on this? Because I sure the fuck have.
Than ever before. They're virgins for far longer, have sex less frequently.
Oh, but we can't use those studies anymore because let's see, William Costello and Alex from DateSite said that they're irrelevant after 2021 because now the things have changed, which is basically just it's basically the touch up because of what happened in the C-19 pandemic in 2020. But hey, we're not supposed to use those anymore, so I guess you're out of the loop, mother.
Overall, and they are self-deleting at an alarmingly high rate, with numbers trending upwards greater than ever before. They're also...
You notice how he avoids the actual statistics of this? No, they're trending upwards because they have been that way for quite some time. 3.5 to 5 times the rate of women successfully offing themselves. Is it because the red pill is convincing them to do that? No, it's not. They were doing that long before we came on the scene. But you don't know that, do you?
Less likely to seek mental health assistance, more likely to turn to drugs or substance abuse to cope with these factors, which don't even play into the self-deleting stat, and are overall becoming increasingly disenfranchised with the world.
You catch that? Love how that is also presuming the point once again.
Most importantly, their place within it. So to answer the...
So what do you suggest that they do? An anonymous British voice guy? What do you suggest they do? What do you think that the solution is? They should all go to therapy and talk about their feelings. They should all be vulnerable, right? They should all be nice. They should all, I don't know, lower their tea even more.
Question of why Andrew Tate, why the red pill, why the manosphere, Sneeko, podcasts like Fresh and Fit, the red pill godfather, Rollo, Tomassi, and many others exist. It's very simple. It's because they need to exist. Supply and demand. These people didn't just appear for no reason. They arrived at the right time with the right message. And that is obviously not me giving.
So apparently the right time with the right message was 2013. Oh, wait, no, sorry. 2011, which is when the Rational Mail blog was when I launched the blog, the Rational Mail. Or was it 2002 when I was when I joined the So Suave forum, seduction community? Was that when it was? Do you know that? Do you know when it was when it was the time? Because they had to be there. They're the ones that are making all of this money, that we're just sitting on top of this big giant pile of fucking gold like Scrooge McDuck. Like this is this is, you want to know how to drive me crazy? This is how you drive me crazy. Apparently, the red pill didn't exist before 2019. Apparently. It needs to exist because it's supply and demand. Well, that supply and demand must go all the way back to at least 2011, certainly 2013, because that's when I published the first book. Don't talk about that. You don't want to talk about the at least 1,100 people that I got on that one. What's that? The safety net one. Where'd it go? Confidence in the safety net. No, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about handwritten notes from mothers. We don't talk about guys making trips out to, cry in my fucking face because, by the way, I appreciate that. I don't mean fucking, but cry in my face because they are so appreciative of it, of saving their life. You want to know why Myron Gaines even had his little emotional thing? I got it. Sammy. Thank you. Yeah. You want to know why that's there? Because I can only speak for myself. It's like I've got, 2015. From about 2015, I've had people come to me and say, I can't wait to give your book to my son so he doesn't get suicidal like I did, so he doesn't make the same mistakes that I did. You know when that was? 2014, 2015. It would have been Vegas. So 2015. The Man in Demand Conference, courtesy of Christian McQueen. And let's see who else was there. Tanner Guzzi and Goldman Unleashed was at that one. It was the first live appearance I ever did. There's no video of it, but Sammy was kind enough to do the audio, but there was no video. It was the first time I ever did an in-person thing, and I was actually floored by how many people showed up for that. So we can at least go back to, I can verify it to 2015 and possibly 2013 if you want to, but you don't know what you're talking about. You're a moron. And you're ignorant and confident in your ignorance. Say it with me. I am an ignorant fuck.
Giving them my rubber stamp of approval, as I believe each one of the people I just listed, as well as the majority of the manosphere space, is a counterintuitive detriment to young men's lives.
Oh, really? Shall I explain something else? You know what? Since we're here. So this is a detriment to young men's lives. This is a detriment. Rollo, I'm a mom of 3 grown boys. Most of my best friends have boys. Delivered your book to my best friend's son who was struggling with a breakup and depression. Saved his life in more ways than one. Since then, I've recommended your book to all of our sons to arm them with the knowledge and tools they need to succeed in reality. Sincere thanks, Lorraine. I won't say her last name. Thank you for saving my sons' lives. But clearly I'm a net negative to everybody in this space because my name was mentioned on this whole thing. Huh? Shall I go dig up the guys? Maybe Sammy can do it. I forget the guy. I won't be able to dig it up, but the guy who had a date with death and canceled his date with death literally came to see me at the 21 convention from Phoenix or something like that, to explain to the fact that how grateful he was that he had got my stuff because now his kids still have a father in their lives. Net benefit, net negative.
For reasons that we'll mostly go over in the next section, this is just me saying that this movement didn't arrive overnight for no reason and brainwash hundreds of millions of men.
So we've been brainwashing you really since 2002, right?
The male loneliness epidemic was already here. It's a cancer eating society.
And why does it exist? Maybe if we were allowed to ask those questions, we could. But instead, we're still obsessed with children with penciled in mustaches.
It presented itself as chemotherapy bringing with it total destruction of the body, but without the added benefit of potentially eradicating the cancer. Not to say there are no good pieces of advice from any of these people, or a well-rationed person couldn't learn a few real truths from these spaces.
You like how they belittle that?
Such as eating right, exercising, socializing, and trying to better your situation financially.
You notice that whenever they say these are the good things about the red pill, it's always, oh, it's money, muscles, and game, right? Oh, get in better shape, eat better, get more sleep. It's basically Andrew Huberman stuff, right? It's Alex Hormozy. It's whatever the positivity hustlers are. You don't go after those guys. I find that you don't go after the motivational speakers. But we say the same thing. Oh, those are the good things. That's all right. We can keep it. But moving on. Same thing. You'll hear Tradcon say the same thing. Tucker Carlson, Matt Walsh, all the usual suspects from the Daily Wire. Well, we agree with the good parts. Yeah, you know why? Because those good parts represent solutions to women's fucking problems. Not for the sake of the man, not for mental point of origin, but because it's supposed to be their duty and their responsibility. Responsibility to who? Owing women a better fucking life. Not themselves, because if they ever did that and empowered, but you want to know why, like people get really upset and really concerned about like testosterone levels and men not measuring up. And we always talk about what the responsibility and authority, that whole conversation. The reason that exists is because, well, the reason why it exists at all is because we're still stuck in this gynocentric, female correct way of thinking. What is that? Well, it's the same thing. I'm going to just kill this off right now. It's the same thing that I talked about on Access Vegas today, and I'm going to end with this because I'm just going to get too heated, and it's just going to sound like a rant and a rave that it already has, right? The fact of the matter is this is why I have to clean. It's not just Pearl here. It's the rest of these guys who shit the bed, and now I've got to clean up their shit, right? So, yeah, I'd like to tax you for the sham and cell study. Thank you. Well, it's funny. I tried to warn you guys about that. I tried to, in the incel guys who actually still like me, I think, in some respects. And they probably don't like the mirror I hold up. But, I said, hey, I remember when that sorry, I'm getting sidetracked, but when that whole study was going down and they were actually paying guys like $20 to online to take the I'm like, who thinks that this is a good way to like do data collection? Oh, well, they do it on college campuses all the time. Yeah, on the campuses, and they have the dude come in there, hand him $20 and say, take this survey. It's not like I'm going to forward you $20 of your PayPal account. I'd take it 100 times if I could. $20, no problem. $20 is $20. Yeah, it was a sham. I tried to warn guys away from it too. But anyways, the fact of the matter is that this is just, it's confident ignorance, and it's aggrandizing people who have no business being aggrandized, while at the same time ruining the best parts of the manosphere, the best parts of the red pill. But the red pill's over. It's a danger of the movement. The red pill is not a fucking movement. The red pill is not a philosophy. It's not a religion. It's not a cult. It's not a psychology. It's not a way of life. It's not you create your own way of life. You can use this information. It's just like fire, right? You can cook your food and warm your home with the red pill, or you can set your neighbors. I run Bartertown. I do. God, I wish I did. That is a name I haven't heard in a long time. Now you threw me off. Sorry. Mission accomplished, asshat. Now the whole thing about being an innovator as opposed to a fast follower, that's all these guys are. And in a way, he's correct about the fact that there's people like Sneeko and the rest of these guys are just fucking grifters and hustlers, and this was their new hustle, and they move on to the next thing. So the next time I call somebody out, I don't want to hear this bullshit of, oh, Rollo, you're just professionally jealous. No, I'm calling out bullshit when I see it, because they're going to shit the bed, and I'm going to be the one to go and clean the shit up. Oh, why do you keep calling Pearl a hack? Because she is a hack. And if you choose to work with her, you're a hack too. At least you're 1 degree of separation. It's like Kevin Bacon. It's like the 7 degrees of Pearl Davis. I'm going to quote Richard Cooper because I still love him like a brother. Don't get me wrong. But I'm gonna steal a line from Richard Cooper. I don't work with retards, and I don't work with retards who work with retards. That was the best line you ever came up with. So yeah. So, anyways, I have to stress that whenever somebody says it's a movement, you preach this, you teach that. Anytime you use the language of teach, preach, belief, ideology, it's a movement. It's not a fucking movement. And if it is, it's bullshit because you're referencing people who actually are motivated I wouldn't say that they're trying to exploit. Yeah, the Man in Demand conference. Oh man, what a great. Hey, Sammy, will you put that link, the Man in Demand's conference? Will you put that link in the chat so people can get it? I forgot about that. That is actually, and there's I actually at the Man in Demand conference, I got my first coin there. What's a coin? The coin is the dedication. I got this from a guy who was a U.S. Air Force captain, not unlike Mr. Sartain. He gave me a coin from the Korean Air Force, by the U.S. Air Force Base in Korea. And he said, "You're doing such a great job. I want to coin you." I'm like, "What the hell is a coin?" I didn't even know what it was at the time. I still have it, don't I? I do have it. I knew it was in the drawer. Here we go. This is the first coin I ever got. This one. Oh, those guys, they're just in it for the money. I got this in 2015. You'll see this on the cover of that. Can you see that? There you go. Wait, no. There you go. This coin. This is the real deal too. This isn't some like half-ass like when you go buy off of Etsy. It's a real one. It's like a, I don't know, honor coin. I don't even know what to call it. I'm just gonna leave that up there. How many coins do you think Andrew Tate and Sneeko have? How many guys in the military like say, you know what, I really want to give Sneeko one of these? I swear to God, man, it's more than a man could take. There you go. Thank you very much for that. You know what? I'll give you one of these. Speed Freak, $100. Thank you. Your work helped me. Thanks. You are welcome, my friend. Thank you for saying so. I need to do another show where I like have call-ins from people and say, you know, you don't have to be about me, but like, what have I done or what has the Red Pill done to sort of improve your life? I think that would be a very strong episode. I think I'm going to do that in the next time. I'll bite the bullet. Maybe I'll have Sammy be a call screener because I still have to do that, but I would really like to do that one more time. I did a show for V Pro, which is this, it's a document. It's kind of like public television I think it was for Dutch, for Holland, for the Netherlands. And it was myself. I was on there. Elliot Hulse was on there. Let's see. Hannah Rosen was on, and Dr. Warren Farrell was on it as well. It was us four, and we're talking about male self-improvement. It's really good. This guy right here is kind of shit all over the manosphere. He should probably watch that, because I did an interview. I did a segment on there where I had people call in, and they took the highlights of it, but I did it for about 90 minutes. And I did it because I wanted people to to basically, say, hey, what has it done for you? What has the Red Pill done for you? I think they were waiting for somebody to come and shit on me. Nobody did. It was actually a pretty earnest, honest, show. And, we killed it after about 90 minutes. It was really good. People wanted me to do it again. So maybe I will. It's been a while. Gosh, I would have been 2020, 2021. So no, it would have been the latter half of 2019, I think maybe is when it was. It came out in 2020. Anyways, so yeah, shit like this just makes me crazy, right? I mean, in a good way, I guess. But remember, the thing is like when you're doing assessment, like let me just give some advice to people who want to come and throw rocks at me or the Red Pill or anything else. At the very least, do me the solid and understand that I've been doing this for 20 plus years. Go and do your homework and do your research, because I will tell you this right now, Mr. Nameless, K Pro, whatever the hell the guy's name, Kai Radio or whatever, nameless, faceless, British announcer voice guy. You don't know anything. You don't know anything, but you're basically engaging in the same shit that the people you're me accepted. you're criticizing. They're just in it for the money. So are you, because you didn't do your homework well enough to figure out that you don't know what you're talking about. You probably could have done a semi-reasonable critique of the red. Hell, I can do a good critique of the red pill because I know it well enough that I could say, here, I can do a SWOT analysis of the red pill, like strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. I could very easily do something like that. I've done it in the past, as a matter of fact. I can give you the assessment, like the state of the manosphere address, now that the president has been deposed, right? I could very easily do something like that because I know what I'm talking about. I've been in this for a while. But yet, you got Lex Friedman interviewing Sneeko, well, not Sneeko, the blue-haired cuck. You got Chris Williamson, who takes Destiny's word about the red pill and the manosphere as fucking gospel, but is still scared shitless to have me on his show. And he is scared to have me on his show. Even now. People were saying, will you go on Tim Pool with Myron? I've told Myron this before. I said, it will be a great day when you and I can both do an interview on the same show. And I will do it. I'm not trying to get on Tim. There was a time that I'll admit that. There was a time that I wanted to get on, and because I thought maybe I'd be able to at least make an impact and sort of be able to tell this side of the story. It was never forthcoming. It was back in the days when Lydia was, I don't think she's still on the show anymore, but she was the producer. I used to follow Lydia and she used to follow me. And at one point I was kind of hoping it was going to happen, but it was never going to happen with Lauren Southern there. And it was never going to happen with Jack Murphy as regulars on that show. They're just going to ban. And now we see what's happened to both of them. I'm still here. I'm still legit. And those guys are well, we know what happened to Jack Murphy. And we know what's happened with Lauren Southern. And I will guarantee you, just give it enough time. Mediocre people will have their mediocrity will catch up with them. I didn't have to do anything to really like ruin Anthony Johnson. He just did it to himself. Pathological personalities attract other pathological personalities. But the other truth of that is eventually that pathology or that pathological nature, they make grandiose big mistakes and they fuck themselves. And often enough, all you have to do is just wait for it to happen. Just let them burn. Just don't piss on them when they're on fire. What is it? Napoleon, never interrupt an opponent or an enemy that is in the process of killing himself. So eventually I'll be the first one. And when Pearl goes down, this will be on replay. I'll just keep that up for like half an hour, and you'll know when that happens. You'll know why. There you go. Now MTR, by the way, blue spammer dude. Wait, here's that. Wait, no. You're at the end of the show, so you can have a little bit of. I can have a little fun with you. There you go. Is that an MTR subliminal dissertation? No. Now I can ban you. No. MTR is just a reactor. They don't do anything. Sneeko does not do anything. Even Andrew Tate does not do anything. Collects money. I mean, maybe he hustles and works at self. Okay, I shouldn't say that. Self-promotion. You guys all got me on there. You're all way better at promoting your own bullshit than I am. I 100% I bow to your bullshit greatness. But you don't have 5 books under your belt. You don't have 20 plus years under your belt. You don't have 10 years of the blog. Well, 11 years of the blog now. You don't have 10-year anniversary for your first book, which, by the way, the hardcover is coming out middle of this month. You don't have a Kenyan army. They don't call you MZ. They call me MZ. I hope I'm saying that right. MZ. That was pronouncing too. Yeah, he's a lol cow. You are correct. Yeah, Sneeko is definitely a lol cow. Every little British girl that comes at me, she's a lol cow too. Fenty is literally a cow. She looks like she's got the cow eyes, that empty stare. Jack Napier is 32 years old. I think you mean 12 years old. Am I right? No, thank you. Well, Cadillo, thank you for nuclear Claudio. Cool, Claudio. Years as in college girls, like your SMV chart. Younger as in college girls. You're lucky I'm reading all of these today. I wasn't going to do this. Mdeezy, is it also fair to say that the type of women FNF bring on after us? No, it's not. Sir Mr. Jason, I think I already wished you happy birthday, so I'm going to wish to you again. And looks, yeah, and this is definitely why it looks crazy. Sorry, I'm recovering all of this. Piers was Piers Moore. I'm gonna have to go. I did not see that. I knew he had done something. And it was like an hour-long interview with. I did not know that there was all these gotchas. And see, that's the thing. Like, I could go on Piers Morgan, and I would think like, oh, this dude is really, he's actually my friend, and he'd probably be cool with you on the first interview. Then he invites you back and you think you're going to get the same interview, and he's just doing it to fuck with you. Unblock origin equals ad blocking extension for Chrome. Okay. Got it. I'd like a tax. Okay. I got to you. Thank you very much for the $100 super chat. Speed Freak one more time. Red ones go faster. Rollo, Rich, and Ryan have the most useful red pill content. Cappy too. Well, Cappy's good when he's not in my time slot. Cappy's good because I get to stay. If you ever wonder where I stay in Las Vegas, Captain Capitalism. I stay at Captain Capitalism's chateau, his secret bunker, and it is a bunker. I stay at his secret location. I will never divulge the where it is, but that's where I usually stay. Thank you, Cappy, for that. I love you like a brother. Well, you're my heterosexual life mate. But yes, I think the new like you know, I always say that I'm part of the 3 R's of the Manosphere is Roosh, Rollo, and Royce. Those were the 3. Now it's Rich, Ryan, and Rollo. We're now the 3. Things have changed. And if you really want to have a really good discussion on the red pill, nobody does. Nobody cares. No one cares. Have all 3 of us on. Get Myron too. And Myron definitely is one of the 4 horsemen of the red pill apocalypse. I haven't kept up, but what happened to Southern? Not for $2, you don't. Red pill developed as a term simultaneously and independently of each other in both the men's sphere and the far right circles about 2011, 2013. Yeah, you'd be wrong about that. One did not co-opt from the other. No, I will explain. I will have to have Ryan on to give you the full definition of that, but it was a term that was meant to be a derogatory term for all of us, even the entities you're referring to right now. By feminists at the time. So there was the manosphere, right? Because they need to find a sphere word. And so we leaned into it and we basically removed and took the language back from them. Ryan actually has a better take on that than I do. I mean, I remember when that happened, but he was actually, I think, involved in that conversation at the time. So, and a lot of that happened on Reddit, which is his realm, not mine. All right. Thank you guys very much for watching. I love each and every one of you like a brother. Now, do not forget this ad slick here. Yes, I will be in Nairobi, if you can believe that. I will be in Nairobi first week of December. December 3rd, I'll be speaking at graduation day, whatever that is. Maybe I get to give the graduation address. Am I going to be the valedictorian? Then the 25th, right before that, a few days before, well, actually a week or two before that, I will be on a tour in Dubai. That tour will last all of 2 days, just clarifying things here. So if you want, you can actually screen cap this and you can get your tickets right now through that QR code that's there. I'm going to put these up on all of my social media. So if you don't get it right away right now, don't worry. You can pick it up on Instagram and Twitter if you follow me. Also Patreon. If I can work it and you really want to go to Dubai or Nairobi, I would love to see you in all of these places. In fact, I'm looking forward most of all to seeing all of the people that I already have been talking to for quite some time in Kenya. I've had a Kenyan following for quite some time. And everybody's been asking me hey, when are you going to come to Kenya? I've got people in Istanbul. I have them asking me the same thing. I think that if all goes well with the Kenyan adventure, I'm going to actually probably do it myself. I'll definitely plan a trip to Turkey so that I can go there and do something similar there with Dr. Red Pill, Dr. O's. And maybe I can come back with a balaglama. You know what I'm talking about. Or it's an instrument. It's like a guitar. Or maybe another oud. I love my oud. In fact, I was gifted the oud that I have. If you've seen me on Instagram, sometimes I play my oud on there. I'm actually kind of still learning it. There's no frets on an oud, so it's kind of, there's nice little quarter notes, nice little sort of like transition notes that go into playing the oud, but like you have to remember where to put your fingers as opposed to like having frets to, even if it was just like lines, I'd probably be okay. But like you just knowing where to put your fingers and what the notes are, like I could probably figure it out. It's like I'm so used to having frets, I don't know what to do. But anyways, so that's that. And other big news. I will be in Las Vegas one more time. We will be doing Access Vegas on the 12th. It's a possibility I might be doing, I don't know if he'll let me, but I'm going to see if I can do something with Dan Bilzerian while I'm out there, because I'm finally supposed to meet up with Dan maybe next week. I have a new program that I'm working on, and I mentioned this earlier, and I think I should probably just reiterate here at the end. Myself and a good friend of mine, I won't give you this full name, just call him Joe. He's a little bit older than me, like maybe 2 years older than I am. And we're developing this program right now. We don't even have a name for it, but we're going to be doing sort of a red pillish program, a male self-improvement program with a book and some classes and some like get-togethers and some it'll certainly be a group kind of thing. But it's going to be for men between the ages of 45 and 65 years old. And if you're older, that's fine. If you're as old as Robert Kiyosaki, you're still invited. But we're trying to cater to guys who are in the prime demographic for self-deletion, right? We're trying to cater it to guys who are going through being zeroed out. And I want to call it like the sexual marketplace reintegration program. It's kind of like, when you go off to prison and you come back and they have these programs to sort of like reintegrate you into society. That we're kind of looking at it that way, but it's going to be based on, health, wealth, and relationships. So money, muscles, game, but we're calling health, wealth, and relationships. And I think we use the term relationships because relationships is really, it's more encompassing, I think, than game. Like game is definitely a part of it, but also just having the learning social skills, not only so you can converse and be like more well-spoken and more of a conversationalist, not just with women, but also with guys, because there's too many guys right now who lack social skills to even have a tribe of guys. And I refuse the idea that no one is coming to save you. I think that has been something that's been, you want to talk about manipulation tactics? I think that is one of them. In that case, I would agree with this guy in the previous video. I hate the fact that we have these programs that are similar to this, and yet it starts with, no one's coming to save you. You've got to do it on your own, and bootstraps. And then the next sentence is, except for our liminal order or our war room or our whatever room, our tribe of guys, for $2,000 a month, we'll save you. We've got your back. We respect loyalty and honor and discipline and strength and honor, like Gladiator and shit like that, right? So no one's coming to save me except if you pay $2,000 a month, and then you'll have a group of guys who will at least help you on your way. We don't call it saving you, but we'll at least we'll be your friends for X amount of money, and I think that is bullshit. So honestly, you're never going to hear those words come out of my mouth. Oh, no one's coming to save you. No, sometimes people actually do give a shit about you. Not everyone is out to get you. Everyone is out for themselves, but not everyone is out to get you. So, and do you need to do shit on your own? Should you really be more self-reliant? Absolutely. Should you be the one to be the self-starter and have mental point of origin? Absolutely. But don't think for a second that you are this island, this rock in the sun, and that you're this maverick fucking, if you're calling yourself a Sigma male, you're not a Sigma male. If you call yourself a Sigma males don't say, I'm a Sigma male. The very act of recognizing it disqualifies you from being a Sigma male. So just throwing that one out there too. People are going to really hate that. But anyways, we're working on this program. We don't have a name for it just yet, but we're actually doing something. And that's the last thing I wanted to leave you guys with. I'm doing shit. I built the #1 podcast in Las Vegas in less than a fucking year. And Kurt, I shouldn't say it was a collaborative effort, cooperatively with myself and a lot of support from other people, from people who gave a shit, from people who wanted to bankroll this stuff, from people who wanted to work with me, from people who wanted to see this thing grow. And it has grown exponentially in just like 10 months. We're at a year now, but I kind of look at it from when we started to where we're at right now. Miguel Munoz, Charlie from Cultivate Crypto, Miguel Munoz from Dollar Cost Crypto, which also Cultivate Crypto. Glenn Lawrence has been an untapped genius for the longest time. Okay. We've got everybody in Rule Zero, even directly or indirectly has benefited and has benefited us, I should say. We've got so many more things. So I got irons in the fire I can't even talk about right now. Michael Sartain, who has turned into one of my best friends, like in this lifetime. And I don't want to get choked up, but like when he was at his birthday party, I was proud to be called his friend. And I love him like a brother. I think I have the same kind of vibe that I did with, and I don't use that word lightly. I have the same kind of relationship with Mike that I did with Pat Campbell. And that's what chokes me up, right? That's something not of this world. So Mike, if you're watching, I appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate people like Justin Waller. I appreciate even Andrew Tate and the rest of these guys, right? I appreciate Myron and Fresh. I really love them like brothers still to this day, right? And we're doing a lot of work. They've gone through a lot of transition too. They've done a lot of work themselves. But I'm doing stuff every day, guys. I've got projects. I'm writing the Maxims book right now. I'm trying to get my book out, the revised version of The Rational Male. I'm going to fucking Kenya. How many of these guys, how many Ruslans out there? How many, English nameless guys? How many Destinies out there have a Kenyan army? How many of these guys, you want to talk about, the red pill's dead. Oh, it's going to die. Not in Kenya. Not in Turkey. Not in Japan, apparently, either, according to MLD. No, it's alive and well all over the world. Not just here in the United States. It is everywhere. We are legion. It's a brotherhood. It's a fraternity. It's an understanding. It's not a movement, but it is definitely a decentralized understanding. It is an education process. And it's not just money is definitely important. I can't do this stuff without the support of, say, like, Miguel and Charlie and a lot of other people. I make money, but you guys, I am not as paid as you think I am. I would like to be, so that I could take that money and I could put it into other projects like, I don't know, independent films from the Savo brothers. I don't know, maybe we can put it into a program that's going to help guys like, who get zeroed out, not get zeroed out. I'm doing shit. No one, I should say no one, but very few people in this space are actually doing something. And I'll tell you who those people aren't doing stuff. The people who are shitting the bed regularly. Pearl's not doing anything. Destiny's most definitely not doing jack shit. Sneeko is, I don't know what he's doing now. He's an eel in the weeds, man. Move from place to place to place. You want to talk about the grifters are real grifters? That's the real grifters right there. You're not doing shit. And all you're doing is talking shit about people who are doing shit. So before you come after me with receipts, this and that, look at what I'm doing and look at my body of work and look at your body of work. Here we go. Come on my podcast. Paul Bauer. You've been streaming my whole trip back to Colorado. Impressive. Good meeting you this past week. I did meet him this weekend. Who got the belt anyways? Who is the belt? Oh, wait. Oh, man, I missed you so much. Adultsdatingchat.com. See, when you come at the end, I don't kick you off. I actually encourage these kinds of things. You should get Domo and you should get Sarah Jesse. And who else could you get for your sex chat? Come on. Rollo just hangs out with porn stars. Amongst others. Yes, I do. All right, guys. Thank you for watching. I will, I will be in Vegas this week starting Wednesday. Access Vegas will be 8:30 p.m. Pacific time, 11:30 Central. We will be doing or Central Eastern. We are back to Thursdays. People wanted to say, "Oh, these guys must be challenging, fresh and fit." No, we had to do it Friday because Mike's birthday was Thursday. That's why we did that. We weren't trying to like post up on anybody. We're back to Thursday this time, so check that out. Also, I will be the following week. I'll be in Lake Tahoe, and I'll be doing some my fall trip to Lake Tahoe. God, why this guy spends so much time in Tahoe? If I was going to buy a house, I would buy it on the Nevada side, like a small place. People keep asking me if I'm going to buy a place in Vegas. I probably will. I kind of need a base of operations down there, so I'm not always like using Cappy's place, but. If I wanted to buy another location, if I wanted to have like a nice getaway place, I might buy a cabin on the North Shore. I have to be on the Nevada side. I don't want to do it on the California side. Anyways, play with my nipples. I will play with my nipples if you give me, let's see, it's got to be at least $100 super chat. Then I will. Nobody's going to do this. No one is going to do this. No one would take that dare. Who would be foolish enough to take that dare? You know what? Somebody told me this. They said, it was 2 shows back because I was wearing a tank top and somebody said, Rollo, do a double bicep flex or something like that. It was on the show, right? And I was like, yeah, I'll do that if you give me like $50 super chat right now. I was like totally being a prostitute on it. Nobody did, but I did it anyways. And Barbie Hayden, who was sitting right across the table from me, she was like, because I think she probably saw the chat too. It was funny as hell. You need spicy ASMR music. You mean, where did it go? Oh, you mean this? This is not like going out music. This is like going down music. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed today's show. Hope you guys got something out of this. I know I certainly did. It's nice sometimes to get shit off of my chest. So, but again, Access Vegas will be on the 12th. If we can, he's scheduled. I don't know if he's still coming, but because he got sick, but James Sexton had norovirus, and I hope he's healthy and happy now. I've been talking to him, so he might be. Yeah, $100. Wait. $100 is $100, Arnaldo. All right, guys. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you later. Oh, and just so people know, this is my going out music is Jevani Sanders. Jevani has new music out right now. If you want to go and pick up his new stuff, which is fantastic, by the way. I'm actually tempted to like change out the outro music, but Jevani Sanders, if you want to download this from Spotify or you want to put it in your playlist, please do. I'm always buffing out Jevani. He's my boy when it comes to music and stuff. I'm still trying to get him to come out to Vegas because I want to start a band with him, or I want to start a band for him. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. But if you like Jevani, please download his stuff. He's got really good stuff. It's very catchy, very singable stuff. And they're kind of like red pill anthems. So when people like ask me like, oh, Rollo, I hate the old 80s power ballads. It's ruined music for me. Where's some red pill music? Go to Jevani Sanders Spotify and download his shit and put it in your playlist, man. He deserves the support. Another guy that I do shit with. All right, guys. Thank you very much for watching. And I will see you guys on Access Vegas on the 12th, which is this coming Thursday. It'll be at 8:30 p.m. And don't forget my good friend, Big Mo.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time.
Say my name.
But I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What'd you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by when over box stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night.
Stop that bitch!
But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Could have the best in my life. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty?
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stepping with her head like she's Claudia Kelly. So baby, ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body. Ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. Maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? 'Cause I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
The City Podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. All rights reserved. 2023 registered trademark. Don't steal my stuff.